real sense. Of course, we're streaming now, so everybody is aware. And now let me get all the links up. And definitely glad to have all of you with us. And hug and love to everybody, and especially Selena Khan, darling. And so glad to have you here.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes, honey. And I wish I could have other women with us tonight. Noreen Helpant had to take her mother someplace tonight, and Crystal River couldn't come on tonight, but hopefully we'll get them on in the near future, and I'll try and find some other woman to join us as well. And
yes, absolutely.
Yes,
we need more women's here. It's always not that anything wrong, but it's good to have good proportion, men, women, both. Like if not every night, then every other week. I would love to have anyone like to join.
Oh, honey, if I could, I'd have it all female. You know that. Oh, my God. Men and I just don't get along. But, yeah, I'm sure both...
Oh, yes. Douglas loves all these women. So sure.
But,
well, the good thing is I don't consider myself male or female. I differentiate myself from the human race. So, if that's... So hopefully I can become something. I can be something that's somewhat of a gender neutral entity.
Oh, it's appreciated. Believe me. I mean, certainly hear you. I appreciate it.
I can be something that's somewhat.
There we are. Okay, so we've got the necessary.
Oh, you're always welcome, JMO. It doesn't matter how you present yourself. Your presence is good enough, and Douglas truly, likes you. So always remember that.
Yes.
You're always welcome.
And by the way, I noticed that the hits on the 3D post that you created, dear lady, I swear to God, what happens is that our dear lady, she's really taken it upon herself to spend some money for this 3D option. So if it weren't for Selena Khan, we wouldn't have that on the timeline. And it's actually getting equal hits to my normal promotional banner, even though it doesn't get anywhere near the spread, because I actually tag the promotional banner to nearly 100 people. So the fact that it's getting that many hits that are equal to the promotional banner is great. But always, of course, Selena, remember to maintain both promotional banners up there. The other day she deleted one, just thinking it wasn't needed. But yeah, it's not the way it works.
I apologize for that. It won't happen again.
Yes,
I'm so sorry.
No worries. Okay, and oh gosh.
But Douglas, let me ask you a question. Do you watch your YouTube analytics, like every time you come onto your live show, and then thereafter, very next day or something, that if you see on Google, YouTube analytics, and then it shows that how many views, and then how many, what are the viewers, like what percentage of women, what percentage of men, and all these, like it's all in there. You should one day look at it and then see how this thing works. It's very interesting stats in there. So I'll show you one day.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. But knowing that you're keeping track of it is more than enough for me.
Is that just to see it,
I understand. Yeah, I mean,
you don't have to do anything. I just want you to look at it and how your shows are so like performing. You get so many, like I think last one was 1,000 views, so that was amazing.
Wow.
And then before probably like less, 500. So I enjoy that, watching how everybody's responding to your transmissions.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know who really used to obsess over that just for this, because he was reporting back to Aquino or whoever his most immediate superior was Pavel Edward. He used to always look at that, and it was something that was bizarre, because he would just relay to me the vagaries that things were doing well, but never really good. He never really got very deep into it. I don't think he was capable of it's like you could line up 3 toothpicks in a row and he was incapable of describing them. It's just
I think he was reporting back to Maria, honestly, because I think, you know, that
yes,
was
he was. Yes, go on.
I think she was clearly his main handler, because I don't think he didn't seem, by the way he spoke, by the way he carried himself, he didn't seem like he was all there.
Yes, that's right.
Whereas you know, having spoken to Maria and having had her as a friend at a certain point on Facebook, I would say that she was extremely intelligent. So they were like complete opposites almost.
Yes.
So if anything, he would have been relaying information to her.
Yes. Yes.
Because
you're absolutely
she would have
right.
known how to break everything down, and she would have known how to parse the statistics and all that. Him, I think his thing was just hacking, you know, and I think that he sort of had somewhat of a one-track mind like that. So he came across like that. Yeah,
you're right. You're absolutely right. You got it perfect. You got it down. Derek, were you trying to say something? I'm sorry. Were you?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just checking in. Yeah, and I'm sorry. What's that?
I said I was just listening.
Oh, okay. Yes. And how's Malik doing?
He's doing pretty good. You want to say hi, Malik?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Malik.
Hey, Malik.
Hi, Malik. How are you?
Okay, we don't want to distract him too much while he's driving, but that was very good to hear his voice. He sounds a lot like Jameson.
Jameson sounds too New York.
That's true.
Jameson's got a thick New York accent. I don't know if Jameson thinks that about him, but I hear a thick New York accent when I hear Jameson speak.
Actually, you know, it's interesting you say that. There is a slight, I perceived it as slight because, you know, when I think New York, I think it can get really, you know, like really walk, you know, the kind of Pittsburgh talk. It's like they're talking with like kind of like a duck. I hate to say. I'm sorry. I think Brooklyn is what I meant to say, not Pittsburgh. But you know, I think of them like if they were to say the word Pittsburgh, it comes out as Pittsburgh or something like that. It's like actually pretty distinctively you know, just distinctively grating, and so that's unfair. Yeah.
You more or less nailed it, honestly. Yeah, the Brooklyn accent, you know, some people have a very thick Brooklyn accent where you see everything like this.
Yeah.
It's like, how's it going here? Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Oh no, it's something that can I don't know how to describe it, but it
the Brooklyn accent is like a Jewish accent because all Jews from Brooklyn, they migrated to Long Island, so so that would be like Nassau County, to be exact, Great Neck and Hamptons, you know, all the way to the Suffolk County. So it's pretty much Brooklyn accent is like Long Island accent.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
It depends.
Well, you know, I used to live in Omaha, Nebraska, and I found out there's a lot of journalism schools, and every college in Omaha, Nebraska has a journalism school because people from around the country, down south and out east, they all send their potential news anchors to school in Omaha, Nebraska, because that's an area of the country to where there's no accent. It's just like plain English.
Wow.
No Southern accent. No Midwest accent, no East Coast accent.
Wow. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Where did you say they sent them to? Where's Omaha, Nebraska, you said?
Omaha,
Nebraska. Oh my God. That must be exciting. That sounds killer. That sounds like the nightlife must be raring.
I left there, I was in 6th grade.
Oh my God. Yes, it would be a safe place for a 6th grader. Yes, you could go trick-or-treating there, no doubt. At least back in those days. In terms of that's so. I'm sorry. You brought that up because we were talking about the thick accents everywhere, right? That's what brought.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yes, there we have it.
All right, so Omaha is where you lose your accent.
Okay, interesting. That's fascinating. I didn't know that. That's incredible. I'll look more into that because that sounds incredible. And so what about the left coast? Like I know California has its own kind of accent. It's like, you know, like what you see on Bill and Ted and shit. You know.
Yeah, like sounds like a stoner accent.
Yes, that's it. Stoners. That's it. Yes. Hey, dude. Hey, man. Yes. It's just...
Yeah. Well, you know what? With California, I picked up a lot when I lived in Lompoc, California. I didn't pick up any kind of accent. What I picked up was inserting stupid words into my sentences, like unnecessary words, like saying like I would say like every 3 words, like we're going to the store, like, you know, like I really like that, you know, so like I'm really gonna go to get my oil change and shit. So yes. I would say like every 3 words. I don't know why I did that when I lived in California.
Well, I do that. Yes, it's something that it's kind of gets drilled into you. And aside from like, there's also dude, you know, various various kinds of like the language gets spiced by certain qualifiers that are just unnecessary but somehow characteristic. And
in Chicago, whenever somebody gets mad, they call everybody bro, even the girls. So you'll see a dude arguing with his girl, and he goes, "You didn't have to do that, bro. You know, look, you know, if you just if you just order this, bro, it'll be okay, bro." And so when you see a guy and a girl arguing, and you're not sure if they're arguing, if you hear the male call the female bro, they're arguing.
Oh my God. Thank you for sharing that. You said this was Chicago? This was...
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's awful. But glad to know that. And so we've got a while yet till the top of the hour. Trivial shit like this can keep us occupied till the top. So yes, by all means, everybody just kind of continue. I'm just going to fade out and breathe for a while. Having been through the...
Speaking of breathing, I went to my doctor today, and they told me that I have a massive fluid overload. I gained like 24 pounds of like in fluid, and I got fluid in my lungs. Oh, so that's why I can't breathe. I mean, I'm trying to breathe in, and they told me that there's fluid in my lungs.
Wait a second. So, isn't that pneumonia? Doesn't that mean you have pneumonia?
That is.
But well, I have to go get a PET scan tomorrow. So, you know, as far as I know, I don't have any kind of pneumonia, but I guess I'll find out tomorrow when I go get not a PET scan, but CAT scan or something.
Wait a second, I don't understand. If you have fluid in your lungs, why didn't they admit you to the hospital? I mean, I believe what you're saying, but I don't understand why they haven't responded to what's normally considered a emergent situation. I mean, people drown with fluid in their lungs. That means you're drowning. So what the fuck are you?
Have walking pneumonia.
Yes.
Even if it's not an infection, even if it's lymphatic fluid, you're still drowning in that fluid.
Yeah.
So that's still very dangerous.
Yeah. So what the fuck are you doing sitting next to your son Malik when you should be admitted into a hospital? What the fuck's going on with that?
Well, they gave me the orders for it, and I said I'll go tomorrow. And they said, okay, go tomorrow.
Okay.
And so I'll get checked. So.
Do you have
they gave me the paperwork.
Temperature, Derek? Do you have temperature?
No, my temperature is normal. No, they take your whenever you go in anywhere, they'll take your temperature before you even go into the hospital.
Right. Mm-hmm. So if you don't have any temperature, I don't understand how you can have pneumonia, because you should have high fever by now if that is the case.
Pneumonia is a basic term for fluid in the lungs.
Thank you.
It doesn't necessarily mean you have a bacterial infection.
Thank you.
This could be indicative of, based on what Derek has told us, this could be caused by a buildup of lymphatic fluid.
Yeah.
And this would imply that there's something wrong with his lymphatic system. And I think what happened was, when they were treating his cancer, it's not impossible for sometimes people to get follow-up diagnoses of things like lymphatic cancer after being radiated. So there's a possibility that, you know, and that is something serious.
Well, we'll find out. He'll find out tomorrow. whatever it might be. Let's hope, cross ourselves and knock on wood that it's not carcinomic. But definitely, sleep sitting up, for God's sakes. Put several pillows underneath.
Funny you say that, because when I lay back, it's even harder for me to breathe.
Well, that's
like
because
when I lay back.
Yeah, no shit. That's, you know what that's like? That's like Derek Talley saying, when I'm in the swimming pool and I lay back with my head underwater, it's harder for me to breathe. Oh, no shit. Really? That's like, then he says, when I got this water in my lungs and I lay back, it's harder for me to breathe. There's something, that's really naive here. Yeah, that's, it's like, oh God, maybe Malik should just turn around, drive him to the hospital, and just leave him there for the night and force them to admit him. But no, I guess he'll be okay. But yes, sleep sitting up, for God's sakes. I put a lot of pillows under yourself tonight. Oh my fucking God, I dealt with people like my dad who had heart failure. And, this is not something, oh my God, fluid in the lungs is not something to take lightly. I can't understand how they let you go home. But it's hopefully it's just some benevolent shit.
I think if you have shortness of breath, Derek, I think you should go to the emergency, because that's not a good sign.
Well, he's already been to the hospital and the fuckers let him go. I mean, that's the part that... This is where they say black people get this kind of special treatment, which means no treatment at all. This is kind of like why minorities die off quicker. It's like, this is parcel to that pattern. Oh, look, it's the big black guy. Oh, he can't breathe. Oh, that's okay. Let him go home. It's like, oh, God. Well, hopefully he lives tomorrow so he can get his PET scan or whatever. What did you say it was, a PET scan?
A CAT scan.
Oh, a CAT scan. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, look at my lungs and see how bad it is. If they need to keep me tomorrow, they'll keep me tomorrow.
I understand. Yes. You know who else was just in the hospital with pneumonia? Was Mr. Burns. He's a friend of mine on Facebook who's a black African-American male. I don't know if you've ever seen him. I believe his first name is Reginald. I was wishing him well, and let me see if I can look him up. Burns. Is it Burns? Yeah. No, wait. Reginald Burns is your friend, right? Shit. I'm getting... Yeah, no. Reginald Burns. Yeah, Reginald Burns was in the hospital with pneumonia. Now that's different from your friend whose name was also Burns. Or I'm thinking of the Burn Zone was what he was working on for so many years. What was your friend's name? Mr. Rapper? The guy's...
Charles Burns.
Chuck Burns.
Yep.
Okay. And his surname was spelled Burns, right?
Right. But his producer name is Burns, like with the Burn Zone. Uh-huh. But his surname is Burns.
Why are there so many black guys named Burns? Anyhow, so Reginald Burns is another friend of mine on Facebook. I'm wondering if he's related to your friend. Probably, I don't know. Maybe they had the same slave owner 200 years ago or something. But this is like, how do I say it? That's remarkable, actually, when you think about it. So I think he's all right now, and that he's stabilized. It reminded me of when I called Derek Talley in the hospital. That was the most awkward phone call, one of the most awkward phone calls of my conscious memory. Talking to someone who couldn't talk and trying to hold a conversation, and it just is. It doesn't really work well. But
Douglas, I appreciated that. That was kind of, it was. I know it was awkward, but I really appreciated.
Thank you.
That meant a lot to me.
Thank you.
So I appreciated that call.
Oh, I love you, brother. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. And yes, I was glad that you were okay. Oh my God, that was alarming. Yes, we were all alarmed at that, and I was glad that they allowed me to reach you in your room. Actually, that took some work, because initially I couldn't connect to your room, and a nurse had to actually expedite that call. It was a nurse who helped that. I don't know if you remember that, but I think you might remember a nurse coming into your room and making it work, the phone work.
She brought me a phone. because there was no phone hooked up in my room.
Thank you. Yes, that was rather remarkable. So, and then we had Jameson Reese, the brilliant bionaut, exploring new fields and frontiers of dehydration the other day. Oh, that reminded me of a friend of mine.
I could go into details about I can actually detail when I had when I started to notice something was off. And that was actually when I was walking home. Because all of a sudden, it seemed like the ground beneath my feet was starting to do the wave. And I'm like, okay, this just has to be the amount, the dosage I'm on. This can't be anything really that out of the ordinary. And then I noticed that my muscles were starting to lock up. And then I was like, oh, fucking shit. I have to get home as soon as possible because this is probably... I might be having a heat stroke or dehydration.
You know, before you go on, I was amazed at how quickly you got treated and how soon you were discharged in this era of COVID-19. That was rather remarkable. How did that was almost miraculous. How the fuck did you get in so quickly and get out so quickly with just a simple... the IV, and then they loaded you up and kind of sent you on your way. I mean, that worked out well. You have to admit that worked out really well. They were
and they did the X-ray pretty fast too. You know, they did a chest X-ray. Luckily, to my surprise, things were normal. I had suspected that by this point in time that I had accrued a large amount of kidney and liver damage. But to my surprise, it wasn't as dire as I thought. My liver enzymes are always high. They're used to that. You know, they've seen me quite a few times. They've seen me. They've treated me for rhabdomyolysis quite a few times.
So they recognize you. They actually recognize you, kind of.
Probably by my medical chart.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
But still, the fact that despite the fact that you may have a history of treatment. The fact that you got in so quickly and out so quickly shows that they're operating at optimum efficiency, which is very impressive. I mean, considering,
That's Northwell Health Hospital on Seaview Avenue. So they were one of the big names that were on TV while the pandemic was really, in full swing. Wow. They had established a completely different wing, a makeshift hospital for people with COVID. And, to my surprise, of course, which is no surprise at all, there are always going to be people walking around the emergency room, in the emergency room, some people who work there, some people who don't, not wearing masks at all.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, that blows my fucking mind. That blows my fucking...
people in who aren't wearing masks, like old guys who look like they're so gone that if you told them to wear a mask, they would look at you like you came from another planet.
Holy shit.
I mean...
Derek, did you see that shit? Derek, when you're in the hospital, do you see that shit?
What, people not wearing masks?
Yeah.
No, everybody has to wear a mask, especially like at the little, doctor's office I go to.
Okay.
Not only do they have you wear masks, a lot of times they want you to wait in your car and call the office before you even come in.
Uh-huh.
So
are you at home right now, or did you make...
I made it home. Yep.
Okay,
I'm at home.
Good. All right, so it'll be a few minutes to the top of the hour. We're going to have Derek Talley give his situation report and his update. Many people have heard it, but many people will just be coming on. Then we'll follow up with... let's see, how should we do this tonight? I guess Jameson can give a little intro, and then we're going to turn towards Selena Khan. And basically, I'm going to ask the three of you to kind of hold a round table and just kind of, I'll tell everyone some special situations that are ongoing and why we'll end comparatively early tonight. We're going to continue, of course, deep into the night, but maybe not as deep as we normally do. Simply because I have a telephonic appointment with my psychologist tomorrow, and she will be in the middle of my night, 3 p.m., so I'll have to get up at least an hour early so I can oxygenate and caffeinate myself to the point where I can actually speak. So I'll inform people of that to give them the circumstances behind why I won't be going on for too long tonight, but we'll definitely... be on long enough, and we've got 1 minute to the top of the hour. Anyone want to talk some trivial shit?
Yeah. Actually, there's something interesting I noticed. And I had to be the guy who says something about it because I'm that guy who just says everything that people look at you like, why did you say that?
Someone has to be that guy.
Yeah. So anyway, there's this show on Hulu called Little Fires Everywhere.
Uh-huh.
And it popped up on Facebook as an advertisement for it. And so I had to say, like, yeah, does anyone sort of get the sort of grim humor to the fact that this series is called that in this period in time?
Thank you. They must have, I mean, do you think that's coincident? Like they did that months ago, but it just like worked out, or do you think it's all predictive programming?
I think it's a combination of both because it would be like I could totally see them with what's going on in the East Coast. I could see them coming up with like a show called Hell and High Water or some shit. really to just nail the fucking point in. I think at this point they're mocking people. And my personal opinion is that there was some validity, not in the way that people thought, to the Agenda 21 idea. Because I suspect that from all these fires and from all the upheaval going, that this is going to force a mass exodus within the United States for people to sort of try to hightail it to cities like New York. And that's going to turn New York and places like this into what you would call mega cities. And we see the term mega cities when we're reading that UN proposal for 2021.
I'll respond to that sometime during Arc of Narrative. At any rate, it sounds like Jameson has been speaking to Noreen Helpan offline off of the program.
No. Actually, there were some things that she did state on the last show, when I wasn't there, that I found myself in disagreement with.
Thank you.
Because in this day and age, yes, she could say that it's like a class thing, it's not a race thing anymore, but it still is a race thing.
Oh, very much so. Oh my God.
Thing. There still is a race thing.
Well, she went into that direction too, but in a strange way. I'll kind of go into that. Remind me to go into that. Definitely, I want to welcome everyone into the official transmission now. Jameson brought us to the top of the hour very kindly, and that, of course, is the Mr. Jameson Reese, and he will be introducing himself shortly. We have three people with Douglas Dietrich tonight. They are the lovely Lady Selena Kahn, realtor at Douglas Elliman, and she'll be sharing some experiences from recently. We're going to start with the two gentlemen, Mr. Derek Talley and Jameson Reese, because they've both had medical issues lately that indeed are still ongoing with Mr. Talley. So I want everyone to maintain Mr. Derek Talley in their thoughts and prayers, because he has been, as far as I'm concerned, wrongfully how would I say this? We can't say he's been discharged because he wasn't really admitted. He just ejected, kind of. It's a good word for it. Yeah, just kind of dismissed. From the hospital. I mean, so let's start with that. I do want everyone to know that there are mitigating circumstances tonight. There's always mitigating circumstances, but tonight's show may be a little bit shorter. By that I mean like half a dozen hours shorter, but we will still be on for what will likely be 6 hours or longer. But that will be because I have an appointment tomorrow with my psychologist, and even though it's telephonic, it'll be in the middle of my night, and it will be at 3 p.m., and so I have to get up early enough so that I can oxygenate and caffeinate, so that I can actually speak semi-coherently. And let me check the live dashboard. So aside from that, the other things that I do want people to realize is that, well, we've got a lot going on. We've got some weather phenomenon that is impacting the United States, but we have two very special holidays that I will go into in some depth to educate people about. Tomorrow will be Constitution Day, And for those of you who don't know, this is the actual date of ratification of that document, which serves as the basis for all laws and governance in the United States. And it is confluent with Citizenship Day. So it is both Constitution Day and Citizenship Day in the United States tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, it is POW MIA Day, which means nothing to many civilians, but in the military sense, that means Prisoner of War / Missing in Action Day. And so that is a very special day for people who have lost people overseas who have never been recovered. And that, of course, has its history in how the Japanese and their allies were treated as prisoners of war in the United States and never returned home. And so much goes back to the Roswell atrocity. This is one of those days that does, so I will have to remind Peter Moon of the significance of that, and I'll have to bring that to his attention. So, I'm sorry, anyone said something? At any rate, I love the fact that everyone who is here tonight is here. And before I turn towards Mr. Talley, let me check that live dashboard. Okay, we've got many people with us tonight, including Mr. Brandon Young, who was brought up quite a bit last night by, or in our latest transmission preceding tonight's, by Noreen Helpant. So I want you to know, Brandon Young, Noreen Helpant spoke of you very highly and very often. And of course, Daniel Arola started tonight. He said hi from Houston, and hi is of course spelled H-I-G-H, all in the uppercase. I will be relating some of his wit and wisdom later tonight during the shout-outs. And Daniel Arola says, the first 4 years of my life was in Saugerties, New York, before being flown to the Philippines to live with my grandparents for a few years. And Tammy Miller says, hey, from Fort Stewart, Georgia. Hey, honey. And Vicki Johnson says, hi, from South Bend, Indiana. And, hey, darling, so glad to have you with us. Brandon Young says, hey, guys, hope all is well. Well, much the better for your being with us. And Daniel Arola says, Brandon, man. And Brandon responds by saying, hey, Daniel, how are you, man? Yes, and Daniel says, keeping my crazy ass out of jail. There you go. And Brandon says, hell yeah, we're both outlaws. Yes, there we are. Now they're disintegrating into talking about Electric Avenue, the song. Anyhow, Brandon Young says, Lovecraft Country is great up there in the bitter Northeast. And so they go on from there. They pretty much are dominating the conversation right now, so I'll leave them to that. And Daniel's talking about his goddamn ukulele again and giving me flashbacks just thinking about that. Okay, I'll turn away from that now before I get more shivers. And with that, for those of you who don't know, I was once cornered in there's no way to describe this. It was what would you call it? Dorms. They have dorms in it was Sonoma State University in wine country. And wine country surrounds the most beautiful areas of California, except for Rohnert Park. Rohnert Park is the armpit of Sonoma County, and it is like where the Rohnertians come from. It's like there are areas in California, right outside of San Francisco, where you transfer into another dimension and you're on the set of Stephen King's Children of the Corn franchise. And you wonder, how are you surrounded by all of these fucking hicks who are chewing on straw, and they're like not even speaking California English like Derek and I were talking about. Like they're not going, dude, and they're not going, hey man, what's up? It's like all like, it's like they slur in this kind of Ozark hackneyed Creole. There's no other way to describe it. Just kind of
like the Southern drawl.
It's like that. It's like that, except it's got some kind of mountain tonality to it. It's like what I talked about with people in the Appalachians, which of course you don't have the respect for them that you do for people in the Appalachians, because these are not people in that abandoned coal mine Rust Belt kind of impoverishment where they have no choice. These are people in fucking California, and they're speaking like they're impoverished and out in some fucking abandoned coal belt somewhere. And they're like, what I found out was basically these are all the descendants of moonshine murderers who came to California to escape conviction. I'm not shitting you. This is exactly what happened. You have a whole exile, emigre community of thousands of moonshine murderers who have morbidly inbred, and it's like Wrong Turn, the franchise, except they're all in California, and they would eat you if you turned around or something, and showed your back to them. So just like, don't go there at night. It's just awful. There's no describing it.
I love that one.
Oh God. So there we have. But in Sonoma State University, what happened was the campus was originally built as a woman's prison. It was built as a all-female penitentiary, and all of the locals protested. Oh, we don't want no pussy-eating bulldogs on the loose round here. What if they break out? They'll rape our daughters and shit. I mean, like, well, fuck. Like, your daughters aren't already belonging in the facility already. It would give them a place to live. But no, they wound up converting it to a university, which is the next best thing to a fucking prison. And so all the dorms were the former cell blocks. And they named them, because it was wine country, after various wines, like Zinfandel Dorm, or, the various wine names that may come to mind. They really should have named them after all the wino variations of low-class cheap booze, like Ripple or Night Train. That would be better names for the former cell blocks converted to dormitories. And when my father saw them, he said, I've seen prisons that have better accommodations. And, oh, if only he knew. And so in one of the dorms, all of the Samoans dominated, who constituted the majority of the football team. And it was in one of those dorms I wound up cornered by this hulking, lumbering oaf who was trying to serenade me with his ukulele. And I will have nightmares the rest of my life about that. And every time Daniel plays that silver string fucking coconut of his, I just go into flashbacks, and I just start, oh God, it almost brings me to fucking tears. How do you say no to someone who weighs 1,000 fucking pounds, and he's hovering over you with just trying to, anyhow, enough of that. I mean, I remember looking up his nostrils, and it was just like, you could see smoke coming out because of all the, he was so hot and bothered. Anyhow, so before I start hyperventilating, we're going to turn towards Derek Tully, who's going to tell us about his ability to breathe right now and exactly what's going on with... Oh, hey, Douglas. Oh, funny you say that. When I lay down, I just get even shorter of breath. So it's like, so he's imitating George Floyd, or he's... and he's doing that on his back, supine. What do they call it? When you're on your stomach, you're prone, and you're on your back, you're supine. He's like George Floyd, except he's supine. So tell us about this, Derek Tully. What exactly is going on?
Well, last transmission, I didn't do a lot of talking because I kept getting short of breath, and it was hard for me to breathe and pull in air. And whenever I would speak, I would have to take a breath like every third word, so I attributed it to my...
I attributed it to the white guy with his knee on my neck. Then I asked him to go away, and then everything got better. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go.
Right. Well, so my doctor called me in for a checkup today. And then they listened to my lungs. And, they gave me another blood test. And they checked for, congestive heart failure and gave me an EKG. But she said, you have fluid on your lungs. As a matter of fact, I gained 24 pounds in all fluid. And she said, so I have massive fluid overload, and there's a lot of fluid in my lungs. So I'll get another CAT scan tomorrow. So I'm going to the hospital. Apparently, I wasn't bad enough for them to keep me, because at a certain point, there's only one time I went to just a little clinic, and they said, you got to go to the hospital right now. Don't even stop for lunch. That's when I had my blood clot in my leg. But this time, they said, well, you're good enough to go home. Can you go to there, or do you want to go tomorrow? I said, I'll go tomorrow. I got an appointment tomorrow I got to keep anyway. So after my appointment, I'll go. So they gave me a worker order to take to the place to where I go get a CAT scan, and they're just going to look at my lungs and see how much fluid is in them and see what's got to be done about it. In the meantime, they gave me some water pills and told me that I had to take them twice a day. But, you know, before all this happened, I was ready to go back. You know, I said, well, shoot, I'm ready to go back. You know, I'm strong, ready to go back to work. And then all of a sudden it just came on to where, you know, I'm having a hard time breathing. I said, well, they won't even let me back to work, you know, like this. You know, I'm here getting better and better and better. And next thing you know, I'm gasping for air. So, you know, we got to get this straightened out. I go back to work October 1st. But of course, if for some reason I can't go back to work October 1st, then I'll have to be off as long as I got to be off in order to get better. Rather than, you know, it's not that I want to rush back to work. Because if they could be off a little bit longer, then I'll be off as long as I got to be off. Because I want to be 100% when I go back.
Well, this might be a blessing in disguise then. So when you say water pills, what you're saying is they're giving you diureses, the diuretic pills that will help you.
Yeah. You know, the diureses, the water pills. So they said I would take it twice a day and just flush all this fluid out of because I've got a lot of fluid and a lot of it is in my bones. So, yes. And a lot is happening here in Tennessee. He had a carjacking in the area, and the guy was from St. Louis. And man, this was one of the worst. And it happened out in a rural area. This guy, he was riding in the car with his friends. They're doing 65 miles an hour on the highway on I-24. The guy in the back seat gets in an argument with the driver while other people in the car. So the guy in the back shoots the driver while he's driving 65 on the highway there. And so the car crashes. And after the car crashes, he runs in. This is a Sunday morning, as a matter of fact. And a lady who's in one of my classes that I teach for the boot camp at the pool was giving us the rundown. I have the story here, but he ran. It happened right across the street from her church, by the way. Well, see that when they got out of church, they thought it was an accident, but the police told everybody to get back in the church when they were getting out of the church. What happened was after he killed his friend that was driving the car, he went to go carjack another car, and he carjacked another car, and then after he wrecked that car, a good Samaritan, a truck driver, stopped and said, "Hey, there's an accident. You guys okay?" He shot that trucker in the face and killed him. Then he carjacked another, and it was a husband and wife, and they were in their 20s. She was pregnant. He forced them at gunpoint to go back to the house, stole the husband's gun, and then forced them into their other car, an SUV, because I guess he liked that one better. And then while he was in that other car, he killed the husband, threw the husband out of the car, and the pregnant wife was still in the car. And when the police spotted the car, there was a police chase, and he actually flipped the car with the pregnant woman in the car. And when he was cornered by the police, he ended up shooting himself. So he shot all those people in order to get away, and when they cornered him, he shot himself anyway.
Oh my God.
This article reads, officials say 3 dead and 3 wounded in violent rampage in Tennessee.
Now the pregnant woman, what condition is she and the baby in?
It says that she was okay, and that the police recovered her safely. So, you know, it didn't say anything about her being induced in labor or anything like that. But her husband is dead for no reason. Right. You know, this is a real small little rural all-white town, and this guy happens to be black. Oh so God. You know, it's not a good look. He looks just like Lil Wayne. Have you ever seen Lil Wayne? Oh my God. It says a gunman killed 2 people, and it's 3 people dead now. 2 people and wounded 3 others in a series of shootings and carjackings that ended up with a high-speed chase as he fled police. He ultimately wrecked the car he stole and killed himself. When his remaining hostage survived, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation said, a string of crimes Sunday morning along Interstate 24, Beech Grove, that's where it happened, a little area called Beech Grove that's next to here in Murfreesboro. When his name is D'Angelo Dorsey. D'Angelo Dorsey, 29, opened fire inside a moving vehicle, killing 1 person and wounding another. So this is where he killed the person that was actually driving the moving car, and that car wrecked. Dorsey of St. Louis, Missouri, got out of the vehicle as traffic came to a halt on the interstate, shooting a driver in the hand as he attempted to carjack her vehicle and shooting a nearby truck driver in the face, Rouse said. Dorsey then carjacked a man and woman, forcing them to drive to their own home in Morrison, Rouse said. While Dorsey alleged he stole 2 of the guns, swapped the vehicle, and forced the man and woman to go with him. At some point, authorities said, Dorsey fatally shot the man and forced his body out of the vehicle along I-24 near Manchester, then drove off with the woman still inside the car. Officials then located the SUV and a chase ensued, reaching speeds over 100 miles an hour. The SUV crashed and flipped, Rouse said. At that point, Dorsey took his own life, Rouse said. The female hostage was safely recovered. So that's what happened to the pregnant woman. She said she was safely recovered. The investigation is ongoing, Rouse said. On Monday, authorities identified the 2 men killed as Darcy Johnson, who was only 28, and Philip Jordan Stevens, who was only 23. Johnson was killed in the initial shooting on the interstate of I-24, and Stevens was killed after being taken hostage, the Bureau of Investigation said. I want to extend our deepest sympathies to the innocent lives that have been impacted to today's events. He also thanked drivers on the interstate for their patience during the investigation, acknowledging that work by law enforcement resulted in chaos, delays, and inconvenience. So yeah, that's what's happening around the house here. This guy came and he just happened to be from St. Louis, and this is just where he happened to jump out at, killing his own driver and then trying to carjack everybody else.
That's horrific.
It's down south.
Yeah. That's horrific. I'm appalled. I'm left without words. It's incredible the kind of violence that happens here in the United States. This is something that is almost unimaginable anywhere else on Earth. You don't even have something like this in war zones, where you have this kind of transferal from vehicle to vehicle. That's the stuff of films. That's the stuff of cinema, what you would see in people jacking moving trucks in the middle of Raiders of the Lost Ark. But you don't really see that in reality in war zones in the rest of the world. Not often. It's so rare as to be essentially the stuff of fantasy. But here in the United States, it's everywhere. It's just I have no words. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. I mean, what do you used to, of course, work with a religious station, and I'm sure you've delivered your share of sermons. What would you tell the attendants at a church in the aftermath of an event like this?
Well, this is very hard. I'm thinking about the pregnant lady and her husband. And of course the husband being only in his 20s, a young husband and a young wife, and she's pregnant, and they're just about to start their family, and he never got a chance to meet his child. And I think, for one, God was with her. When that vehicle flipped, it's like the angels just covered her and made sure she was okay. And then he ended up taking his own life, and it was over. And now she's got to raise a baby by herself. And if I could sit down and talk to her, I would say one of the best eulogies I gave when one of our deacons died. He had all his children and his grandchildren. I first turned to Job, and Job. It starts off of talking about Job's substances, and his substance were of 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, 500 sea asses, and a very great household. So that this man was the greatest of all the men in the East. His son, there was born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters. So this is Job we're talking about here, and it gave all everything that he had. But when you get to the end of Job, it shows everything is doubled. So when we get to the end of Job, I'm trying to find it here. It said, I'm trying to find it. But at the end of Job, everything was doubled. It says, take their feet into you now 7 bullocks, 7 rams, and go to Job and offer for yourselves a burnt offering. So there came unto him his brethren. So, okay, here it is. So the Lord blessed Job latter of the end of Job with more than the beginning, for he had 14,000 sheep. So remember, he had 7. He had 6,000 camels. Remember, he had 3. And he had 1,000 yokes of oxen. Remember, he had 500. And he had 1,000 she asses. So he had 5 oxen. It says, then he also had 7 sons and 3 daughters. And then you ask yourself, wait a minute, he doubled everything else. But Job started with 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he ended with 7 sons and 3 daughters, while everything else was doubled. So I said, is that double? And everybody kind of shook their head like, no, because that's what he started with. But then I said, ask yourself 2 questions. Where is Job now? The Bible says to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And who is he with? And that's when all their eyes opened. They said, okay, he's with his 14 sons and 6 daughters. So, he didn't lose his first sons and his first daughters. They died before him, but he didn't lose them because there's an afterlife. And, when we leave this present body, we're present with the Lord. And this right here shows us that God can double everything for us on the earth. But when we lose a loved one here on the earth, we don't lose them because we're going to be together with them again someday. So, I would say I would bring up those passages to kind of comfort her and tell her that I know it's hard now that, your husband is gone, and, he would want you to move on and be strong and raise those children, or, I'm not sure if they had any previous children. It sounds like this was probably their first, looking at their young age and everything. But but I'm sure there's going to be a community there to back her up and give her support. But I would want her to know that her husband is no longer with us, but she didn't lose her husband. She's going to see him again someday.
Thank you. That's very much needed. And with that, of course, we turn over to, is there anything else you want to bring to our attention aside from that horrible tragedy and what comfort we can take from the most holy book of the Bible? Is there anything else you want to bring to our attention that's happening right now?
No, that's about it. That's the most excitement we've had around here lately. But it's a hard time. It's been a hard year, but it's a year that get through it. I want everybody to stay strong.
Yes. Yeah. Important to bear that in mind. I'll be speaking more of that in Arc of Narrative tonight, just how hard this year is. So with that, we'll turn over for a few minutes to Jameson Reese, who will take his time and then segue us over to Selena Khan, who will help us dominate the hour for a while. And, everybody, of course, interact. Certainly, Selena, feel free to speak while Jameson is talking if you feel that there's something you need to interject. And but Jameson, cover a little bit about what you were saying and kind of segue us over to Selena. Take your time, of course. And bring to our attention.
You mean about the what do you call it? The Agenda 21 thing?
Oh God! Yeah, if you feel that that's constructive, I mean, personally, you can summarize it. Yes.
I'm really not. Again, I'm not a fan of the conspiracies of the alternative media. It's just that it seems like there seems to be a concerted effort on behalf of our, entertainment industry to sort of mock what people are suffering from in reality. That's where I'll leave it with that.
Thank you.
I suspect I suspect that's being done on purpose as a means of because I suppose you could use satire in a ritual. So there might be that sort of component there. I don't know. To be honest.
Yeah. And so, by the way, one thing that I feel would be constructive for you to say now that we're in the official transmission would be to let people know about the hospital that you were in and how they were actually, they brought a lot of attention to themselves in what I assume was a positive manner during the pandemic. So, yes.
During COVID-19, the hospital I was in belongs to Northwell. They seem to have gotten attention, when they were talking about how they were, combating COVID-19. They had created a facility for COVID patients, a sort of makeshift hospital, when things were really peaking in New York City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you went there, then they took care of you quite well. So,
I got sent out. I wanted to ask you a question, actually.
Yeah.
It's something about lymphocytes. All right, autolymphocytes, those are like T cells, those are like your immune system, right?
I think Derek Talley would know more than myself at this point. Derek, does this ring any bells with you, lymphocytes? Have you heard about any of this during your case?
Nope, I haven't.
Okay.
Because some reason in my blood work, my lymphocytes are always low. Like they're saying the normal range is 20.5 to 51.1%. And mine's is at 9.9.
Okay. I don't have any memory consciously of anything I learned in all of the courses I took in medical journalism. That is definitely a case-specific phenomenon. But I appreciate you bringing it up. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask. I mean, there's bizarre things I do know about. The lymphocyte would not be one of them. I know that they're one of the subtypes of a white blood cell in a vertebrate's immune system, that they include the natural killer cells, the T cells and the B cells. They're the main type of cell found in lymph, which prompted the name lymphocyte, which should be obvious to everyone without my saying so. But I do know they make up between about 18% to 42% of circulating leukocytes, which is the white blood cells. But that brings us back, in my mind, because my mind is politicized, to political terms like leukophobe, which would mean pathological fear of whites, or white people's, or the color white. Yeah. So there you go, leukophobia. But your lymphocyte counts can help your doctor diagnose an infection or other condition. That's basically lymphocytes are white blood cells. So they're.
It's not like I'm gonna like. Well, I mean, I bleed out quite naturally anyway. So that's another issue. That's always.
You'd rather have what you have than lymphocytosis, which is a high lymphocyte count, which is an increase in white blood cells called lymphocytes. And, so if you got too much of that, it would probably be doing a lot more damage to you than having a low count. But
yeah. That'd be like an autoimmune flare-up or something, right?
I think so. I mean, I'll tell you, since the lymphocyte is the type of immune cell that's made in the bone marrow, and it's found in the blood and in the lymph tissue, then it's one of those things that, if it were flaring up, it would be self-destructive. In other words, your own immune system would be acting against you at that point, yes. So for everyone in general, the lymphocyte is a type of white blood cell that's part of the immunosystem. And there's two main types of lymphocytes, the B cells and the T cells. So, but definitely when you've got the problems with them, that usually manifests as the higher than normal amount of lymphocytes, which causes lymphocytosis. So in terms of what you've got, obviously they don't consider it that important since they didn't do nothing about it. Then again, that could best be that racial issue, right? That brings us...
I suspect it's more of the racial issue than anything if they don't do certain things, because I know that, I know with certain people, they'll jump through hoops if the person like sneezes, whereas, so it depends, I guess.
Oh, don't even get me started. I could go on for hours about that. I was so offended at the time that Art Bell used to be on, you had this son of a bitch, the crazy uncle that Peter Moon and I were making fun of, Whitley Strieber. And Whitley Strieber was, his wife had a condition very similar to my mother's, and basically having to do with brain injury caused by violent fainting, or in her case it might have been a brain aneurysm. And just because he was Whitley Strieber, everybody, all the coast-to-coast people assaulted the hospital with telephone call barrages and shut down their communication system. Literally, I'm not joking. I mean, this is not an exaggeration, to the point where the hospital was forced to take her in as a preeminent patient, that kind of shit. So, yeah, that kind of backing can terrorize people into being first in line for treatment. Of course, Beaver comforted me, my gang brother, comforted me by saying that just means she's first in line for the most crappy treatment in the world, which is what American hospitals deliver. So there you go with that. But
it certainly didn't serve her well, because, well, now she's of course she's dead. So
is she? I didn't know. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because
how did you know that?
Because I used to listen to the guy, and he used to go on about it all the time, and about how connecting to the dead and all this other stuff. So he seemed to be sort of stuck there. He seemed to be stuck in that event. Okay. Which I guess happens when people are under that sort of mind control spell or whatever.
Thank you. Yes.
Because they get stuck, because they get trapped in a loop where it seems like their narrative doesn't seem to deviate from it.
Yeah.
And so with him, it's like meditating with these blue-looking aliens with ugly faces and shit, and I don't know. It's just the bizarre fucking shit I've ever heard in my life of anyone in the... I mean, and I've heard some bizarre shit. I mean, because the idea of having blue big birds running around as aliens is pretty fucking bizarre.
Wait a second. Well, in all fairness, though, that was later after Whitley Strieber. That was that.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, and it was probably inspired. Some of it was probably inspired by some of his stuff.
Oh, all of it was. Yeah, all that shit was originally started.
They just decided to turn it into a bird instead of some kind of withered-looking thing.
Thank you.
And it's funny because it would like wake him up at 3 a.m. and then demand that he meditates with it. And I'm thinking about that guy who would get that phone call at night from that German base, and he would be up like automatically. And I'm like, yeah, there's certainly some similarities there in Strieber's testimony, where he probably where he was probably getting woke. Who knows? Maybe he was getting waken up by Michael Aquino, and Aquino would snap his fingers and leave and say, "Okay, I wasn't here. They were blue aliens who were wearing like monk robes or some shit."
Crystal River and I were talking the other day about the chicken call that we were speculating Michael Aquino would do so well, and of course it wouldn't be the cock or the rooster, it'd be the mother hen, where he'd just cluck like, and then the programmed individual would go out and kill someone. What Jameson Reese is referring to is, of course, Whitley Strieber's, trend. He started off with all the withered-looking, stupid, what they call the gray aliens, and then they turned blue and became birds with feathers under the person, Corey Good, I believe, that...
Corey Good.
Yeah, that Peter Moon just eviscerates. And...
It's good. He's a real. Oh, he's a real nut. He's just. You could look at the guy and tell that he's just off kilter.
Yeah. Yeah.
If by looking at him and another guy, you know, David Wilcock again.
David Wilcock. That's it. Yeah. Thank you.
You look at these two guys and you can tell they're off kilter right off the bat.
You know, I keep confusing the two. Do they work together? I forget.
Yeah, they were working together, and you know, Jimmy Church was like backing everything they were saying, and I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. Why the fuck would Jimmy Church be backing these guys?
Oh, well, of course. Why? Well, yeah, that's nothing weird about that. That's totally expected. That's. You know.
Oh man, that was. Yeah, they're just a funny group of human beings. They're just not in a good way. Ha funny either. It's just.
Right. Well, definitely thank you for sharing that. And what I'm going to do now is ask Selena Khan to come on, because she actually entered in Messenger about the two clowns, David Wilcock and Corey Good. And I feel it's about time for her to start speaking. Tell us about your day, honey.
Oh my God, yeah. I'm always busy working. So it's funny that every day that I'm on the road and off the road. So I will just pull over and then do some paperwork and then go to my next destination, work and all this. So I had to go to Chinatown today. I took this three apartments that I'm renting. So these people come, 3-4 renters, and they come. Everybody is like, they don't fulfill any the requirements that homeowner did, showing the income, just the usual. The homeowners just want to make sure that they pay rent, but all they have that I have to gather the documentation from renters. So it's like they have income like 20,000 and then 30,000, but they have enough money to rent the apartment. They want to pay 6 months rent in one shot in cash. So these are the things that homeowners don't like it. Our office, we don't do these things. It's kind of like difficult. I'm just going there working pretty much 4 or 5 times a week. And this is what I'm getting. So it's kind of like, very stressful. So that's that. I was there today at 2 different times, in the morning and in the evening. So these people come, and then probably it's going to work out finally. So that's what I'm waiting for. So if they rent it, then I make money. So I get paid, actually. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and then what else? So it's just it gets boring. So that's when I take a break, and then take vacation, few days time off. So that is not happening because load of work is so much that I cannot find anyone who will do this task for me when I'm away. So yeah, it gets like a little tiring at some point. And then existing people that in the transaction, and they apply for loan and they don't understand anything. These are first time buyer every day. Like I was talking to 2 buyers just while you guys were talking. Mm-hmm. And they just get angry. They don't understand anything. Trying to make them understand what they need to do, just it's just very irritating. So yeah, that's my work.
Oh my God.
Other than yeah, that's what you do. So other than that, you guys were talking about disease and sickness and all this. So imagine that everybody gets healthy and there's no disease in the world anymore. Mm-hmm. What will happen to pharmaceutical industry and medical association? They'll go out of business. They'll be on so. But that's not going to happen because we, the people, that sick people, that we don't know how to, we're addicted to food. So everything that we eat, like Douglas, you buy your food, you don't cook and eat. I'm just saying for the sake of saying. So I don't know, like what kind of like ingredients and all these biochemicals that they use, like MSG, and then all kinds of spices and all these things in the food, like everywhere. It's so unhealthy. You will not even, no one can even pinpoint why they're having suddenly like severe headaches, and then what they do, just pop pills, and then gets well and get better, and then it comes back. So that's everywhere I go. Everybody has some sort of health issue, which I don't have any, fortunately. So I don't know what I do, but two things that I do is like I just try to eat healthy and rest well and sleep well, and so that's what I do. But the thing is that so anyone I notice that everybody's they're obsessed with their body, meaning like oh, I have headache, I have this problem, my toe hurts, my tummy hurts, all of these things, they make up their own thing, and then that's all they think that they're not okay. Little thing like I had this runny nose because I go to parks and I'm out in the nature. Season is changing, summer is over, so these are like it makes your immune system strong, because when microbes is everywhere, you're just everywhere, microbes everywhere, parasites, so it enter to our body and makes us a little bit sick. But it's seasonal, it's not a disease. So people start taking all kinds of Tylenol cold. So it makes people, because this medicine has serious side effects that people don't understand. People will not take the natural remedy, which is so easy. Just ginger in a boil, ginger water with water, and then just drink it. But people don't like it. It's kind of fancy, like going to pharmacy. Oh, you will not understand my problem. I have to take medications, whatever it is, over the counter. So people are addicted to over the counter, because that's why that pharmaceutical industry is so strong, because we all have this subliminal suggestion of like you watch TV, there's commercial, there's people share with friends, oh, you take this medication, you'll be fine, and that's how body gets sick, from the medication that we take, people take, not from anything else. Body is fine, but what you take in your body, and those are the things that cause all kinds of ailments that at a point turn into serious disease like cancer and all the others. So I mean, it's all up to us that imagine like years and years ago, like 300, 400 years ago or whatever, there were no such thing called hospital. There were no such thing called pharmaceutical medicine. So there were people like medicine men. They will pick up everything from nature and then eat them. It's still these things are in practice in everywhere in the world, but who can say that what's good, what's not good? But it's the thing that I find myself that I was never sick. I was always careful. So I do this thing. I eat so little. I have so much strength. So how do I get all this thing healthy? And I feel mentally, physically, both healthy. But how do I eat so little? But most of the people addicted to food. So that's one of the addiction. And then over-the-counter medicine, that's another thing. So you'll not even know like why your blood sugar level high or low. So you go to hospital and the doctor tells you, oh, you have diabetes and all this. So what do you do? Next thing you know that your life is over. And so how anyone is impacted by that. Like I see people like, oh, you know what? I never had this sickness or something. No one in my family was ever sick with diabetes or anything else, but how did this happen to me? Like high blood pressure. I have different explanation for this thing, because I study this thing. I hear this thing from doctors that they're the ones saying all this thing, that don't take any pharmaceutical medicine, and don't do this, like food, what to eat, what not to eat. But on the other hand, my family members, very close family members, are doctors, and they like my brother think that I have high blood pressure. So one time, I was very stressed out and all this, so he was happy to be there, and he measured my pressure is high, and 2 weeks later he sent me a prescription that I should take that high blood pressure medicine and whatnot. But I'd rather die than take medication, because I'm not afraid of death. So why would I be like do any of these things? So I don't so that's just my opinion. No, everybody should do this. No, I don't think so. But rather people also, it's another thing is that so many people, they feel important talking to your doctors, going to hospitals, kind of like 10 people around you, like round the clock. People are nurses there, doctors are there. They come out of the hospital and all this, like, oh my God, I feel so good, they treat me so good, but they make you sick. So I don't know what is people's understanding, but people really addicted to all these things that medicine and treatment, doctors, sickness. They think they have sickness. They don't. So if you think you have sickness, then that's how you'll be driven by everything. Like you are sick, and then it will go by that, and it will make you more and more sicker. And then that's what happened to people. But everyone should think people don't take care of their bodies, so that's why they get sick. That's my opinion.
Yes. Well, as I said before, Americans take care.
It's incredible, but people like, they don't like me when I talk. They think I'm stupid and all this. I don't know anything, but that's just my opinion. It's I don't know if it's good or bad, but it works for me. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said before, Americans take care of their property, whether it's their automobiles or their homes, much better than they take care of their bodies.
Absolutely.
We had the big fitness craze that developed in America during the 1980s, but it doesn't seem to have helped much in terms of what do you think happened with that? I mean, were you in America during the 1980s when everybody was exercising?
I was. Yeah. Okay. The thing is that the exercise, it is a multi-billion-dollar business. Like I used to go to gym for I've been to gym for 7-8 years. Then 3-4 years ago, 3 years ago, I just completely quit everything. And I wasted my money because it was just a fancy thing. Just because I was able to, maintain that kind of stupid lifestyle. So I thought that it's important, going to gym, talk about it, and work out. But it just bullshit. So I stopped it, and I became healthier. So well, the thing is that I studied this thing. I listened to people who, spend their time, did some work on it, sincere work and research. And these are the people, are doctors. They're the ones saying all these things, that don't take pharmaceutical medication. Nobody is sick, but they think they're sick. So they're obsessed with their body. It's all the thing that something is wrong with them, and just little sneezing, little runny nose, little headache. So, you invest your money and time on medications like that. So what do you think will happen to you? Because people don't understand. So, and then I don't know what is the reason. I see my clients, they're all sick. Just fainted. What happened? She got fainted on one of the client, and then her son is a doctor and all this. I'm there. I'm happy to be there. And then, it's such a big deal. She goes to the hospital. She comes back, next day, and she's like, "You have no idea what happened. I went to the hospital, and then they took care of me. She felt so good." These are all just, psychological, mental issues that people have. I don't know. So. Pretty comedic to
Oh, please go on. By the way, Derek, were you going to say something? I was just going to see if any of these gentlemen had something. Jameson said it was the wrong people in leotards.
I was going to say.
Yeah, go on.
I was going to say that in the 1980s, I was in high school, junior high and high school. Once I got my little job, I was still playing football, and so the big thing was the Joe Weider weight gainer stuff. I was so skinny, and I wanted to be a lineman in football. And we would lift weights, and we would always go to GNC. GNC was just getting big back then, and we'd always spend. It was bro science. Like you go to the gym and hey, bro, have you heard of amino acids? No, what's that? Take them and you'll get real big muscles. All right, cool. Then you go to GNC. Okay, this is amino acids. It's only $30. Okay, well,
oh my
then
God.
you buy the amino acids and take them and do your workout program. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, that's what it was like. And that's what it was like in the 80s. There was you'd read a little bit of muscle and fitness magazines, and then you'd pick up on something, and then you would go to the gym and tell everybody about what you read. Like, hey, bro, have you heard of the Joe Weider weight gainer, or the Joe Weider amino acids, or the protein, or L-carnitine, or the L-arginine? No, what's that? Well, just take it and you'll get big, real big muscles. Cool. And you go to GNC and it's $30 and you lift weights big.
That's awful.
Oh, they made a killing out of it. They could have been selling us some ground up hay, put in pills, but we really thought it was something.
So how much of it do you feel was psychosomatic? Just all of it, or?
Because we were back in high school. I went straight from playing football in high school to going into the Marines. So to me it was just like I had a real good metabolism being in high school. So I think a lot of it was just psychological. Like I said, they could have been selling us just some grass. You know what I'm saying? Still, whatever they were selling us, it would make your piss bright yellow. So whatever vitamins was in there, we would just piss them right out. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You go buy, spend all this money on these big vitamins, and then go to the bathroom and piss them right out. And then you go to the gym and you think you're really doing something. You are, because you already got a healthy lifestyle. So you think that you're enhancing yourself with the pills, but the fact that you're taking the pills, you say, well, I don't want to waste my money, I'm going to just go lift weights. And that's where the healthy part was coming from, because now that you think you're doing something with the pills, it says, well, you got to lift weights in order to get results for this. So now that you're getting results because you're lifting weights, so who knows what the pills really did.
Right. I remember that. I would take a lot of supplements, and yes, you're right. Your urine, my urine, would turn neon yellow. It would. You would think it would glow in the fucking dark. Yes, it's it's incredible how stupid we all were. I don't know if Jameson was ever through that phase, or whether he just graduated.
I will say, when I was a kid, at that age, I was still a kid, like literally watching Ninja Turtles and shit, like just learning. But when I was like 10 years old, I started lifting weights because I saw my father would get the muscle magazines. So I would start lifting weights as a kid, and I had no idea that whether it would be good or bad for you. Apparently, it worked out, but I would say what I do know is that a lot of times, a lot of these supplements are not FDA regulated. Some of them they're heavily processed, and some of them actually do damage to your kidneys, quite a bit of damage. And the other problem is, like, a lot of times when guys want to get muscle, they're bulking out on carbs. Mm-hmm. Why would you use protein, not carbs? Right. Muscles, protein builds muscles. The carbs just make them like really fat, so that when they stop working out, and because they go through the midlife crisis and they have their kids, then all of a sudden everything falls to shit, and you're looking at them, you're like, God damn, like 5 years ago you looked like a human being.
It's almost like this one lady that's in my boot camp class, and she was an older lady. She looked like about 60.
By the way, explain to people what you mean by that. When you use that term, people need to understand what you're talking about. Explain to them what your boot camp class is, okay?
Yeah, my that I have in the pool. I have a little 1 hour class Saturdays at 10 at Beyond Aquatics. I have a little boot camp aerobics type class where we're doing different exercises under the water, getting in shape, and just kind of taking care of our bodies and everything. And there's one lady in my class, and I figured she was about 62, 63. We were talking, and there was some song playing on the TV, And she goes, yeah, this song was out when I graduated. And I'm all, that song was out when I was graduated. And then I asked her, so when did you graduate? She goes, in 1990. I said, oh, okay, I graduated in 1989. So I'm older than her.
Wow.
So I hate it when I hate it when I see people that are older than me and I find out they're my age.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, it's definitely one thing that I thought of with your gaining weight again. That means, let me see, your original problem with gaining weight was water weight. It's not heart failure. So you're gaining water weight again. And what was it that caused the gain of water weight last time?
The lymphedema.
Okay, so you've got something dealing with your lymph nodes that caused it originally, but that was always a kind of comparatively benign.
Yeah, but that didn't start until 2018 because before that it was just the fact that I was eating a lot and then sitting down driving, and then I would come home and sit down and go to sleep and wake up and go to work and sit down and drive for 10 hours a day. So, you know, my metabolism came to a complete halt. Within 1 year of getting out of the Marines, I gained 100 pounds. And, you know, I think the thing that kind of threw me for a loop is that I carried it well.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? I carried it well, looking, you know, going from 180 to 280, I carried it well. I looked like a big, handsome, buff dude. I got up to 350, looked like a big, handsome, buff dude. But once it passed me up and I realized that I was too big, well, then it was kind of too late. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, God, that's so frightening.
Yeah.
But that's when, of course, they dealt with it with the diuresis, and with aggressive diuresis, then you processed it out. You basically urinated out the equivalent of my body weight, about 160 fucking pounds, right?
Right. Well, see, they told me, you know, looking at the swollen ankles, you probably got congestive heart failure. Well, I didn't have congestive heart failure because I was tested for that in 2019, but they just did the EKG on me today, and they said, well, it looks like there's some congestive heart failure now, so that's why I'm going to go get tested and everything tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And so that diuresis, that water pill, that Lasix that they gave me, they told me to double up on it and take 2 of those a day and then drop off, because I gained like 24 pounds of just water weight within 2 weeks, which isn't good. And then I went to the VA yesterday and they gave me a blood pressure machine. So I took that to my regular doctor today so he could show me how to use it. And it liked to turn my arm blue. It just kept squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. And I'm all, damn, I can't feel my arm. This thing's about to break my bones because it squeezed. They said, well, your blood pressure's too high. The higher your blood pressure is, the higher the works. And so it actually said error on the screen. So I got my blood pressure's so high it almost broke the thing that they gave me at the VA. So I got to get my blood pressure back down.
Oh my God! Now that's disturbing. Well, there you have that. Maybe you should use the technique that Jameson Reese used. What was it, Jameson? You were cutting yourself for various spells when you were administering blood pressure meds to your cats and bringing your own blood pressure down. Because it absorbed.
What happened was my blood pressure was going up because of the cat medicine.
Okay.
Because what happened was, in order to draw blood, I use lancets to the fingertips, and I'll jab the lancets as far in as I can, and the blood just sprays out like something from a movie or something. Because you know, I'm one of those people where if you were to have a paper cut to my neck, I'd be dead. So what happened was some of that thyroid medication was getting into my blood, so I started to administer her medicine with gloves, and my blood pressure is starting to normalize.
Okay, all right. Because
because the medication was medication to treat hyperthyroidism. Mm-hmm. Okay. And the thing is, if you don't have hyperthyroidism, you have regular thyroid function, it will turn your body into a hypothyroidic function, which would elevate your blood pressure, cause you to start putting on weight, things like that.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And well, that brings us back to Selena. So Selena, honey, You still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yes. So I just wanted you to kind of take up the torch again and take us in whatever direction you feel you'd like to go.
Well, I can ask questions like, did you, like JMO or Derek, that did you ever ask your physician, doctor, that what causes cancer? Like, how does it happen? And then if you do, they will say like, oh well, it's a luck, bad luck or something, or there is no answer for it when
there actually is an answer for cancer. There are some people who have more of a genetic tendency towards cancer, because if you had like family that had cancer, such as on my mother's side, there was a history of my as far as my mother's side, there's a history of colon cancer. So what happens is a lot of times cancer is caused by certain chemicals you put in your body. All of it's caused by chemicals you put in your body. Our food is shit. Our food is absolutely
that's
shit.
exactly what I said. It from the food, from surroundings, like we use like so many things, like household,
and the radiation doesn't help.
Yeah.
The World War II detonation of all those fucking bombs, and then the mini fallout and the mini fallouts that we did not hear about historically until now, such as I don't know. I was watching a show on that where there was an incident where something happened in Nevada, where there was actually fallout that was released that covered the LA area, and they never alerted anyone to it.
Yes.
Because they tried to downplay it. So, the fact that we have assholes who decided let's just radiate the United States also helps in getting cancer. It helps considerably.
I won't be talking about it until the next time the anniversaries of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, the Trinity site explosion rolls around again, which means not till about, again, August of next year or a little before then. But the point was that when the Trinity site bomb was blown, all the babies in area were aborted. They were born stillborn. It was something that was a child sacrifice en masse that no one ever speaks of. So again, that'll be up there for next year when I'll be speaking of such things. But it's one of those aspects of the Manhattan Project, one of the satanic aspects or the anti-godly aspects that no one ever addresses. So, by all means, aside from health, however, honey, there must be something else that that comes to mind. After all, like you said, you were speaking of many things to do with work. There's other things aside from the health issues that you confront with these clients, yes?
Yes, well, health issues are like, there's this client that she has cancer. She out of nowhere, she called me like, oh well, you know what, I have a family situation, I will not be able to purchase, go through the purchase and all this. Oh my god, I'm like, here goes my commission. No, I didn't say that. I'm like, I was so upset and all this because these people, they drink, they smoke, they have long, years and years of alcohol use, unhealthy food. So why they will not get sick? And they don't understand the idea that, how people get sick and what caused them. So, they don't take care of their body. They don't do anything. So when you tell them that, if you just what you did, because body is something that, well, again, I'm going to health direction, healthy and unhealthy. So, yeah, so this is the thing that people don't want to accept, the fact that they have to change in order to be healthy. It's a whole different ball game. You have to do, so much. You have to have such a discipline of like eating habits, sleeping habit, your body, how you keep it healthy and happy, and body happiness, meaning like, you will have headaches and all this. How does it happen? And if you and people don't understand chance, but they will not do the right thing, rather take the loss of getting sick and end up in a hospital and end up being like sick, like with many diseases. So these are the people that what they share with others and their children, their relatives, they're all same way. I haven't seen any healthy person that I met in my world of business and work that most people are healthy, children are healthy, the juvenile diabetes, like how does this thing happen? And then their belief is that their parents had that, their grandparents had that, in the family, therefore kind of like belief system of like, okay, I will turn 30, 40, 50, 60, or I will have this disease, my father had it, or whoever had it. So if that's how the mindset goes, and then what someone can expect but get sick and die young, people do die. I had one of my client also died. So I'm in a very unhealthy environment with people. All they have sickness, everywhere, sickness. So yeah, I mean, how like I don't know how to solve their sickness. Then what they want to do, buy home or sell home, that I do their problem. But like Douglas mentioned, that people are just take care of their homes and wealth and money and all this, but they're in a hospital, heart disease or cancer. These are the major sickness that people have everywhere in the world. So yeah, so I don't know how to like understand this thing, but
I think you nailed it when you stated that they don't have discipline. That's one thing, and the other problem is you can have everyone in your family could have cancer except for you if you take care of yourself and make the right choices.
Yeah,
but we can't leave out the fact that our environment is in America is toxic.
Extremely toxic. Yes, totally.
You have carcinogenic chemicals in your drinking water. This is why I've only been drinking bottled water, and it's ran me damn near broke drinking bottled water every day. So I got to go back.
Yeah, but if you drink water from no, Jamie, most people don't know and they don't want to do that. If you drink water, alkaline your water with lemon juice, just drop of lemon juice, you can drink any water, and put it takes away that toxicity.
No, it doesn't. You actually need a carbon filter. You need some kind of filter. You need some kind of filter that either separates the particles out of it from hydrolysis. Because even if you put like something like lemon and baking soda in your water, you're not going to get rid of the PFAs, which are a byproduct of the plastic industry. You're not going to, because some of those particles are so small, they're so nanoscopic that they get to the drinking water from the pipelines and shit. They're able to go through fucking pipes to get into your water, So that shows how tiny these particles are.
They're microscopic. They're there,
so the
but
the way you can get rid of those chemicals is really by having some kind of filtration system, or by getting water that's not made in the U.S. Basically, I would drink anything that does not come from the United States, honestly, because if it's from the United States, I'm pretty sure it has shit that's going to kill me.
Well, everything in United States is made in China. So, like I have this Chinese client who would say, no, I'm just joking. No, like, the thing is that I have this Chinese client, this family I'm friends with. She would say, if you go to China, there are homes, they grow vegetables, so they will have two types of vegetable. One is like carrots and cabbage and all these things. These are all fake. I don't know anyone has seen this thing on YouTube, that how they make fake cabbages and vegetables, carrots and eggs and all these things. But and then they will have also the real ones. So when people visit them, they will serve them the fake ones. So I don't know if it's true story. She was just joking. But the thing is that, food is so poisonous everywhere. It's not just USA. Most of the country, these days everything is in a hybrid. It's a GMO food everywhere. So where do you find? There's no place that you go and find something unless you grow your own, fruits and vegetables, which is not possible. So we have no choice. So you do your best. You try not to eat since you don't have any choice. You say, oh, you have to buy filter and all this thing and other measures to have water as fresh possible. But the thing is that you just do your best, whatever you can. A lot of people, they cannot afford to buy these things, so you just buy lemon and then put lemon juice. It helps do something rather than you said you are drinking bottled water. You shouldn't drink bottled water because bottled waters are really not good stuff.
With bottled water, you're still getting the chemicals from the plastic.
Yeah, you're getting from the plastic.
But let me add this though. You're probably not getting as much of the cobalt and heavy metals that you would get from municipal drinking water.
Right.
Whereas, because if I were to pour a glass of water from my kitchen sink, I'm getting way more heavy toxic metals and things like that than I would get if I buy a bottle of Evian or something, Because I don't know, and I don't know what the French are doing with their water. I don't know what Iceland does with its water, but I know that it's got to be a hell of a lot better than what the United States does with its water. So I'll take my chances.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So that's the reason I stopped, going out, eat, dine out, go to, I stopped doing that for 2-3 years, and I'm healthy. So that's how you understand that, okay, you stop doing this thing, stop eating unhealthy food, so that makes your health better. So continue doing that. There are ways people can be healthy if they wanted to, but it's the food addiction. If unhealthy food tastes good, and people like alcohol, so do you think all this fast food restaurant anywhere, they will shut down? No. Who are the people go there? How they run their business? People like you and me. I meant like us, all of us. We go eat unhealthy food, get sick, but we don't know what makes us sick, and then so sick that you almost you get cancer or any other diseases. And so it's all up to each and every individual that how you want to be healthy. If you want to be healthy, then there are ways to do it, and you can it works for me. I eat literally extremely healthy food. There's no compromise. I go to places, people offer me food. Day before yesterday, I was at a open house. So there's this Chinese family in a neighborhood. So he comes up to me and he's telling me I do business with a lot of Chinese people. They love me. I love them. So this man, he comes to me. He said, "Listen, can you help me?" I said, "Okay, what do you need? I will do anything." So he goes "Can you come show me something?" I went to his house. The house was I was doing the open house. Behind that house, his house. So I went around and excuse me. So he showed me that he wants to put a fence on his property, and somebody told him something else. I said, "Look, don't listen to anybody. Here's my card. If anybody tells me anything, just call me." So I'm like a bully, say the right thing. I don't bully to hurt people, but I tell them the real thing, real information. So now I go to his house, and from back here his son comes out. So his adult son, and he lives with it's a family. So. And his son didn't like the idea what I told him. He's scared. He wants to, go by the book and do all this thing. And then, so then later on, he comes up to me, not the son, the man who first came to me, and he said, "Oh, you're so nice." He brought me one Pepsi, bottle of water, and some cookies. So I was like, oh my God. Then he was so nice to me. So I gave him a hug. I said, "You didn't have to bring any of these things." And then later on, I just, throw it in the garbage because I don't eat those things. So everywhere I go, friend's house, I'll not just eat it. People get so offended by me because they think sometimes that, I'm I make them feel inferior or something, but they don't understand that it's nothing personal, because my body and my mind is my biggest wealth. Therefore, with that, I do perform everything and all this, and so there is no compromise. I'll not eat anything that everything has chemicals, sugar in it. I'll not eat it. I eat like, I don't, my, it takes time. No one should like suddenly just going to like overnight change everything. You gradually do it. Trust me. Human body, our body is so strong that if you keep it healthy, it protects it. Everything works fine. You'll never get sick. I tell people, claim literally that I will just die naturally. That we all have to die one day. There's no denying. However, I will never get sick, and it's just people think I'm arrogant, but I feel that. I have that sense is that it just tells me that I will never get sick, because the way I maintain everything, not just food, body, mind, everything. So I practice this thing over like period of like 5-6 years. So if I can do this, if anyone does this thing, what I do, in a different way, in their own way, so they will be healthy. They will remain healthy.
Could you differentiate, because you talk about the addiction to food as if food is almost like a drug, which it can be, and you bring
it
up
is.
Right, and you bring up, of course, that you lead your life quite differently, and so what could you differentiate, say for instance, someone who's starving themselves like with anorexia, bulimia, and what you do? Because essentially most people would look at you and say, well, you don't eat.
right. Kind of like, look, how did I learn this? Because I wanted to learn, because I was extremely unhealthy. I had like, I didn't feel good. I was like, I used to drink a lot. I used tremendous amount of street drugs that I took period of 4-5 years. Yeah. So all
man, if only I knew you then.
What I didn't try, I tried everything, like in the name of entertainment. Like I'll go to like with friends, like it's all with friends. It's the vibe that like we will be like middle of the night, like we'll go to like certain places, like in New York University area. So one incident, like we were there, and all you have to just go there. So we go there, a bunch of friends and stuff. So I just looked at this guy. He's a black, African American guy. He's very nice. I just looked at him. He came up to me. What do you need? I said, what do you got? So he's like, okay, so we're gonna get whatever the stuff might be like. So it was cocaine, crack cocaine. So I gave him $100. He said, here's my cell phone. Wait here. I'll write back like 15-20 minutes. So he takes the money, he ran off, and then turns out that he stole that cell phone that he left it with us, was stolen cell phone. So he never came back, but it was just part of the story. But, money's gone, like, we're all like, trying to putting together some money, and then we got our stuff, and then, went through the night and did whatever it is. And then that's what I did for a long period of time. And out like every night we will be out and partying, night clubs, one place to another. There were times like we like with friends that we were there, suddenly like we decided, me and my partner at the time, so we're like, you know what, let's go to DC, Washington DC. We just left, vanished. So those friends were like, where did you just guys go? We thought you guys died. So next thing you know, we are in Washington, D.C. Like, oh my God. So I have so many stories like that, and so many times that I was overdosed, and, through ambulance, that I was in, emergency. I don't know, I didn't die. So after doing all these things, even in San Francisco, Sacramento, Reno, Nevada, these are the places that I ended up in hospitals, overdosed. So not just in my town, everywhere I went. I remember one time, it was 9/11 incident. Thereafter, we were so upset, and then all this. So kind of like, where do we go? So we're going to go to Hawaii. And then what I did, oh my God, we were going to take some pills, because Hawaii, and we were like, oh, we're not gonna have anything in Hawaii. So what we did, we carried like 15, 20 pills. Those are like, ecstasy, so put it in the mouth, and it just, how funny can that be? So, through the airport and all this, so we go there, and then, just partying, so after doing so many years of drug abuse, so then I realized that how unhealthy I was, and then I was about to die or something. So one day I just realized I'm not going to do anything. Stop drinking, stop going out, stop doing drugs, because these are sort of addiction too. It's not just just the addiction of like going out like groupies, pretty much. It just had the little financial stability, so we just spent it all in this stupid entertainment. So, and then suddenly I'm like, I'm just not gonna do any of these things, see what happens. Hopefully I will be healthy and all this. So I stopped it one day, and one morning, like I was like so sad and so upset. I was not feeling well, and I so I just decided I'm not going to do any of this thing. And that's it. I stopped it. And then thereafter, started to learn, food, that what makes people healthy, listening to all these, doctors that, make sense, that I resonate with what they, talk about. I would listen to them hours after hours. Those are the time I also listen to you, Douglas. Those are the days, like I would listen to you. And I didn't know you, but and then I would listen to doctors. I got a lot of information from you as well. So and then about your life. You spoke of your life so openly. Like if he. So I'm like, oh my God, is that how he lives and all this? So probably. I can be like him. He's so good. He talks about any subject and all these. So a lot of influence. So from a distance, so someone unknown, so unknown, and all this. So I learned a lot of things from you, and I would listen so many things and all this. So that's how I changed myself. It's not overnight. It took me like as many years. What I did. It took me also that many years to come to a level of like being healthy and all this. And then thereafter, I just started maintaining, and up to now. So that's how I, that you can reverse so many things if you wanted to. And there are ways to do it. All you have to have the mindset, like what you want to do. It's just like any other thing. If you want to make money and want to become wealthy, you just focus on that and master that, how you do it. And there's a way to do it. You're not going to be overnight wealthy. It's a process. You go into it, you understand, and you apply. It just works. It worked for me. That it's not that I'm wealthy, but I learned how to make money. Do I want money? That's all I want in my life? No, I don't think so. There's so many things that I also do. That I'm planning to do as well. Becoming healthy, it's the mindset. Becoming unhealthy, also the mindset. You just don't care. You just do all the bad thing, wrong things. So it's just the same concept. Like if you want to be healthy, you can do it. You have to isolate yourself from so many things. I wouldn't say anything that like nothing wrong watching TV and all this, but you have so much like you will waste so much time watching TV, because everything is fake on TV. You don't learn really anything. It's just pure entertainment, like pleasure seeking thing. Like there are people, they like love stories that men and women are in love and you lived happily ever after. So that's what they watch. That's what they talk about. That's what they share. There are people that are compulsive shoppers, like I was. I'll just buy stuff. I saw something, I'll just go buy it. That was my addiction too. Just because I had the money to do it, I just did everything bad to myself. That made me reach to a point that it made me realize that how I was abusing myself. So it's just a matter of choice, that anyone can make that kind of choice and then be healthy and be really happy. Like people eat food, they think like food addiction, everywhere is all like just temporary, pleasure. That's what we're addicted to. Like you will be wasting time hanging out with, talking to people that doesn't do any good to you, just gossiping. Nothing wrong with it, but so rather learn something or give your brain and body something that that's what your body and mind needs. That teach yourself something. So people don't want to do that. People become frustrated. People become depressed because of their thinking process, what they're taking in their head. Too many things in the mind, in our mind, that people kind of pinpoint that what is it that they need to do to make it life, make it better. Yet they complain. Most people complain. Like I have relatives, cousins, nieces and nephews and all this. I see all these people just complaining that, if you want to make money and wealthy, then learn how to do it. If you want to be a philanthropist and go help people, learn how to do that. So anything that you have to know how to do it. We all know how to do wrong thing to ourselves. We enjoy doing these things. So it's just hard to pinpoint what is right, what is wrong, but you have to know yourself, what makes your life better. So that's how, I changed myself.
Yes. That's wonderful. Thank you, honey. That was beautiful. I really appreciate that, and thank you for being so courageous, for sharing.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
people.
Yeah, I'm glad I provided you a kind of example for that in terms of talking about that kind of self-destructive behavior. And
I do, because I had so many friends that few friends, they died literally from overdose. So I shared this thing not because that, what I did. It's more about like people that who has this kind of habits, substance use habits that. So I share this thing just for people to learn that, I changed myself. Why don't you change yourself? And if you want to make your life better, you don't have to have so much money to have a nice life. You can have everything with limitations. Life will be still beautiful. So yeah, that's why I share.
Yes.
If it helps people.
Yes. And so, well, definitely, I'm hoping that that the gentleman can help us carry a little while longer. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go mute and take a small break. I'll be back in myself. I'm leaving the roundtable to speak for me, and I'll be back. When I come back, I'm going to start monologuing. So I just want to take a little bit of a break right now, because honestly, I spent a good deal of the time so far really feeling like I had to puke because I was quite active throughout the day in the heat. I was out there in the heat, and I was also dealing with a lot of stuff at home in terms of certain challenges that we had with some plumbing, which forced me to use a lot of corrosive, shall we say, chemicals in dealing with the plumbing. And so it's just I've been exposed.
Did you wear a mask?
It doesn't. I was in home and I didn't do that, but I wore a mask outside. Well, there's no point when you're at home. It just makes it worse. It's one of those things that. Oh God, what can I say? How could I say this? I'm at the point now where I really do agree with Donald Trump that we've got to get the goddamn government out of our fucking plumbing. The California regulations for safety mechanisms when it comes to flush toilets has created toilets that don't really fucking flush. And so when I had to deal with the issue using corrosive chemicals, then of course the chemicals are of course I know what not to do, and I could make jokes about this that are could go on and on about bleach and what happens when you mix bleach and alcohol, which of course I did not do, but it's something my landlady almost did. And I had to talk to her about why we don't do such things. And honestly, it's amazing what I run into. And just so people understand, when you mix something like alcohol and bleach, it produces chlorine gas. It actually produces chloroform. And so this actually knocks people unconscious. And the chlorine gas is when you're mixing the bleach and other elements inside of the toilet, like toilet cleaners of various sorts, and people do this without thought, and they create.
So you were doing this thing yourself. Your homeowner supposed to do that.
Oh,
why?
The problem was that she was going to mix things like hydrogen peroxide and some other elements with it, which would have resulted in, I had to give her a chemistry lesson in chloroform with the rubbing alcohol with the hydrogen peroxide or some of these other elements, the toilet cleaner. It would have resulted in literally chlorine gas, which is like a battlefield chemical agent. In other words, it's a weapon of mass destruction. So
and you were breathing all day.
Well, I wasn't, because I prevented her from doing that, but the bleach alone was enough. The bleach is bad enough.
Oh my God.
But when you mix it with these other things, the chlorine gas, just so people understand this, is heavier than air. And the only way to get it out of your lungs, once it gets into your lungs, is to stand on your head so you can literally cough it up by regurgitating. That's the only way to get it out of your lungs, because it's heavier than air, and therefore the gravity keeps it in your lungs. This is why it's such a deadly chemical weapon. Anyhow, I prevented it from going full-blown catastrophe, but it's one of these things that was bad enough on its own. Then I had to go out and deal with purchasing a bunch of shit outside in the open air, and that took me out into the smoke where I was wearing a mask. But, anyhow, after all that activity and the smell of the bleach and everything else, I just...
was it a happy ending at the end? Everything worked out? Toilet is fine and plumbing, everything's okay now?
Oh, yeah, as well as it can be.
Fixed
Thank you for asking. I wouldn't say it's fixed yet, but it's on its way there. It's on its way towards getting fixed. Thank you for asking. So, it's going towards that, what hopefully will be a happy ending. I'll keep you updated. But definitely, even speaking about it is something I guess I feel better now to speak of it, but literally just now stabilizing. All the while everyone was talking, I was just sitting back and trying to prevent myself from puking. And, so
here's what I have to say. Next time, if you have situation like this, hopefully never, but if it does, then make sure you wear a mask.
Yes, honey.
My request.
Yes, honey. I should have. That is true. I should have, yes. And the worst of it all is you just got to let the chemicals do their work. So I just had to, try and go to sleep. But really, it pervades a great part of the crypt, so to speak. And it just, with that, it just kind of gets into your head and gives you a headache, that sort of thing. Now, of course, this was nothing that would be a long-term health issue. Long-term health issues come with bleach with people who are working with it regularly, which would be custodians and nurses. And bleach can shorten your lifespan and lead to COPD, or the chronic pulmonary disorders that lead to shortness of breath. So everybody do be careful with this, and do go easy on the bleach when you're cleaning your homes. You just don't need to use it that often. There are organic alternatives. Look them up, and don't use bleach whenever you can help it. This was something I simply did because we had to go industrial. But aside from that, we turn back now towards the round table. I'll be back in about, towards the top of the hour. It's 6:37 p.m. right now, so we've got about 20 minutes to the top of the hour. I'm talking California time, of course. Everybody else is on Atlantic Seaboard or Central Time. And I'm going to leave the round table to cover for me. Derek, you're still with us, right? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And your sound quality is much better.
Derek, share something interesting happened in your town, like some funny stuff, like, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I just shared the carjacking that happened in the town. So, other than that, I got some news stories. So none of them are from my town.
Yeah, it's anything, something interesting, whatever.
Okay, well, I posted a story that I didn't even get a chance to look at or read yet, but it's from ABC News. It's a reliable source. It says Details emerge after woman found alive in body bag at funeral home. So.
Oh my goodness.
To Halloween. So details emerge after woman found alive in body bag at funeral home. A 20-year-old Michigan woman who was declared dead by paramedics and placed in a body bag for nearly 3 hours was discovered alive when a funeral home employee unzipped the bag and found her staring at him. A lawyer for the woman's family said, Tamisha, I don't know how to say her last name, Tamisha Beauchamp was born with cerebral palsy and is in critical condition on a respirator at St. Grace Hospital in Detroit, her family's lawyer Godfrey Figger said during a Zoom news conference. So she has cerebral palsy, and she was declared dead and put in a body bag and sent to the funeral home, and then the funeral guy opened up the bag, I guess to do whatever they do, embalm the body or whatever, get it prepped for the funeral. And when he opened up the body bag, she was there staring at him like, "Hi, how are you?" I'm sure. So
just like movies.
Yeah, it's when the body bag.
It's sad, but it's such a funny way that that she was staring at the paramedic. Funeral home attendant.
Chills up my spine. Yeah.
Wow.
I had chills up my spine.
God bless.
Yeah. Well, I had chills up my spine because where I deliver liquid oxygen to hospitals, and usually the liquid oxygen tank is in the back where the receiving area is, where they receive a lot of shipments. Well, also in the receiving area is where the funeral homes come to pick up the dead bodies of those that die in the hospital. And there's been a couple of times to where, I'm delivering liquid oxygen and a hearse backs up to the dock, or the hearse comes back up, to where my truck is at.
Right.
And they're rolling out a dead body, and I'm always wondering what's happening with the person, or how did they die, or who they were.
Yeah, one time you mentioned something a few months ago that it was an accident. I couldn't find that episode. Remember that one of the guy or trucker was his hand was like it was spilling, or something happened, and he died from it because the liquid what is that liquid? What? Nitrogen.
I was talking about the liquid nitrogen.
Right,
yes.
right. Can you please share that? It was so sad.
Yeah, this actually happened back in 2004 or 2003. This is when I first got into the cryogenics business, and this was enough to almost scare me out of it. Like, hell, I'll just go drive a food truck and haul spaghetti sauce or something. This liquid nitrogen and oxygen, it seems like a lot of shit. If you forget something, you could die, on this route. But we had a guy who went to go fill a tank, and one mistake he made was he didn't check the pressure of the tank before he started filling it, and the tank had ran out, and after it ran out, it then became up to room temperature. But the nitrogen is 327 degrees below zero. So if you put liquid nitrogen on anything that's room temperature, it's going to turn brittle. One demonstration that they show you when you first get into the cryogenics business is they take those little rubber balls. You know how you go small and you put 2 quarters in that turning machine that looks the same machine they use for the bubble gum. They got the little rubber bouncy balls, and you can get the little bouncy balls out the machine, and you bounce them, and they bounce real high. They'll bounce up to the ceiling. So they'll take one of those little bouncy balls and bounce it, and then it'll bounce around the room. It'll hit the ceiling and bounce, and they'll catch the ball. After it bounces a couple of times, they'll find the ball.
It's like tennis. It's like tennis ball, right? Like jumping.
No, not. It's the real small ones. It's almost like gumball size.
Okay.
Yeah. So then they'll take that same ball after you've seen it bounce, and then they'll put liquid nitrogen in a jar, and then they'll put on some welding gloves, which we have to wear when we handle the liquid nitrogen, and pick up a set of tongs, take that ball, sit it inside the liquid nitrogen for like 1 second. Then they'll take that ball back out with a pair of tongs, and then with the welding gloves on, they'll put that ball in their hand and then slam it again like how they did when they bounced it, and it'll shatter like glass. And it'll go, preesh, a splash all over the place. It'll just shatter just like glass. Sounds like someone took a piece of glass out your cabinet and just slammed it on the ground. So that's all that was bouncing before. Just 1 second in liquid nitrogen, it all of a sudden shattered. Well, that's what happened to this tank. When the guy was filling the tank, and it was a small tank, he was filling the tank, and the tank filled up so far, and then it just split. It just cracked open. And when he was right there, once it cracked open, you're done. Because he tried to run, and like once you try to run and liquid nitrogen's on the ground, your feet stick to the ground. And if you're running and your feet are all of a sudden stuck to the ground and you're falling forward, what do? You put your hands out to catch yourself from falling, from your face hitting the ground. And so he ended up losing his feet and his hands. And the truck kept unloading well past the time the tank would have been full. So his truck put out 7,000 gallons of that liquid nitrogen, and it was only probably like a 3,000 gallon tank. So, nobody found him till the next morning, but because it was like an isolated area. And by the time they found him, not only did he lose his feet and his hands, and he had frost burns all over his body, he was breathing in pure liquid nitrogen. So he had some brain damage because he wasn't getting oxygen to the brain. And so that was one of the
sad.
I thought Selena asked Derek to talk about something funny. Is this?
No, I didn't mean that way. Like, just bring up anything. And I also asked him to bring that up because I wanted to know, not gain from him, like what happened. Yeah,
about the incident that I had brought up a couple of months ago about one of our horror stories of the cryogenics business. But yeah, the cryogenics business, it's very easy, but it's very cheap.
What is cryogenic business? If you want to share, so people who doesn't know that, the listeners.
Just compressed gas. I mean, even propane is considered cryogenics, but I handle liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, liquid argon, and then I also just recently became CO2 trained, which is a whole different animal.
Wow.
CO2 is another that has a whole different set of horror stories connected to it. If the pressure becomes too low, the whole tractor trailer will just snap in half like a candy cane.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah. So when the pressure gets too low, the CO2 becomes solid. So you got to keep it at a certain pressure. And see, that's really kind of CO2. I'm trained on it, but still kind of out of my comfort zone because I've only done like a week at a time, a week or two. They'll send me down to Alabama, and I know the basics on it. But I want to do some more training on it because you get some good miles. Because with oxygen, nitrogen, argon, you can put up those plants anywhere because you can just pull it out of the air. Our air is like 70-something% nitrogen, like 17% oxygen. Forget the breakdown of it. But anywhere on the planet, feel like putting a plant to do nitrogen, as long as you have a good relationship with the electric company that's in that area that's supplying the electricity, you can set up a cryogenics that's doing liquid nitrogen, the basic air gases. But if you want to do CO2 is usually a byproduct of something else. So we have a fertilizer plant that actually makes fertilizer for the farmers, and the CO2 that we get down there in Alabama is actually a byproduct of the fertilizer. And so that's what we put in our pop. Coca-Cola, the Pepsi, the
Delightful.
beer. Yeah, to make it. So this CO2, which down there in Cherokee, Alabama, the CO2 that they make is actually the purest CO2 in the country, but it's a byproduct of poison nitrogen that they use to fertilize for the fertilizer for the farmers, the industrial
Delightful.
fertilizer.
Oh, that ought to give Selena and Jameson Reese much more to bitch about when it comes to food and various other additives. Oh my God. So go on.
So Derek, like, you work for a trucking company that, or you work for the company that you
I work for the cryogenics company. So it's an actual cryogenics company that has trucks. So it's more than just a trucking company, because I also have to be a field tech. I have to read gauges. I actually have to load my truck. I have to know how the plant works and how how the product is made. And
so is it something that you have to be licensed to do that, or it just you take classes, or just to know how?
Yeah, he's licensed already.
I have no idea.
Yeah, he's licensed.
But to drive the truck, I have to have the license. But in order to haul the cryogenics, they want you trained for months.
Yes.
Yeah, we have our own training system. To where we learn all about each product, and then they give you some basic training, and then after they give you basic training, wherever it is you're going to work, you have to go work there for another month or so of riding with other drivers, and then we even have a month to where we're not driving, we're just in the field tech, loading other people's trucks, learning how to load the trucks, learning how the plant works, and learning how to work the computer, getting our names and everything into the computers, making sure. So you have to basically, there's times where I'm by myself. It's a 24-hour job. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if anything goes wrong with anything at the plant and I'm the only one there, I have to know how to troubleshoot it. And then, I have a number that I could call where they could talk me through any malfunctions at the plant. But you have to know all the language. You have to know how everything's run so that you can help troubleshoot it, or.
Was there any incident, like in your career, that bad accident that number of people died from it? Like,
well, the company. Well, I don't know if you've ever heard of Union Carbide.
Oh yeah.
Union Carbide killed 5,000 people in India.
Yes. Oh. Incredible.
They killed 5,000. It was a cloud of cyanide in the air. Now, Union Carbide actually, after that, broke up into two different companies. And guess what 2 different companies they broke up to?
What? Which ones?
The company that I worked for in Chicago called Praxair. And then when I left Praxair to go to Linde, the other company was Linde.
Oh, my God.
So basically, I worked for both Union Carbide companies. They used to make stuff for the chambers there too in the Nazi Germany.
Yes, yes, the Zyklon B gas. Yes,
yeah, that was Farben, IG
Farben. Yes. God.
Yeah.
So is this considered like chemical company? Is that how would you are these chemical companies that provide raw material to different industry or whatnot? Is that what it is? Like, is a chemical company, that's what you call, or like what?
Yeah, we're a chemical company. We provide the raw product to everything from hospitals to welders, car companies, food companies. We even make the actual the nitrogen stuff to freeze everything on the spot for the food companies. So like I have Purdue Chicken as one of my customers, and you go on one side of the plant, it smells so good because they're actually cooking chicken for Burger King, Dairy Queen, and Wendy's. So when you go to Wendy's, they're cooking those, and after they cook them, they immediately freeze them. I mean, they freeze the smoke and everything. It could be smoking hot, and then they'll immediately dip them in the liquid nitrogen and make them frozen. So then when you go and you order it at Wendy's, they put it in the microwave, and theoretically, it's just as fresh as it was when it's just as fresh as it was when it was right before it was frozen.
Right.
Wow, thank you, J-Mo. He put some information in.
Yeah, Jameson was telling us about.
Know that.
Yeah, if you could read what Jameson was saying for us, so people can hear what he said.
Yeah, I could go into it, but there was an incident in India where what Union Carbide did was, instead of what they did is they got rid of the guy who was working, who was hired from America, who was overseeing the safety protocols, and replaced him with a guy who was Indian, who was just like, I don't give a fuck, do whatever. And so what happened was they had an incident where one of their chemicals was not supposed to be mixed with water. Yeah. And what they did was they wound up, to try to cool the tanks and whatnot because of some kind of structural problem, they used water. This resulted in the chemical getting loose into the air and contaminating nearby villages, which thousands were contaminated, hundreds were killed, and you have people were blinded, and we have generations of birth defects that happen as a result.
Yeah.
And of course, they only had to pay a very, very tiny amount.
Comparatively speaking, yes.
Yeah, like the equivalent of $300 or some shit.
Right, and to give people some perspective on this, just to show you the international response, I think this is the most telling aspect of this human catastrophe. When that Bhopal Indian catastrophe went down, which has got to be one of the largest chemical accidents in human history, it basically everyone in the world who could responded. The Europeans sent waves of medical teams to provide humanitarian support. And you could probably look up which countries sent which medical teams. You can see who sent what, and I'm sure that many people responded who were like even their neighbors in Pakistan, who are normally at war with the Asian Indians, yet still, whenever disasters like this happen, even these people who have fought each other in 6 different wars, the largest tank battles in history outside of World War II, will turn towards helping each other. It's human nature to do at least that. The Americans responded by sending teams of attorneys. It was just it was so, how could you say it? If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. If I remember correctly, I don't believe, and people can correct me if I'm wrong on this, I don't believe the Americans sent any humanitarian aid of any note whatsoever.
You're correct. They didn't send any aid.
Yeah.
I probably mission of
who owned the company? What is their name? Union
Carbide.
Which country? Like who owned this company? It's an American company or European?
It changed their name.
It's a chemical company. I think, I don't know who they're under.
American. It's American.
It's American. It's American.
Yeah, 100% American.
I said all they did was change their name, and they split up into 2 different companies, and I worked for both those companies. So basically,
they broke up into subsidiaries, but at the time when the Bhopal incident happened, they were headquartered in Queens, New York.
Yeah, Queens, New York, of course.
Really?
Still up there. I forget the name of that town, but it's next to Buffalo. It's next to Tonawanda, I think it is. Tonawanda, New York, next to Buffalo.
Yeah, upstate, yeah.
Of course, yeah. That's where all the chemical shit is. They just bury it in the ground and produce all the mutants that you see in the horror films. But in terms of our man Derek Talley, what he's confessing is that he works for a mass murderous company, that he's worked for both elements of yeah, by the way, I'm not being facetious. I mean, this is what Derek Talley's doing, and this is no condemnation of Derek Talley, but this brings us to the moral ambiguity of the real world. When people condemn, say, for instance, I was only following orders, or various kinds of defenses that were used at Nuremberg, Derek Talley is basically in that position where he's working for a felonious corporation, where as corporations are treated as entities, what happens is that many times corporations will change their names to avoid lawsuits. This is what the mercenary corporation Blackwater did several times in a row to evade international war crimes tribunals, or charges of international crimes against humanity. They changed their name first from Blackwater to Xenon was one of the names they changed to, which everybody thought was a fucking Chinese company. They thought they were brought out by the Chinese, and they thought that it was Xingnan or some kind of Chinese name. No, it was an element. It was literally spelled XE, like the element on the elemental table, xenon, and that was how they would confuse people into thinking they had been bought out by the Chinese, when anybody who was familiar with the table of elements would know that it was spelled XE and pronounced as Xenon. This was how obtuse they would play the game. Now they're Academy with the name spelled with an I instead of a Y at the end. So with Shell Oil had changed into several different company names. Kellogg Brown and Root was infamous for crimes in Iraq, and then changed their name to simply KBR, to an initial. It's kind of like KFC, which used to be Kentucky Fried Chicken. Everybody thinks it's an acronym for Kentucky Fried Chicken, but if you look at the documents, KFC is not an acronym for Kentucky Fried Chicken. They literally changed their name to KFC so that it would be disaffiliated with Kentucky Fried Chicken. Of course, the urban legend behind that was so that everybody would avoid suing them over the six-legged chickens. Since everybody wants drumsticks, then they were breeding chickens that had 6 legs. That was the urban legend behind that. And now, whether that's true or not, well, I've never found out myself. But
I found out that was sort of true. They were really using mutated-ass chickens to, like, sort of use a faster process. Instead of killing extra chickens, you just breed one with 6 legs, and I don't know.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
They were like putting the chickens in cages and spray painting them and beating them and all kinds of shit. You know how those guys do when they're farmers. They're just like, they're fucking the animals. They're beating them. They're like treating them like the way they treat their wives and shit. And kids. And they probably do the same thing to them.
Well, it's true, JMO. What you're saying is true. Did you see this movie Food Inc.?
It sounds familiar.
Okay.
It's the reason. One of the reasons why Selena doesn't eat. Yeah, go on. Go on.
I'm anti-food. I'm only into natural food. Like I eat what is it? That mung beans sprout that I make it at home. Just soak the beans, and next day you take it out, and then you just keep it, hydrate them for 4 or 5 days. And it's amazing the protein that you get from it. Just tastes so good. But most people will not eat it because they look for taste. So if you are, slave to your tongue and, taste and all this, then you'll get sick. Because there is nothing in this world that, that food that out there is that healthy. Nothing is healthy.
You're right. And, my black vice has been energy drinks. And, recently, now that I've reduced the amount of the dextromethorphan, I've been eating like candy, like the bad stuff, like candy, like, like the gummy worms and shit, the shit that will kill you in like a week.
Oh, wow.
That, I think, honestly, I'm addicted with whatever's deadly. I'm addicted with whatever's fatal to me. I'm just going to call it now.
Wow.
I don't know why.
Well, thank you.
So I'm sure you want to be addicted to these things, so that's what you do. I mean,
no, not really. I can tell. I've told people this time and time again. addiction is hell. What makes the addict a bit different than the regular person is the regular person has to fight. They have to use their minds to fight their bodies. So it's because the regular person doesn't want to work out. He's going to fight his mind and push himself. Now, when you're an addict, everything works the opposite. It's like your body wants to walk miles and miles and miles, but your mind doesn't. So in order to get your mind in a state where it works with your body and with what your body wants, you have to be stoned. So you get stoned and then you find yourself walking for like 5 and 6 miles like it's nothing. Whereas like a regular person, they couldn't do that. But the problem is, whereas a regular person has to build up a sort of will to tame their body, you literally have to tame your mind because your mind wants to do everything the opposite of what your body wants. So my mind wants to self-destruct. My mind wants me to not exist. My body wants to live. My body has like a survival instinct, but my mind is like suicidal. So it's like, fuck life. Life sucks. Fuck all this. My mind. So you see, it's completely different. And this is something that they don't tell people when they're talking about addiction. And this is the reason why, the treatment methods they have for addiction, such as AA, that teach people traditional, like spiritual practices, doesn't work. Everyone who goes to AA winds up getting addicted to sex and fucking each other and eating. And that's what they do. They fuck each other and eat. So now they're addicted to something else. That's what they don't tell people.
Yeah, that's how it goes, one addiction to another. But above all this, I would say that, psychotherapy, just talking, just sharing feelings and, thoughts and ideas and all these things. Yeah, but that is so hard to, no, I meant psychotherapy. So they don't do this thing. They, a psychiatrist, their job is to, write prescriptions so you can be more addicted to, psychedelic medicine, whatnot, temporary or quick fix. And it doesn't work. It's like, so psychotropic, right? So that's what happened because, I have seen people. So I mean, nothing works in this world unless you work for yourself to make it better. That's all it is. You cannot depend on anyone. Doctors, family members, whoever. You're pretty much alone. I mean, we all are, but if we want to be healthy and all this, it's a tremendous amount of work that most people alone cannot do it. But there is no one out there that can help, and that's why people are frustrated, people are depressed, people are resort to drugs and alcohol and all this thing, because no one to share that whatever it is that people are suffering from, and it's an emotional disturbance. It's so many things. So it's just a crazy world. Sometimes when you get puzzled by who do you go to and turn to and then look for help, or feel change yourself or something. It's just very difficult world. But then again, you have to live and you have to do your thing. If you want to make your life better, like Jamo is saying, your mind doesn't agree with your body and all this, because mind has different things. Like people go eat and involved in sex and all this thing. Yeah, they don't know any better, anything else that can make them feel better. So one addiction to another, and life destroys.
Well, there we are. The only other thing I wanted to say was that Derek Talley brought up working for cryogenics, which of course is also a completely different industry from what he's speaking of, which is hardcore chemicals. The cryogenics also references the science of freezing and sub-zero temperatures, and also the science of preserving people for reanimation at a later point in time. So I don't know how much of that Derek Talley may have dealt with in his life, but I doubt.
Well, you know what? There's some places out there that I don't know what I do now. When I was in Illinois, there was a company called Now I'm not trying to, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Okay, right. So I don't know what UOP does. I mean, I know some of what they do. They're a lab, but I thought it was. I'll just sum that one up by saying that there's a lot of high strangeness going on over there and I have no idea what they do.
Thank you.
In the places, So, but then there was a place I went to in Iowa, out in the middle of nowhere. I forget what their name was, so I can do full disclosure on this one.
Yes.
So this place was out in Iowa in the middle of nowhere, and it was a white building, and it was unmarked. There was no signs or anything of what the name of the company. It was just a big white giant building, and I knew I was there because it was the only thing that was there out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. So I went up and I told them, I'm here to, I spoke through the speaker in front of the closed gate with the security, and I told them I'm here to deliver liquid nitrogen. So the guy came out, and they opened the gate for me to get in, showed me where the tank was, and they said the security guard had to stand there with me while I unloaded. Now that doesn't usually happen. Right. Usually, that's
unusual.
Some places have a camera on you, but most places say, hey, it's your tank, your truck.
They don't give a shit. The idea of a security man standing next to you.
This security guard was out there laughing and joking with me. Hey, did you hear the one about this and this and that? And he was just like laughing and joking and good. And so he was just having a good old time with me, right? Yeah. So I said, I was halfway unloaded, and then finally I said, so hey, what do you guys do here? And when I said that, a glaze just came over his eyes, and he said, I can't tell you. And then he had a real disturbed look on his face at that point. And I thought he was joking at first, but then it was complete silence for the next 20 minutes.
That's incredible.
It was like, after he said, I can't tell you, and that his eyes just glazed over, and he just was like looking at me like very disturbed, like I stole something. So I said, this is creepy. I can't wait to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I really thank you for that. Now that's incredible. Now I deeply appreciate that because, of course, as someone who's worked in the security industry myself, I can verify exactly what our man Derek Talley is saying. It's highly unusual for a security enforcement agent to kind of just bodily present himself next to the man who's unloading supplies. There is always the element, of course, of simply loneliness, that the man may not have had anyone to talk to at all during his shifts, so that it might have been just exciting to have someone there to talk to, and he could have just been doing that. But I get the feeling, as Derek probably would agree, that this was kind of like he had to do this as well, but he was also excited to have someone to talk to and was just taking advantage of that. But then the moment that Derek brought that subject up, then his comportment just changed completely. So that's and it verifies so much of what I was saying about the cryogenics industry. So there's that element of it that Derek Talley has gotten that glimpse of. And
question.
You know what? I can't understand why some of these people who want to be preserved for later are only freezing their head. Maybe it's
cheaper. It's cheaper.
Could I ask the question? Is there any possibility that they might have been also doing some sort of like, what's that guy's name? Phil Schneider like shit? Maybe they have like people who don't want to be frozen being frozen, or some kind of other shit going on.
That's always possible.
I don't know. Yeah. You know what? I was out when this after 9/11 and the airplane security got so out of hand to where they were like sticking their fingers down babies' diapers and filling up 4-year-olds and stuff. I said, this is out of hand, and these TSA agents I said, next thing you know, instead of just checking everybody before they get in the plane, they're just going to cryogenically freeze everybody and roll them onto the flight and stick their ticket up the glass, you know what I'm saying? And then just roll you off the plane and unfreeze you when you get to your destination. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can hijack a plane when they're frozen cryogenically in their chamber until they get rolled off at their destination. So
Well, there you
Okay,
go.
folks, when that happens, you heard it here first.
Yes. Well, that would be actually ideal for space travel. I mean, space travel would essentially be that, is what they thought for many years. And it would just be freezing you till you get there because it would take that long. Whether or not it evolves in that direction remains to be seen, because we have yet to discover whether or not we're going to have faster than light travel. And if we don't, then something like that would be the recourse. But when it comes to the TSA, as I said before, what makes it also offensive is that, as I mentioned, there has never ever been a single case of a bomber that has been caught by TSA. They've all made it past TSA, and they've all been taken out by tax-paying citizens, just passengers. And so the whole thing is just what I call security theater. And that is what they've got going on now with COVID-19, and what I call hygiene theater, where I see ads on YouTube where you see these companies that other companies are hiring to come in and spray everything and bleach everything, and then put that little card that the room has been, sterilized. I mean, and they do this. They spend millions of dollars doing this to the subway systems at night in New York. I mean, none of this is necessary because the COVID-19 is not transferring effectively via surfaces. It's transferal via surfaces, we have found, is not efficient. So it's not even the issue at hand. So
it's being transferred by air, and even if you do all that stuff, there's nothing to stop them from getting rid. There's no way to get rid of the aerosols. Once someone who does have it and might not have any symptoms, and might walk right past the person scanning them. And it's funny, when I was going to the hospital, they asked people, they asked me, have you had a fever? Have you gone anywhere where you could have gotten sick? Were you exposed to anyone with COVID-19? I was like, no. And then they just let me in, So I'm like, okay, so that guy who was walking around, that weird old looking dude who's walking around with no mask on, who looked like he just came back from going fishing or some shit. They probably asked him the same damn shit. And the guy could be on his last leg from COVID-19. His lungs could be like full to 90% capacity with pneumonia. And, he's just walking around in the emergency room with no mask on. And I know that some of the people were taking off their mask and doing it deliberately to say, ha ha, asshole. They kind of have that mindset in Staten Island, so they're nasty enough to do that shit.
Right.
They really love doing that in restaurants and places that require you to wear a mask, where they'll take the mask off once they get inside, and they'll have it dangling off their ears, and they'll be like, aha, asshole. It's just they're nasty creatures out here. But
there are places though, like supermarket, restaurants, hospitals, and then in my business, real estate, that everybody has to wear a mask. It's a mandatory. If I complain, agent will be penalized if they bring people. They don't have this paper that's signed, must be signed. It's mandated by New York State that you have to. The people who don't want to wear a mask, probably like walking on the street or just I don't know where, but wherever I go, it's a must. We
also have to remember that they say you have to wear a mask, but they never explicitly stated you have to wear the mask correctly. So this is what I want people to let sink in. Yeah, you have to walk in with a mask on. You could put the mask on the top of your head and say, yeah, I'm Jewish. Okay, let me go. And they have to let you in because you're wearing a mask, who cares if it's on the top of your head?
You know what?
I don't think that's
they
something.
never said you have to wear it on your nose.
No.
I've seen those displays that show you different ways of wearing a mask, and it has a circle around it with a line through it saying not like this, and this is correct.
Okay, so I haven't seen that in New York, or in New York they just don't do it.
No, I haven't seen anyone about not wearing a mask or wearing it different way.
Bear in
people
mind,
do wear.
Yeah, Selena, of course, is working in Long Island, which is a higher class area, and this is where people.
There's no class in Staten Island. Staten Island has like the rejects. You know like those. Like the kind of Italian where they talk like Jersey Shore and shit. It has like the rejects from Brooklyn. Who just couldn't make it there, so they decided to go to Staten Island, and they just kind of congeal like this sort of festering cancerous mass.
Well, I when people ask me when I'm trying to describe to foreigners Manhattan Island, because there's no way to really describe Manhattan Island to foreigners who have never seen such an overdeveloped, technology isolated island, an island that can literally a blackout will turn it into a disaster zone. It's like something on life support. If you have a blackout in Manhattan Island, it's like taking a patient off life support. It's people start dying, and so I describe Manhattan Island to foreigners as basically it's a small island full of hostile warring tribes. That's how I describe it, and that's probably the best way to understand Manhattan Island. I mean, the warriors probably portrayed it best, and nothing has ever really beaten the dynamic of that in terms of
that hits home perfectly. And I remember being here during the blackout of 2003, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 2003. I was in Manhattan at that time.
Holy shit! She must have some stories to tell, Selena.
Listen, I'm everywhere. Any disastrous, situation, crisis situation in New York, I'm there. I was in Manhattan. So yeah, I was there. Just nothing unusual, just normal. I was, just hanging out.
Well, at least in Brooklyn, people in the town.
Not paying attention to anything, having fun.
Okay. Wow. Holy shit. That's cool. Thank you. And continue, Jameson, with what you were saying.
But what happened was like people were just going to town with like if you can lift it, people would take it because the businesses got wrecked, especially in Brooklyn, because I was mostly in Brooklyn around that time. I was hanging around Staten Island and Brooklyn around that time, and people were just looting like crazy. So I mean, I can imagine what else
looters
when the cameras were off. But you don't want to be here when the power's out. You don't want to be in New York City when the power's out.
Not normally, no. Selena seems
not in any circumstance. You don't want to be here.
That's what I would assume. Yes, I mean I would assume that. But Selena said she was having a good old time. She was one of the looters. That was it. Selena was. She was lifted.
Not, but
maybe not.
Maybe not, but yeah, it was like. It was not that bad though. Like people are outside, like they're, people just finished. It was like 4 in the afternoon, and we were there already. And I don't remember how I came home. Yeah, we came home, and then.
I like that part. I don't remember how we came home. Yeah.
No, which way? Like we drove. Like we have all different ways. Like Brooklyn Bridge, Queens Bridge, or the Manhattan, the other Manhattan Bridge, and then the other bridges. So I was like thinking, how did we came home? I meant like drove back home, which way? Because a lot of people, it was like everybody was on the street. How they're gonna go back home? Because train is not, subway is not functioning. Buses are not it's jam packed. So it was like a lot of people on the street, and suddenly like, but everything was okay at that moment. Probably at night. Situation were different, and people are looting and breaking up. That's different, but that very moment, yeah.
Oh well, the nights were actually quite nice because
you were there, JMO. You were there like at night.
I was at night. I was in Staten Island, but what was interesting was that I couldn't hear the hum of like the electricity, the generators, or anything. So it sounded really silent. And the good part was that when you looked outside, you could actually, for once in your life, see the fucking stars. Holy shit. It's like, you know, most people, I guess, if they're in states where they're not in, you know, the cities and whatnot, I guess to them looking up and seeing the stars is like a normal thing. But, you know, for a city slicker, you look up and you see the stars, it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? It's overwhelming.
Yeah, by the way, you can't see the stars because of what's called light pollution. Literally,
Yeah. Ordinarily though, most people won't be looking at the stars. If you're up at night and you're out in New York, you're most likely going to be looking at the city and looking to get into some trouble anyway. So you're not going to pay too much attention to the stars anyway.
Right. So I want to thank everyone for all of the time that they've taken. Take us to the bottom of the hour, and that'll just help me segue back in. Is, you know, honestly, just now beginning to feel somewhat capable of monologuing, and will carry on through the night as long as I can. But definitely everybody's helped give me time to stabilize, and you've all done a wonderful job. Thank you so much. Yeah, please keep going. Few more minutes. About 4 or 5 more minutes.
I have something here since we're talking about, you know, looking up at the skies. Well, there's a story here that says California wildfires emit record amounts of carbon dioxide as smoke reaches New York City. So New York City is actually having a blackout. It says the thick layer of smoke from the fire has crossed the continental U.S., graying out the New York skies.
Yes.
So California.
I'm definitely not going to be wearing the regular cloth mask anymore. I'm going to wear the big ass mask that covers the entire face from here on out.
Yes, and don't forget goggles, because shit gets in your eyes.
Well, the mask actually covers the eyes. It's one of those 3M masks for like chemical factories and shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it has like the filter on the side with the retainer that also blocks out particulates, so it stops COVID-19 as well. So I should be, you know, I might look funny to everybody else, but I've always looked funny to everyone else, so fuck them.
Well, there you go. I mean, honestly, you've got to take care of yourself, and yes, fuck them. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. I will be just alluding to that, of course, in Arc of Narrative tonight, where we're going to be covering such things as, of course, the fires and the coronavirus, and definitely want people to understand just the psychological implications of these in particular. And it'll probably take 2 episodes to really do it justice, 2 transmissions, that is. But definitely, is there anything else they say about that? The horrible amount of, smoke that is covering the continent.
Yeah, that it reaches for 5,000 miles. So it's it's way out to the Atlantic Ocean. All the smoke from the California fires is reaching out beyond the U.S. out to the Atlantic Ocean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, just terrifying.
Was there any rain, Douglas, in wherever the fire is in Sacramento, right? Is that the location?
No, there's actually fires around the entire West Coast now. It's no longer just California. There's Oregon, there's Nevada.
Oregon, Metro.
And it's spreading further west. So it's going to soon hit. You know, at some point, it's got to hit the the tornado alley states.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the only thing good that we could pull from it is that at least the Trump voting states won't have any polling places left.
Yes, there we are, and we can hope. So aside from that, we also have the situation where, oh darn, well, I guess I'll go into it. There's just a lot going on, and I'm trying to decide whether or not to go too much in debt into Hurricane Sally and just what it's been doing. But I guess some of you have been keeping track of that already.
Yes, it's the hurricanes. I was about to say Obama. Alabama got completely slammed. I suspect we actually have like 2 or 3 more hurricanes coming that are going to follow up as well. So the southern Atlantic coast is not done yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're done, but they're not. They're done, but they're not done. If well, you can kind of figure out what I mean there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, definitely.
Not trying to be funny, but they're literally done. You don't want to be down south right now on the East Coast. You don't want to. If you are, you're probably going to at some point want to move north.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so definitely appreciate your bringing that up. And with that, I'll start in about a minute the monologuing, and see how long I can carry it through the night. And definitely could never have done it without everyone here. The three of you have been wonderful. God bless the three of you. You're all my guardian angels in that sense. And by the way, Derek, I was just curious. Certainly, Brendan Zogit and Jameson Reese were talking about following up with Noreen Helphand. I can't remember whether you were going to contact her about anything specific. Was that arranged, or?
Oh, you know what? She had a lot of good information, but we never traded information with each other. We never traded our contact information with each other.
Okay. Well, let's try and make certain that happens next time, okay? That she's on with us, which she wasn't able to come on tonight because she had to take her mother someplace this evening. But hopefully she'll be on with us again soon, and then maybe you'll have an opportunity to do that. And with that, okay, I will now proceed to go into solicitation and then conduct transmission. That gives everyone kind of a forewarning for a bathroom break if they need it. But do come back. My solicitation will start now. But before I start, I do want everyone to say goodnight to our audience. But of course, all of you, hang out for as long as you feel comfortable doing so. I'm going to ask Jameson, of course, to hang out throughout the night if he possibly can. And that way he breaks me as the most reliable of my spellcasters, so to speak. He can provide me a spell when I need it. And as for the other people who work for a living, Selena and, Mr. Tally, they can nod off to sleep. But yes, all of you say a good night to our audience now.
All right, good night, everyone.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, good night, everyone. Be safe, and until next time. Good night, Derek. Good night, JMO. And so, Douglas, if you need me in between party break, let me know. So, yeah.
Thank you, honey.
Other than that, I'll be taking care of some stuff that I forgot. I have to do some work in the computer for an hour or so. So, yes. Yeah, I'll be available. So,
yes. Do you want me to leave my phone on in case you need codes or anything? Should I leave my...
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
probably.
So I'll leave
yes.
my phones on just in case. All right.
That's important.
Yeah, good idea. So
all right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, honey.
Bye.
Good night, everybody. Yeah. And I will be relieving you at a later time, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And I may or may not need Jameson, but the fact that he's always there is of immense help, more than I can express. And Derek Talley, of course, and Selena are welcome to hang out in the background and interject whenever they feel it's constructive to do so. Otherwise, of course, there's no need to. Yeah.
Hello, Moto.
That's my phone's coming back on. And still not really up to snuff, but will do my best. Everybody understands what I've been through, and therefore understand if I just kind of plowing through this with a little more, how would I say it, reserve than I might normally have. Though, of course, I always usually have some kind of reserve because I'm usually caught flat-footed going into transmission. There's just so much going on in life. And will, of course, try to force myself to go to sleep as soon as I'm done transmitting, because naturally I'm going to be talking to the psychologist tomorrow. Wonderful Asian Pacific Islander, Dr. June Allison Hay. And that way, her surname spelled H-E, by the way, just so people understand the Romanization involved from the Chinese name. She's oftentimes mistaken for a Korean because she has very unique hair for a Chinese lady. And she has been very understanding. I'm so sad she's going to be moving down to Los Angeles. But before that happens, hopefully she can find some other young Asian Pacific Islander lady to take her place that I can relate to. And if she moves down to Los Angeles, then who knows? Maybe you can continue conversation on a friendly level without the professional barrier between us, though that would just be friendly. Of course, I'm known for breaking up marriages, but other than that, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, Be Thine Own, contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone, moral and or fiscal support on behalf our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And subscribe to his YouTube channel, the Mega Channel, at youtube.com/C/Megatour, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof. And he's also Team TRÄCK's, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. We're at No For He, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive, budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That's spelled tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS. Again, donate to the Maggot Man, alias John Warrington, by searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions and look for the building under construction post. And if anyone were deserving of financial assistance aside myself, it would be he, because he's the man who of his own initiative downloaded nigh all that I ever published on YouTube into his own hard drives, and therefore saved what was scrubbed no less than thrice, that's 3 times, from the internet concerning my legacy. And that renders him the man who enabled my electronic persona to interact with you within the data matrix of cyberspace. Therefore, he served as the bridge between the Akashic records and the material world, and in that sense is my creator. Now, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be of my legacy or of all living species from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate intent of the cults of the kings of Edom. Spread the word that Douglas Dietrich, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, which explains the meaning behind my biological father's name, what made the man himself. Let it be known far and wide, spread the word to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage all those whom you spread the word unto to electronically relay their contributions to DouglasDietrich.com. People are forever asking Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Mesa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Ma Dame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, and immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities, on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, when magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will the membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team TRÄNCK, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero, who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, and are now being followed up by a third video, which is trailered on his Bizarre HD channel, and that's entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, and it's about the Flugelrad and Hannibal technology of the third realm of my biological father. Make certain to review the trailer that presages the full video, which he's working on during what time he has, now that he's sire expectant, the father to be of a young daughter now being carried in the womb beneath the heart of his wife Sarah, who as a nurse is protecting us on the front lines in England, across the Atlantic, on the front lines of COVID-19 and the war against that plague. Maintain her in your thoughts and prayers, as you would maintain Derek Talley in this time of his shortness of breath and the water in his lungs. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead the resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that Livestreams has started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that Livestreams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Finally, by the way, if Our Lady Selena Khan is listening, I look forward to see if she's found out any way to verify whether that lovely lady who helped us out a few transmissions ago has actually been made a member who can access our archives. If she doesn't know whether or not that's the case, do ask Lena Shea whether that has been expedited. Thank you. And of course, shout outs to Daniel Arola, who had some words of wit and wisdom to share. Daniel said, "It cannot be stressed enough, it seems, about how much Adolf Hitler hated American Nazis. And I find myself utterly tickled about a white nationalist like Stephen Miller being a Jewish, is what he's insinuating." And he says, "I'm currently rotating my listening to 2 audiobooks, the one by Mary Trump called Too Much Is Never Enough, and the one by Michael Cohen titled Disloyal. I find that both books complement my growing comprehension about the Trump horror story. There's more horror in it than money." So I did tell him I would relate that tonight, and I'm doing so now. Thanks to our dear brother Daniel Arola, who I need to have on at some point in the very near future. Now, Hurricane Sally just made landfall near Gulf Shores, Alabama, as a Category 2 storm. It's still crawling, and deadly flooding is a major threat. The storm made landfall, basically today, near Gulf Shores, Alabama. As I said, a powerful Category 2 hurricane swamping the region with 10 to 20 inches. That would be 25 to half 100 centimeters for those of you listening across the Great Pond of rain, and boosting United States crude oil and gasoline prices thereby. Some coastal areas received as much as 35 inches of rainfall, as I confirmed with the National Hurricane Center, the NHC. Hurricane Sally has since shifted from offshore U.S. oil fields. Heavy rains dampening fuel demand, completely, worldwide. More than a quarter, 25% of American Gulf of Mexico offshore oil and gas production remained shut by Hurricane Sally, which was moving inland today and dumping heavy rains and cutting fuel demand in the United States southeast. some 508,000 barrels per day of oil production and 805 million cubic feet per day natural gas output were shut in the American Gulf of Mexico. That's according to the United States Interior Department, which I sourced from, and that's roughly, to put this in perspective for you, a third of the shut-ins caused by Hurricane Laura, which landed further west in August. Now, tomorrow is the 17th of September. It's Constitution Day and Citizenship Day. And Friday, the 18th of September, is National POW/MIA Recognition Day, or Prisoner of War Missing in Action Remembrance Day. We use the term recognition instead of remembrance to imply the eternal hope that the missing may be alive. More on that later in Arc of Narrative. For tomorrow, the 17th of September, this Thursday of this week, Constitution Day and Citizenship Day in these United States honors the document that guarantees Americans their essential rights. Since its ratification in 1787, the Constitution of these United States has served as the basis for all American laws. Constitution Day and Citizenship Day on the 17th day in September commemorates the formation and signing of the Constitution in 1787, as I said. It is dedicated as a national day of observance, a day of observation, in disambiguation from a national holiday. It's dedicated to all United States citizens. So, it's not a public holiday, which means businesses have normal opening hours. So you might ask, what the fuck do people do? Well, the United States President may issue each year a proclamation calling on government officials within the nation to display the country's flag on government buildings on Constitution Day and Citizenship Day, as well as inviting the people to observe this event in schools, churches, or other suitable places with appropriate ceremonies. Various civil and educational authorities and individuals throughout these United States observe Constitution Day and Citizenship Day through a range of events and activities each year. Exempli Gratiae, the Center for Civic Education, providest lesson topics on Constitution Day and Citizenship Day for students at different levels. The United States Department of Education providest various resources on the event, as the department is responsible for implementing Constitution Day legislative mandates. Among these is the requirement for educational institutions that receive federal funds to hold an educational program on the United States Constitution on the 17th of September every year. Now, in terms of its background, on Constitution Day and Citizenship Day, which is a very awkward name, I must acknowledge, it be an event which falls during Constitution Week, which many people in the United States recognize as the anniversary of the nation's Constitution and the efforts and responsibilities of all citizens. With regard to the nation's Constitution, in the summer of 1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia to create a more perfect union and to craft the country's Constitution. They worked to develop a framework that would provide balance and freedom, taking into account federal and state interests, as well as individual human rights. The delegates signed the Constitution of the United States on the 17th of September, that 1787th year of our Lord. By the 21st of June in 1788, the next year, the Constitution was effective, having been approved by 9 of the 13 states, originally the 13 colonies. with regard to recognizing citizens. Newspaper magnate William Randolph Hearst, whose daughter was kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Army, advocated a day to celebrate U.S. citizenship in 1939. Ironically, he was one of those men who, when he died, you would sigh and say the world was a better place to live because he almost single-handedly started the Spanish-American War. But aside from such incredibly murderous impacts on human history, we must give him credit for at least recognizing the importance of immigrants. In 1940, the Congress created the I Am an American Day to be celebrated in the third Sunday in May. On February 29th, 1952, this same year that was to end the war between the Japanese Empire and America and its allies, aside from the Soviet Union, President Harry Truman, while still at war with Japan under conditions of ceasefire because the peace had not yet gone into effect until later that year, signed into law Citizenship Day. It was established to replace I Am an American Day, which sounded too jingoistic. And on August 2nd, 1956, the Congress requested that the President proclaim the week beginning September 17th and ending the 23rd of September of each year as Constitution Week. One more change was made to the event when a federal law enacted in December of 2004 designated the 17th of September as Constitution Day and Citizenship Day, which you don't know why they just don't say Constitutional Citizenship Day and make it easier, but they've got to differentiate between the twain for some reason. Now, when Constitution Day falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or another holiday, the day must be held on a weekday during the preceding or following week. This was the case in 2005, when Constitution Day was generally observed on Friday, September 16th. And it happened again in 2006, when the holiday was observed on Monday, the 18th of September. Now, in terms of symbols, positive images of United States citizens of all backgrounds have been used to promote the citizenship element of Constitution Day and Citizenship Day. The colors, red, white, and blue, of the United States flag, as well as images thereof, have also been used in artwork for promotional material for the day. Painted images of the Constitution's founders are also used to illustrate the importance of the meaning behind the day, and the words, "We the people," which are written in the Constitution, have been highlighted in promotional material to symbolize unity and cooperation within the nation. Which brings us to Election Day in this 2020th year of our Lord. So close to us, and yet so far. President Trump participated in a town hall with undecided voters last night. And it was a very different scene than his freewheeling, hype-filled political rallies. Voters grilled him on claims he downplayed the coronavirus, and Trump responded that he actually upplayed it, directly contradicting all previous comments he's made on the record. Joe Biden gets his turn in the hot seat tomorrow night at a CNN event in Pennsylvania. Oh, and things are getting hairier on the voting front. Both the Biden and Trump campaigns are interested in ramping up ballot watching efforts in battleground states, prompting concern that the process will delay tallying after votes be cast. This could give us Trump room to bolster his claims that counting delays are evidence of voter fraud. So, we have to ask if the press is making the same mistakes it made in 2016 concerning the 2020 election. Fewer than 7 weeks remain before the 2020 presidential election, and this year's race is proving a test for not only the candidates, but also a number of American institutions. There be 4 observations of note. The media did not learn from 2016. That would be my first such observation. Many of our most influential reporters, journalists, analysts are acting as if the rules that prevailed under previous American administrations, or rather presidents, as their personalities be that which formulates administrations, as if those former presidential personalities of integrity, however flawed, there was still integrity no matter who they were, till Donald Trump, as if their administrative integrity is still in effect, as if the personalities of the presidents were still prevailing in terms of governance. This is at all odds with reality. My second observation would be that Fox News is speaking a different language, like a vengeful God bringing chaos unto Babel. Fox has helped to create a nation of people who share everything, but the ability to communicate with one another. Instead of asking if anyone speaks English, if you were a radicalized, right-wing, Russophiliac, red state Republican, you would be asking, do you speak Fox? As in Fox Channel. Well, they're channeling, all right. Which brings us to my third observation, that experts are now arguing that voting in person is relatively safe. Republicans have already been aggressively reassuring their supporters such. The question is whether Democrats will start to do the same. But, contrarily, my fourth observation would be that American election law is terrifyingly inadequate. Twice in the past 100 years, well, 150 years, really, this past century and a half, those 2 times being 1876, right after the American Civil War between the states, and the year 2000, the first year of our third Christian millennium. Those 2 events were when this country narrowly averted a catastrophic deadlock over the presidential election outcome. We may not be so fortunate in this 2020th year in our Lord. Now I'll cover all these media matters in our next transmission. But for tonight's arc of narrative, our most immediate thematic would be the fact that Trump's presidency and the risk that it will recur despite his persistent unpopularity in and of itself reflects a deeper malignancy in our Constitution that must be addressed. And this being Constitution Day, it be imperative for me to elucidate that the Electoral College enables candidates to deprioritize certain voters. If every additional vote in California, Oregon, and Washington mattered half as much as every additional vote in a swing state, Biden might have spent the past few weeks touring the West Coast. And I would be remiss if I did not emphasize the fact that the Electoral College is also a climate problem. If the West Coast fires were happening in swing states, presidential candidates would never be able to ignore the issue. In a speech delivered the day before yesterday, Joe Biden condemned Donald Trump's handling of the wildfires devastating the American West and pledged to put our nation on the road to net zero emissions by no later than 2050. That's good news. But it was Biden's first speech on the fucking subject, even though California, Oregon, and Washington State declared states of fucking emergency almost a month ago. He still hasn't visited the devastation here. Well, let me take a short break, because while I'm short of breath because of all the chemicals I've been dealing with, I'm definitely doing my best to maintain a sense of balance. And it's one of these things that's hard to do when I think of all the smoke I was walking through outside today. I am just personally, emotionally vested in this. And it's hard for me to even begin to detachedly explain to you what's going on. Because we have a situation where the entire United States needs to be in a state of emergency over these fucking fires. And as far as I can see, that is not the case. California is the economic engine of the United States. What's happening to us is affecting all of you. That's where we get back to the Electoral College and the fact that it is a climate issue. Now, unlike Trump, Biden hasn't been slow to address the wildfires because he doubts climate change. As he mentioned in his speech, he's laid out a more ambitious agenda to tackle it than any other presidential nominee in American history. He's been slow to address the fires because he's obeying the dictates of the Electoral College, an institution that is bad not only for American democracy, but for American survival. Twice in the past 20 years, the Electoral College has installed presidents who garnered far fewer votes than their popular opponent. This year, according to Nate Silver of 538, Trump could lose the popular vote by 3 to 4 percentage points and still have a 1 in 4 chance of winning re-election, which would lead many Americans to ask, understandably, whether they actually live in a democracy. The answer would be no. That's bad enough. But the Electoral College also undermines the fight against climate change. If every additional vote in California, Oregon, and Washington, which between them boast roughly 50 million people, mattered half as much as every additional vote in a red Russell collaborationist swing state, Biden might have spent the past few weeks touring the West Coast and explaining how his plans can save its residents from a climate apocalypse that threatens to make their home unlivable. But the Electoral College rules that out. Biden has no incentive to run up his margin in 3 reliably blue states. Instead, he's singularly focused on purple ones in the Midwest. So far this month, he's visited Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and he's headed to Minnesota next week. Conventional wisdom holds that in a Midwest built on fossil fuels and heavy industry, focusing on climate change is politically risky. In January, the New York Times described fracking an environmentally damaging process that extracts natural gas from shale, as the swing issue that could win Pennsylvania. And since clinching the Democratic nomination, Biden has been furiously refuting Republican claims that he wants to ban fracking. Imagine that. In our climate catastrophe, that he would even be doing such. In Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the conservative Club for Growth has run ads attacking Joe Biden's running mate, the black African-American female, Kamala Harris, for supporting the radical Green New Deal, eliminating 10 million oil and gas jobs. And when Biden gave a major economic speech this day, last Wednesday in Warren, Michigan, he mentioned electric vehicles, but never once dared utter the very word climate. As the political strategist Dan Schnurr recently told the Associated Press, the Biden campaign understands that a full embrace of an aggressive climate change agenda could create problems for them in the upper Midwest. Biden's caution may or may not help him get elected, but it will make it much harder for him to take dramatic action on climate if he does, because he won't be able to credibly claim a popular mandate. Republicans will insist that Biden's victory reflects not an embrace of progressive policies by the electorate, but merely a sourness over the bad economy, the pandemic, and Trump's divisive brand of politics. And on climate, Biden won't have a strong retort, because he hasn't emphasized the issue on the stump. Because Barack Obama campaigned relentlessly on health care in 2008, he found it easier to persevere when the Affordable Care Act met congressional opposition in 2009. Biden is not laying the groundwork for the same kind of fortitude on climate change. This is the problem with an electoral system that allows presidential candidates to ignore most of America's voters. Sometimes the Americans being ignored are facing problems that presidential candidates desperately need to prioritize. By the time Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin face climate emergencies that rival those currently afflicting California, Oregon, and Washington, the problem may be far too long for anyone to fix. And this be the case for dumping the Electoral College. In 1961, Estes Kefauver, the crusading Democratic senator from Tennessee, denounced the Electoral College as a loaded pistol pointed at our system of governance. Its continued existence, as he articulated while he opened hearings on election reform, created a game of Russian roulette, a pointed term, because at some point the anti-democratic distortions of the college would threaten the country's very integrity. Judging from Twitter's obsessions, at least, that hour be approaching. The polls indicate that Donald Trump is likely to win fewer votes nationally than Joe Biden this fall, just as he won fewer than Hillary Clinton in 2016. Yet Trump may still win re-election, since the Electoral College favors voters in small and rural states over those in large and urban ones. Yester Septimania, that's last week, a new book by Bob Woodward revealed how Trump lied in the early weeks of the pandemic about the severity of the coronavirus, even though that put American lives at risk. The thought that a re-elected Trump might feel triumphantly affirmed in such mendacity, is nothing less than terrifying. But criticizing the Electoral College simply because it has given us our Trump problem would be misguided. His presidency, and the chance that it will recur, despite his persistent unpopularity, reflects a deeper malignancy in our Constitution, one that looks increasingly unsustainable. And this be the day, Constitution Day, in which to emphasize the problem and call for constitutional reform. James Madison, who helped conceive the Electoral College at the Constitutional Convention of 1787, later admitted that delegates had written the rules while impaired by, to use his own words, the hurrying influence produced by fatigue and impatience. The system is so clutch-fuck-buggy, clusterfucked, that between 1800 and 2016, according to Alexander Kezar, a rigorous historian of that very institution, members of Congress introduced more than 800 constitutional amendments to fix its technical problems or to abolish it altogether. In much of the post-war era, strong majorities of Americans have favored dumping the college outright and adopting a direct national election for the president by popular vote. After Kefauver's hearings during the Civil Rights era, this idea gained momentum until, in 1969, the House of Representatives passed a constitutional amendment to establish a national popular vote for the White House. President Richard Mulhouse Nixon called it a thoroughly acceptable reform, but a filibuster backed by segregationist Southerners, the Dixiecrats in the Senate, did kill it. That defeat reflects the centrality of race and racism in any convincing explanation of the Electoral College's staying power. In the antebellum period, the college assured that slave power shaped presidential elections because of the notorious 3/5 compromise, which increased the electoral clout of slave states. Today, it effectively dilutes the votes of all black African Americans, Latinxes, and Asian Americans as myself, because we live disproportionately in populous states, which have little to no power in the college per capita. This year, heavily white Wyoming will cast 3 electoral votes, or about 1 per every 190,000 residents, while the diversely golden California of mine own residents will cast but 55 votes, 1 per 715,000 people. Electoral College abolitionists, knowing that the last successful constitutional amendment addressing the college itself was adopted circa 1804, have in recent years embraced a clever workaround called the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. 15 states and the District of Columbia have passed bills containing identical language, pledging to cast their electoral votes for the presidential candidate who wins the most votes nationally. The jurisdictions in the compact currently have 196 electoral votes among them, 74 short of the 270 needed to bring the compact into effect, thereby guaranteeing that the candidate who wins the largest number of votes in the relevant constituency, the United States, not just the handful of battleground or swing states, wins the college and gets the job. If the National Popular Vote plan ever succeeds, it would elide some problems, such as the current system's reliance on winner-take-all plurality voting. But it would fix the most egregious deficit, the undermining of one person, one vote. The various arguments advanced for and against the Electoral College seem to outnumber the stars. A book issued by the group promoting the National Popular Vote runs 1,000 pages, refuting no fewer than 131 myths about the way we elect our presidents. But the basic case for a national popular vote is simple and appealing. To be fair, the case made by supporters of the Electoral College also relies on a clear foundation. The role of federalism in the American experiment. Some who favor the status quo fear that a nationalized presidential vote would also nationalize American politics and undermine the states. In fact, the constitutional powers of state governments and the role of the Senate, whose membership advantages small states over large ones, would, among many other continuing features of federalism, ensure that the United States remains a consensus democracy, in the phrase of the political scientist Aaron Leifyard. That is one in which, by design, we must grapple with divided power. A few days after the 2016 election, Trump told Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes that he had respect for the Electoral College, but would rather see it where you went with simple votes. You know, you get 100 million votes, and somebody else gets 90 million votes, and you win. Like so many of his statements, this one proved unreliable. And as his supporters realized that he had become president because of the Electoral College, their preference for the institution hardened. In 2012, 54% of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents favored replacing the college with a national popular vote, according to the Pew Research Center, even though George W. Bush, too, had lost the popular vote in 2000, Anno Domini. Today, only a third of them, those Russo collaborationist red Republicans on the radicalized right, will dare take that position. The National Popular Vote Project relies mostly on the backing of Democrats and blue states. After Trump, it will not be easy to revitalize cross-party support. Yet a presidential election decided by the popular vote might very well improve our rancid politics. A Republican Party with an incentive to compete for votes in California and New York, for example, might be less tempted by white racist supremacy and European identitarian nationalism. Whenever the Trump years pass, our democracy, assuming that it even endures, will face a major repair job. There will be new laws, one hopes, to prevent future presidents from owning hotels down the street from the White House, and from withholding their tax returns, and from exploiting the Justice Department as a personal law firm. To tear at the roots of Trumpism, however, will require much, much more. The Electoral College is a legacy of distrust of the people, as Kefauver put it, and an artifact of racial injustice. If we haven't learned by now that it must go, what will it ever take? Well, the third Friday of each September. In this year, it's Friday as dated the 18th of the 9th month, is National POW MIA Recognition Day in these United States. The United States' National POW/MIA Recognition Day is observed across the American Empire on the third Friday of September each year, and many Americans take the time to remember those who were POWs, POWs, prisoners of war, and those who are missing in action, the MIAs, as well as their families. Now, National POW MIA Recognition Day, or POW MIA Recognition Day, is not a public holiday. Businesses have normal opening hours the day after tomorrow, just as they do tomorrow on Constitution Day. But that brings you to the question, maybe, of what the fuck do people do? Well, many Americans across these United States pause to remember the sacrifices and service of those who were POWs, prisoners of war, as well as those who are missing in action, or MIA, and their families. All military installations fly the National League of Families POW MIA flag, which symbolizes the nation's remembrance of those who were imprisoned while serving in conflicts, and those who remain missing. Veterans rallies take place in many states, such as Washington, in the United States on National POW MIA Recognition Day. United States flags and POW MIA flags are flown on this day, and joint prayers are made for POWs and those missing in action. National POW MIA Recognition Day posters are also displayed at college or university campuses and public buildings to promote awareness. On the day itself, remembrance ceremonies and other events to observe the day are also held in places such as the Pentagon, war memorials, and museums. Now, again, although National POW MIA Recognition Day is not a federal public holiday in these United States, but instead a national observance, let it be known that there are 1,741 American personnel as officially admitted to or acknowledged and listed by the Defense Department's POW MIA office as missing and unaccounted for from the Vietnam War as of the last time I checked, which must have been around April of 2009. The number of United States personnel accounted for since the end of the Vietnam War in 1975 is about 841. About 90% of the 1,741 people still missing were lost in Vietnam or areas of Laos and Cambodia under Vietnam's wartime control, according to the National League of Families website, which is the one cited by the United States Army website. In other words, if you source what the U.S. Army says, they're getting it from a private, non-governmental charity in terms of their numbers. The families, the people who actually fucking care, are the only people keeping track. The United States Congress passed resolution authorizing National POW MIA Recognition Day to be observed on the 18th of July, circa 1979. It was then observed on the same date in 1980 and was held on the 17th of July in 1981 and 1982. It was then observed on the 9th of April in 1983 and the 20th of July in 1984. The event was observed on July 19th in 1985, and then from 1986 onwards, the date moved to the third Friday of September. The United States President each year proclaims National POW/MIA Recognition Day, and many states in the United States of America also proclaim POW/MIA Recognition Day together with a national effort. Now, in terms of things to know about the day after tomorrow, the primary thematic would be, you are not forgotten. That's the central phrase behind the POW/MIA Remembrance Movement, which honors America's prisoners of war, those who are still missing in action, and their families. Many of our service members suffered as prisoners of war during several decades of varying conflicts which never end. While some of them made it home, tens of thousands more never did. Therefore, POW/MIA Recognition Day is commemorated on the third Friday of every September, a date that's not associated with any particular war. In 1979, Congress and the President passed resolutions making it official after the families of more than 2,500 Vietnam War POW/MIAs pushed for full accountability. During the first POW/MIA Recognition Day commemoration, a ceremony was held at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., while the 1st Tactical Squadron from Langley Air Force Base in Virginia flew the Missing Man formation. Most ceremonies since then have been held at the Pentagon, and many smaller observances have cropped up across the nation and around the world on military installations. The point of POW/MIA Recognition Day is to ensure that Americans remember to stand behind those who serve and to make it certain we do everything we can to account for those who have never returned. In terms of the numbers, as a Department of Defense research librarian, I can elucidate unto thee that in order to comprehend the importance of this movement, all you need to do is look at the sheer number of Americans who have been listed as POW/MIAs. According to a Congressional Research Service report on prisoners of war, or POWs, 130,201 World War II service members were imprisoned. 14,072 of them died. 7,140 Korean War service members were imprisoned. 2,701 of them died. 725 Vietnam War service members were imprisoned. 64 of them died. Now, 37 service members were imprisoned during conflicts since 1991, including both Gulf Wars. None are still officially acknowledged as in captivity. This is where the government lies. The man who is still in captivity, in terms of the Gulf War, the one in which I participated, is a officer named Spreaker. When I was at the Super Soldier Summit, there was one man who approached me who asked myself if I knew anything about Michael Scott Speaker, the United States Navy pilot who was shot down over Iraq during the Persian Gulf War. He was the last man to see him alive. The man who was the man who worked the flight deck when he was launched. They claim his remains were found in Iraq after 18 years, on the 2nd of August in 2009, and then said that the only American missing in action from that war, his remains had been identified and recovered. Now, whether that was the case or not, I have not the power to determine, but there was plenty of compelling evidence presented to myself that that decades-old mystery was not solved, as they claim. His FA-18 Hornet vanished from radar screens over Iraq in the 1991 Gulf War. He was shot down over the west central Iraq region on the 17th of January in 1991, the first night of the first Gulf War. Now, he was taken prisoner, considered like a pet project of Saddam Hussein, who conditioned him to wreak his vengeance on America. Now, one of the things that most Americans don't know about Arabic culture is that it's very important in many of the fundamentalist insurgencies that there be a leader to unite the warring tribes. In the Arabic culture, which I'm intimately familiar with, having served as a propagandist for Saddam Hussein during the first Gulf War, the Iran-Iraq War, which lasted almost a decade and in which millions of people died. It was then I learned of the Arab philosophy of myself against my brother and I against the family, my family and I against the tribe, my tribe and I against the nation, my nation and I against the world. There is a series of enmities, and it takes great challenges to bring the Arabic peoples together because their tribal conflicts are so overpowering. Thus arose the tradition of the Amir. The Amir would roughly translate as admiral, but it would really mean an admiralty of the sands, more like admiralty law in the United States. Even though admiralty law originally applied to the high seas, admiralty law has come to mean martial law on land. So too the Amir, the admiral of the sands, would be that man who poetically, romantically guides the pilgrims on the Hajj or the pilgrimage to Mecca. But because he is uniting the diverse tribes at war with each other, he cannot be of any of them. This is the reason the masking of the face behind the headscarves, the chamois, be so fundamental to Arab culture. So you cannot identify the tribe other than by the chamois and its patterns itself. The colors and the patterns, like Scottish clan kilts, differentiate who is who is enemy, whom is friend. But the Amir would be colorless. You could not identify his tribe. The great Saladin was Kurdish, but in Kurdistan, he's no great hero, because Saladin forsook all identity with his people to become the Saladin, who led all Islam into victory in the Holy Land. He did so because he forsook all identity to become a man representative of the interests of Islam above all else. The Amir reflects that, and for that reason, Saladin was Kurdish and not Arabic. So too, Scott's Breaker was groomed to be the Amir, who would lead the diverse tribes of Arabia against the foreigners in jihad at some point in the future. The Americans have desperately tried to cover the fact that the Ghazi Ali Jelamir are the warriors under the hidden Admiral of the Sands. We're following a white American. Now all of that should put something into perspective about how your world operates in a manner you don't fucking understand, and why only someone like myself is able to educate you and ultimately guide you out of this nightmarish hellscape which is beyond your comprehension. Michael Scott Speaker is 63 years old, and his time has yet to come. So, do bear him in mind and maintain him in your thoughts and prayers, for what he's become is unrecognizable to even his family. Now, according to the Defense POW-MIA Accounting Agency, 83,114 Americans who fought in all those wars are still missing, including 73,515 from World War II, which be but an approximated number due to limited, well, actually conflicting data. 7,841 are still officially acknowledged as missing from the Korean War, and 1,626 are still officially acknowledged as missing from Vietnam. Now, from the Cold War and all its undeclared and covert conflicts, 126 service personnel are officially acknowledged as still missing therefrom. And as for the officially acknowledged conflicts, undeclared those wars may be, such as Iraq and Afghanistan, that have been waged since 1991, 6 are indeed acknowledged and confirmed as missing in action. If they were to acknowledge Lieutenant Commander of the United States Navy, Michael Scott Speaker, he would be number 7. Now, the DPAA, Defense POWMIA Accounting Agency, said about 75% of those missing Americans are somewhere in the Asia-Pacific region. 3/4 of those men have never been returned from the Far East Asian nations of the Orient. This is because of the Roswell atrocity. As consummate, the entire American policy of never returning the prisoners of war taken from the Japanese Empire alive, of which there were very few, because the Japanese were never authorized to surrender. The overwhelming majority of Imperial Japanese servicemen killed themselves. Those who were authorized to surrender were the Yakuza, those who were no longer considered part of conventional Japanese society. The emperor ordained that they surrender themselves alive to the Americans to present unto them, to deliver unto them, the mechanisms by which Hirohito could destroy the American Empire. Those men were never returned to Japan and tortured unto death over many years, in some cases decades. Then, too, what few Japanese were caught in a coma or near death and essentially resuscitated under American captivity and kept in straitjackets or physical confinement to the point where they had no access by which to kill themselves other than by ramming their heads into a wall, which many did. That left the only survivors of the Japanese Empire in American hands the allies of the Japanese, Japanese-speaking Koreans, Taiwanese, Okinawans, and Chinese, all speaking the Japanese language and in Japanese uniform, and therefore considered by the Americans to be as good as Japs. Of the 1,500 maintained in captivity in North America, none ever made it home. And for that reason, none of the Asian nations who fought with Japan, which were all of them, the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Koreans, the Manchurians, ever returned any American prisoners in their captivity. That's why 3/4 of missing Americans are missing in Asia. And remember, everything they tell you about the Chinese as being allied to the United States is a lie. China switched sides because the Americans abandoned them to side with the communists. The Vietnamese under Emperor Bao Dai declared war against the United States. China under the imperium of Yuan Shikai, the first ethnically Chinese warlord to declare himself India, Emperor of China in hundreds of years. His legacy, his royal house declared war against the United States when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. China, Vietnam, together the Asian front, united in what the Americans felt was the biblical apocalypse of the kings of the East, as predicted in the Bible. And in struggling against them on the high seas, more than 41,000 American servicemen have been presumed lost at sea. Still missing to this day and unaccounted for. All efforts to find those men, identify them, and bring them home are constant. Exempli gratiae, the DPAA said that in the past year it has accounted for 41 men missing during the Korean War. 10 had previously been buried as unknowns, represented by the tomb of the unknown soldier. 26 were from remains turned over by North Korea in the 1990s. 1 was from a recovery operation, and 4 were combinations of remains and recovery operations. As for symbols of this particular day of observation, a day of observance and memorial, a memorial day in and of itself, there be 2 major symbols that stand out as relevant above all others: the POW-MIA flag. The National League of Families POW-MIA flag symbolizes the United States' resolve to never forget POWs or those who served their country in conflicts and are still missing. The other symbol would be the bracelets of remembrance, the memorial bracelets. Now, the traditional POW-MIA flag that's well known across America was actually created many years before the Remembrance Day itself became official. Circa 1971, a woman named Mary Hoff contacted a flag company near her home to see if a flag reminding people of POWs and the missing could even be made. She was but one of the many waiting to see if her husband, in her case Navy Lieutenant Commander Michael Hoff, would ever return home after his plane had been shot down over Laos. Newt Heisley designed that flag. He was a World War II pilot who designed the now famous flag, which has, well, it was made in black and white to represent the sorrow, anxiety, and hope symbolized by the image of the gaunt man featured upon it. Now, that flag's design actually features the silhouette of a young man, which is based on World War II pilot Newt Heisley's own son, who was medically discharged from the military. And as Mr. Heisley looked upon his returning son's gaunt features, skeletal and emaciated, he imagined what life was for those behind barbed wire fences on foreign shores. He then sketched the profile of his son as the new flag's design was created in his mind. That flag features a white disc bearing, in black, silhouette his son's bust, a watchtower with a guard on patrol, and a strand of barbed wire. White letters, POW and MIA, with a white 5-pointed star in between, are typed above the disc. Below the disc is a black and white wreath over the motto, "You are not forgotten," written white, capital letters. For every POW-MIA Recognition Day since 1982, that flag is flown just below the Stars and Stripes at the White House, the only flag to ever do so. In 1998, Congress ordered that flag to also be displayed on Armed Forces Day, which honors the living service personnel in service Memorial Day, which honors all service personnel who have died in service. Veterans Day, which honors living service personnel who are retired from service but have survived and come home to bitch about it, as well as Flag Day and Independence Day. It is the 4th of July. That flag can be displayed at the Capitol, the White House, the Korean War Veterans Memorial, and the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, along all national cemeteries, various government buildings, and major military installations. And bracelets help continue the support at the individual level. While the POW/MIA flag reminds us to never forget our prisoners of war and missing in action, bracelets also became a popular personal form of remembrance in the 1970s. They're still worn and purchased by families and veterans who are also wearing bracelets for those who were killed in action in more recent wars. If you don't feel the need to buy either a flag or a bracelet, it's still important to remember the extreme sacrifices of our POW/MIAs and America's pact to them, that we will take care of them, and no matter how much time has passed, they will eventually, someday, make it home. In body, if not in life. At least in body parts. Now, last week, the VFW, the Veterans of Foreign Wars National Legislative Service Director, Pat Murray, testified before the House Veterans Affairs Committee on the important subjects of mental health and veteran suicide. At the hearing, Murray discussed treating this critical issue differently, being quoted as saying, "It's time we aggressively shift the focus on suicide prevention. We cannot keep trying the same solutions expecting different results." Now, many of the proposals discussed in the hearing are supported by the VFW and could potentially help decrease the number of veterans who die by suicide. The VFW is confident Congress will pass these significant veterans bills and send them to President Donald Trump's desk to become a law. As for this Friday, Arlington National Cemetery is open again, albeit on a limited basis. The cemetery is open from 8 a.m. to high noon only for gravesite visitation. Face coverings will be mandatory and social distancing is expected. Other areas, including President John F. Kennedy's own gravesite, the Memorial Amphitheater, and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, will remain closed at this time. Now, the only reason I know so much about this and relate it unto you, my listeners, is because of my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided myself, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, of the United States Navy, Chief Petty Officer therein, retired, veteran of no less than 3 wars, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, as well as a man who served in the gunboat patrols of warlord China, made this his own paramount interest and pursuit in many areas of his life. And only out of respect for him do I maintain that vigilance. When I think upon those who attack him, like the faggot named Richard K. Cole Jr., who got off from the Marine Corps with 70% disability, who never served a single day in combat, pairing together with his faggot lover, the retired Green Beret Special Forces. More like Special Olympics Sergeant John Victor Lillier, who was busted by myself and Gary States for ripping off not only you, the American taxpayer, but all their fellow veterans for money they never earned, committing the crime of what's known as double dipping, getting not only their military pension, but full 100% disability, as Victor Lillier did. The Lily Man was exposed by Gary States, who got a promotion for his work on my show. And John Victor Lillier committed suicide before they could sentence him to prison for the rest of his life, in a very unconventional manner, which I described in detail on bandwidth and on record long ago. No need to relive it here. This is the quality of your veterans, who are the loudest among you. They provide you your so-called veterans' accounts of history. Guys like John Victor Lillier, a Green Beret who never saw a day in combat throughout his entire short career, but because he was a Satanist, under the umbrella of Michael Aquino, himself a Green Beret, U.S. Army Special Forces. Special as in special education. The most satanic pukes of all. You guys watch John Wayne movies and think they're heroes. Only in honor of my father do I relate what I do about the missing. As for the living veterans, they can eat shit and bark at the moon. And that's all they do. If they hear me now, my message to them is to go fuck themselves. Hard and deep with the sharpest object they can find. Hopefully their own medals. Take them and shove them up your ass. Well, that brings us to the subject of police violence, so much in the news. Officials in Louisville, Kentucky, where one of my best friends, Riffy Smith, used to live, as did one of my blood enemies, now thankfully dead, Mike Ringley. Officials in Louisville, Kentucky have reached a $12 million United States dollar settlement with the family of Breonna Taylor in its wrongful death lawsuit. The largest amount ever settled in a wrongful police murder. The city has also agreed to sweeping police reforms as part of the negotiation. As I said, this has got to be the largest settlement linked to a police shooting and a historic move for a city marked by grief and unrest since Breonna Taylor's murder in March. However, activists are quick to point out that it doesn't mean justice has yet been served, as no officers, not a single one in the flawed raid on her home, have been charged. Now, as brought to my attention by Lena Shea, the Rochester City Council in New York passed 3 bills addressing police funding and authorizing an independent investigation into Daniel Prude's death in police custody in March. And in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, the fatal shooting of the knife-wielding man over the weekend has been ruled a homicide. In the meanwhile, today, bringing us up to the moment, Israel has struck Gaza after rocket fire during United States ceremonies. The Israeli military struck Hamas militant sites in the Gaza Strip early today in response to rocket fire toward Israel the previous night that coincided with the signing of normalization agreements between Israel and two Arab countries at the White House. The barrage against Israel began yesterday night just as the ceremony in Washington was getting underway to formalize the new agreements with the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. Two Israelis were lightly wounded. The rocket fire continued overnight, with sirens sounding across southern Israel. The military said 5 projectiles landed in open areas, with the rest intercepted by Israel's rocket defense system. In response, the military said it struck about 10 sites belonging to Gaza's militant Hamas rulers, including a weapons and explosives manufacturing factory, underground infrastructure, and a military training compound. The renewed exchange offered a stark reminder that the festive events in Washington would likely do little to change Israel's conflict with the Palestinians themselves. In addition to the bilateral agreements signed by Israel, the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, all three signed a document dubbed the Abraham Accords, after the patriarch of the world's 3 major monotheistic religions. And that's where the quote rang out to go down through the ages in infamy. "We love your country! We really appreciate you! We love your country also, and thank you very much!" That's what Trump concluded on a call with local Jewish leaders today. Though he was speaking with Americans, he was referring to Israel. During the call, he also lamented the lack of support he received from Jewish voters in 2016, warning that whatever you can do in terms of November 3rd is going to be very important, because if we don't win, Israel's in big trouble. Well, that brings us to the Abraham Accords. Leaders from Israel, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates gathered in Washington with President Trump yesterday through today to sign the Abraham Accords, a peace treaty that essentially normalizes relations between Israel and the two Arab nations. It's been years since such a scene was ushered in by the United States, and Trump said the moment marked the dawn of a new Middle East. For Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, peace efforts with Israel could pave the way for a stronger relationship with the White House, including better access to military equipment. For Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the deal is a huge foreign policy win, since few Israeli leaders before him have managed to sign peace agreements with any fellow nations in the region. Now, the ones to lose out in the Abraham Accords are Iran and the Palestinians. Now, in tallying the winners and the losers, the Palestinians come out on the down, but authoritarian leaders to White House aides wind up hitting the goalpost. Here you have Israel and two Arab Gulf states, the UAE and Bahrain, formally and publicly establishing diplomatic relations. The White House is calling the agreements the Abraham Accords, and President Donald Trump, in typically understated fashion, announced that there's going to be peace in the Middle East. As a spoiler alert, I can tell you, no, this is the prelude, the precursor to World War III, the peace to end all peace. I've articulated this in some depth before. I don't need to go into the geopolitics again. But just as the British peace with Russia that ended their Cold War between the two great global superpowers, the Thessalocracy, or the maritime empire of Greater Britannia, and the land empire of Tsarist Russia, waging war over Central Asia, out of the British Raj and out of the Slavic North, for that central landmass, which is the heart of the world, was brought to a close with their peace so they could wage war against Germania in what became World War I, which guaranteed a second world war. So too will this peace between the Arabs and Israel guarantee their war against Iran, which is backed by Communist China, which has now allied itself with Palestine. There's your lineup for World War III. The Sino-Slavic synopsis with Iran and Palestine against the Arab nations. Now, where would Michael Scott Spreaker as the Amir fit into this? Well, you see, the GLA, or the Ghazi Ali Jalamir, or those Ghazi or warriors of Jihad who rally behind the Admiralty of the Sands, beyond all identity of nation-state or national boundaries or mere borders, lines in the sand. The dream of an Islamic State is based on Michael Scott Speaker's dedication to liberating the white Caucasian Turkic Muslims under a program of extermination in communist China. Those victims, the white Muslims, be his target of emancipation. And that's the target of GLA insurgency under his Admiralty of the Sands. It's something none of you Americans are allowed any knowledge of. And that's the Arab front focusing its energy against China, in which they're covering their back-ass side by making peace with Israel. But the Chinese are turning their knife in the back via Palestine, which brings the cycle all the way around to your next world war. The UAE and Bahrain are the third and fourth Arab countries to open diplomatic relations with Israel. Egypt and Jordan were the first two. In terms of a brief and tentative analysis of the winners and losers in this new arrangement, and I do say tentative because this is, after all, Southwest Asia, and no one actually knows for sure what any of this could mean, other than myself. The winners are the White House aides who named this agreement the Abraham Accords. It's a genius marketing move, though I would have preferred the Isaac and Ishmael Summit, or the Treaty of Ghent, for that matter. The Abraham Accords is grandiose for any number of reasons, including the fact that what was signed yesterday through today does not even constitute a peace treaty. Peace treaties are made between warring parties, and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain have never been at war with Israel. My personal preference would have been to deploy the big gun himself, Abraham, the father of monotheism, for a peace treaty between Israelis and Palestinians, which would be the thing that actually ended the Middle East conflict. As for the real winners, they're the authoritarian dictators. Or, you know, you've heard the term gay, bi, curious for youngsters today. Like, they're unidentified in terms of their sexual orientation. So, you know, they might be experimenting. Oh, gay, bi, curious. Trump is what you'd call an authoritarian curious leader. He's like experimenting with dictatorial powers, and he's exploiting the office of the executive to establish himself as a dictator, but he's just not there yet. So he's authoritarian, dictatorial curious. It's a new sexual orientation for him. And the authoritarian leaders of at least 4 nation states, or authoritarian curious dictators, or would-be dictators, wannabes, are the winners here. The agreement is a victory, in other words, for Mohammed bin Zayed, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi and the de facto ruler of the Emirates, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of the House of Saud, which rules over Arabia, and unfortunately, by British imperial decree, the most holy sites of Islam itself, Al-Makkah and Al-Madinah, as well as Benjamin Netanyahu, the forever Prime Minister of Israel, and President Donald Trump, who wishes to emulate the North Korea of the live-out, the Israelis. Each of these men needed this agreement rather urgently. Bin Zayed, because he realizes that the UAE is deeply unpopular with Democrats. The United Arab Emirate leadership put itself on President Barack Obama's bad side and was a bit too ostentatiously relieved when Trump came into office. And so he understands that he needs to make his country look helpful and constructive to Joe Biden, just in case. It's needed by bin Salman, without whom these Gulf states, Bahrain in particular, would not dare make such a bold and public move. And he in turn needs this agreement for much the same reason. He has to prove to Democrats and to Europeans that he is a constructive and moderate leader, and not merely a sadistic murderer of dissidents. As for the other Kim Jong-un of the Mediterranean, Bibi Netanyahu benefits in at least 3 ways. First, he diverts attention from his miserable handling of the coronavirus pandemic. Israel is moving into a new 3-week lockdown, or did so Friday into the last weekend that I recall. Second, he manages to make peace, in quotes, with Arabs who are not Palestinians. The particular group of Arabs he'd most like to exterminate, or at the very least avoid on the public record. And thirdly, he buttresses his reputation among Israeli voters as a statesman on the world stage, aside from just a psychotic criminal at home. And lastly, Donald Trump, because he can tell his cultists, particularly his more gullible theological cultists, theocultists, the Theotrumpists, that he has brought peace to the Middle East, which would biblically make him the Antichrist. Not that American voters reward presidents who bring peace to the Middle East in real life. You could just ask Jimmy Carter about that. He was at, drum roll please, Camp David, as in David and Goliath, when he made peace in the Middle East. And the head of the CIA, Bush Sr., slapped him with the October surprise, fucking up his rescue of the hostages in Iran, so he could bring Ronald Reagan into power and make himself the power behind the throne. Yes, we live in a psychedelic hellscape, and you cannot escape. Now, the people who really benefit the most from this are the defense contractors, specifically the makers of the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, which is America's version of Communist China's Belt and Road infrastructure project and predatory lending practices. You see, the Abraham Accords is no fucking peace treaty. It's a goddamn arms deal. The UAE and other states that now engage with Israel will find themselves armed with a better class of American weaponry. Oh, how coincidental. The United States has pledged for a very long time to maintain Israel's qualitative military edge, but the UAE in particular might have just arranged for itself a similar promise. As well, on the victory side of the ledger would be the ambassadors. The deal is a triumph for the Emirati ambassador to the United States, Yosef El Otaiba, the Israeli ambassador to America, Ron Dermer, and Jared Kushner, the Trump administration's ambassador to all sorts of Semites, whether Judaic or Islamic. It was Otaiba, more than any other single figure, who organized this, I'd call it a coming out party. He is the canniest and most influential ambassador in Washington, in part because he has bin Zayed's trust, and in part because he so assiduously cultivates his country's image as a, relatively speaking, progressive, anti-extremist Arab state. Dermer, Netanyahu's longtime confidant, gets to claim a diplomatic victory, one that bypasses the core of the conflict, the Israeli-Palestinian struggle. And credit where credit is due. Jared Kushner, the she-male transsexual, who guises himself as being married to Trump's daughter, brought energy and drive to this process and secured a win for his father-in-law and for the Israeli radicalized right to which he be partial. It was the regional players who made this happen, but Jared Kushner was, oh, dare I say it, smart enough to help set the table for the Russophiliacs. This is where Russia comes in. You don't know which side they're going to fall down on. They control Israel for all intents and purposes. In the old days, we would say Israel was functionally, effectively, the 51st state of the United States, even though it was far more than that. It was the minnow who towed the United States in its wake like a little fish with a whale on a fishhook that it's towing through the Mediterranean onto the shore to be beached, where it will suffocate and rot and explode as whale corpses do. But the Russians are now that whale. They're either going to follow Israel to be beached, or they'll side with the Chinese in the Third World War against the Allies, or the Judeo-American axis. Which brings us to the other winner in this shit show, the Israelis. Because now they can travel to Dubai, and Abu Dhabi, and maybe soon to Morocco and Sudan and Oman, though why Jews would ever want to go to any of those places would be beyond me. It's kind of like, Derek Talley going to a Klan meeting, or Jameson Reese trying to show up at a Christian revivalist tent or something. It just doesn't make any sense. The crushing sense of isolation that Israelis feel in their own neighborhood may be partially lifted by this agreement, and I guess that's what counts. As for the losers, that would be the Iranian leadership. Israel and the United Arab Emirates, along with other Gulf states, have secretly cooperated with each other against their common enemy, the Islamic Republic of Iran, for more than a decade by now. The normalization of relations strengthens this coalition, solidifies it, formalizes it. The members of which, mainly correctly, see Iran and its various terrorist appendages as threats to their stability and territorial integrity, and even to their very existence. The other losers, most tragically, are the Palestinians. There is a dark and cruel joke I myself once heard in Saudi Arabia, told in the Arabic, of course. What's the difference between Arab Gulf leaders and Netanyahu's Likud party? The Gulf states really despise the Palestinians. Ha 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 ha. Get it? Once again, by the way, getting a message here from Jameson I'm going to read aloud. He says, they probably want diamonds, metals and shit, you know, strip mine everything African raw. Oh, your point's well taken. Oh shit, that's pretty ugly, isn't it? The image of some kind of hand-wringing Jewish caricature in those areas of Africa. Yeah, the new King Leopold's. Let's not go there. That's just, that'll take us into my biological father's territory. Anyhow, once again, Arab leaders are signaling to the Palestinians that they have grown tired of what they see as Palestinian rejectionism and obduracy, and also that they would very much like to be partners with Israel in high technologies development and in the fight against Iran. 20 years ago, Bin Salman once said in an interview, I believe that each people anywhere has a right to live in their peaceful nation. I believe the Palestinians and the Israelis have the right to have their own land. And this statement was seen, correctly, as an invitation to Arab states to deepen their ties to Israel. In this New Deal, Israel gets something for nothing. Relations with 12 more Arab states, sans so much as a settlement freeze. The Israelis did promise the UAE that they would not formally annex any West Bank land, for the time being at least, but Netanyahu did not have Trump's permission to annex such land anyway, and he certainly would not get permission from Joseph Biden, should Biden win the presidency. There is a case to be made that this new push for normalization will aid the cause of Israeli-Palestinian compromise. David Makovsky of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and Daniel Shapiro, Obama's ambassador to Israel, argued in the Washington Post. Well, let me just read what they said in a single sentence. History and common sense both show that Arab states that maintain diplomatic relations with Israel play a more active role in supporting Palestinian aspirations than those who do not. A smart point, and true, but this deal does nothing at all to convince the Israeli Russophiliac radicalized right that gestures towards the Palestinians would be worth making. My view aligns more closely with that of Tamara Kaufman-Wittis of the Brookings Institution Center for Middle Eastern Policy, who has said the reality of Palestinian politics is that the overall stalemate, the threat of annexation, and now the Emiratis and Bahrainis making their separate arrangements will cause the Palestinians to dig in. This all just reinforces an instinct towards resistance. And she went on to say that the Emiratis, known in the region for their hostility to the Palestinians, are not in a position to influence Palestinian politics unless they hope to replace Palestinian leaders with other, more malleable Palestinians of their own choosing. If the so-called Abraham Accords put Iran and its terrorist proxies on the back foot, well then good. If they cause Israel to avoid coming to terms with the reality that its continued control over the lives of millions of Palestinians threatens its democratic nature, then both the Palestinian aspiration of nationhood and the Israeli dream of a free and strong democratic haven in the Jewish ancestral homeland will be victims of this agreement. And the end result will be, as I guarantee it, World War III. Which brings us to the environment. Because war, at such a level, is environmentally damaging. But we've been doing enough damage to the environment without it. Maybe the war would give Mother Earth a relief. In 2010, well, that's 10 years agone by now, 196 countries put together a plan to save our planet Earth's ecosystems from man-made destruction in the following 10 years, which have now taken place. 2020 is here now, and the world has failed to meet a single fucking target. The United Nations Global Biodiversity Outlook report reveals that biodiversity is declining at record rates, and only 6 of the 20 goals laid out by 2010's Aichi biodiversity targets have even been partially achieved. What did the world do right? Well, aside from holding the meeting in Japan, which was the only nation to meet all the targets, the global rate of deforestation has fallen by a third compared to the previous decade. Better fisheries practices have been instituted, and we've managed to significantly expand the number of protected natural areas. But habitat loss and degradation remain high, as do pollution levels. That's what brings us to the wildfires. Because climate change is only worsening the record-breaking wildfires, heat and air pollution in mine own golden state nation. In disambiguation from a nation state, California is a state nation like Texas that was once its own republic. And indeed, the entire west of these United States is in a climate apocalypse now. As in, apocalypse fucking now. Climate version. Now, I've told you about what happened in 2010. Let's go all the way back to 2001, when a team of international scientists projected that during the next 100 years, the planet's inhabitants would witness higher maximum temperatures, more hot days and heat waves, an increase in the risk of forest fires, and substantially degraded air quality in large metropolitan areas as a result of climate change. Well, that projection has become reality on the West Coast, as wildfires have cut across California, Oregon, and Washington, killing at least 33 people that I know of thus far, as officially acknowledged, and charring more than 4 million acres. In recent weeks, California has experienced 6 of the 20 largest wildfires in our state's modern history and seen all-time temperature records from the desert to the coast fall upon us. On Sunday, during my latest transmission prior to tonight's, 4 West Coast cities were among the 10 most polluted places in the world. Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Seattle ranked 8th, 6th, and 3rd, respectively. Portland, Oregon, where smoke was blowing in from more than 30 blazes burning across the state, had the worst air of any big city on Earth. The record heat, fires, and pollution all have one thing in common: climate change has made them worse. On Sunday morning, dawning the day of my last transmission prior to tonight's, Washington Governors Jay Inslee and Senators Jeff Merkley of Oregon went on an ABC News show to discuss the fires, and both described the situation in their states as apocalyptic. In between campaign rallies in Nevada and Arizona, President Trump was scheduled to arrive in Northern California to receive a briefing. He was supposed to have been here today on the fires to get his briefing. I haven't followed up. the immediate weather forecast in Northern California, dry air and whipping winds, seems to suggest that even more devastating days lie ahead. Indeed, in the Sierra Nevada, 150 million dead trees are going to fuel unprecedented firestorms yet to burst upon us. And these West Coast wildfires won't stop anytime soon. Historic wildfires have been ravaging California, and the numbers are grim. At least 24 dead within our state's borders. Again, that which is officially admitted that I know of. With an astonishing 3.3 million acres burned in less than a month. Across my state, 29 major wildfires are still burning, and more than 16,750 firefighters are battling them back where they can. Washington and Oregon have also seen death and destruction from widespread fires and dry, windy weather conditions that pose high fire risks will not be clearing up anytime soon. Both California Governor Gavin Newsom, former mayor of my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, and the Los Angeles mayor Eric Garcetti have both concurred. The severity of this fire season can be squarely attributed to the climate catastrophe. And the 2020 wildfires don't care about the purple fucking swing states. The western wildfires are reaching national political salience, and I can only ask, what took it so goddamn long? By the time President Trump flew west, and by the time his 2020 opponent, Joe Biden, gave his first speech on the matter, the fires had been burning for weeks. Millions of scorched acres and dozens of smoke-filled days later, the national political conversation has finally caught up. Why did it take so long? Well, there'd be a few factors to consider here, amid the fires and political fury. With wildfires burning up and down the West Coast, climate change has moved front and center in the presidential campaign. As the death toll in California's wildfires climbed to 250, authorities are continuing to search for missing people, and firefighters are here. Well, they're working to keep multiple blazes from reaching populated communities ahead of an expected increase in the devil winds. In the state nation of California, more than 3.2 million acres have burned this year, the largest amount on record, and fires have destroyed at least 4,100 structures and forced more than 60,000 people from their homes. Fires are also wreaking havoc in Oregon, where at least 10 people have died and more than 1 million acres have burned, and Washington state. The devastation prompted a visit from President Trump himself to Northern California on Monday, opening this work week. Now that I am confirming this did indeed happen, where he got his goddamn briefing. The briefing was held mostly in private and was overshadowed by Trump's antagonism toward my state and the administration of our governor, Gavin Newsom, former mayor of my Golden Gated city. That helped put the issue of climate change front and center in the presidential campaign itself. Trump continued to express his skepticism about climate science, at one point even saying, "It'll start getting cooler, you just watch." And when challenged by a state official, replying, "I don't think science knows." Democratic nominee Joe Biden denounced Trump as a climate arsonist and laid out how different policies would be under a new administration. Biden has proposed a $2 trillion United States dollar plan for climate action that has received little voter attention in a race dominated by concerns about the COVID-19 pandemic, protests over racial injustice, and disputes over the integrity of America's very electoral process and the election system's that hamper it. Meanwhile, Trump talked about very explosive trees. Get that image out of your head. Because, yes, that same Monday opening this work week, our president re-upped his pet claim that, well, forest nations, like Ewoks or some shit, like they're Wookiee people or something, like Austria and Finland, have very explosive trees. Yeah, you remember. Instead of George Washington and the cherry tree, like Peter Moon was talking about with the Moors, I think actually they were just saying George Washington was a lifelong virgin. The cherry tree. Get it? George Washington chopped down his cherry tree. Yeah, that's where he got emasculated and shit. Lost his dick. Well, now you hear about Trump's story of Adolf Hitler and the explosive tree. Then there was Adolf Hitler and the explosive tree. Well, what Trump did say was, Austria and Finland now, both Axis nations during World War II, they don't have the same wildfire problem because they properly manage their forests. As if preventing future wildfires in California were simply a matter of making America rake again. Like, that's what Hitler was doing, keeping Austria from burning by raking it. They used to say that when Adolf Hitler was a child, he used to talk to the wind-blown trees. They actually said that. Now, thanks to Trump, I realized my biological father was convincing them not to explode. It's like, it's my drugs, right? This isn't real. It's all my drugs, right? It's in my head. It's not. Trump's not saying this. I'm imagining it. But no, it's real. It's not the bleach. I'm stuck in this world. A world I never made. Tell me about how much confidence you have in each leader to do the right thing regarding world affairs. What I've just said is the actual question Pew Research Center posed to more than 13,000 adults in the world's biggest economies, comparing Deutschen Kanzler Angela Merkel, or the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, French President Emmanuel Macron, United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson, aka Bojo the Clown, and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping, and of course, the autocrat curious Donald Trump. The results were not flattering to the White House. Trump was overall rated less trustworthy than any of the other choices. Not surprisingly, Deutschen Kanzler Angela Merkel inspired the most trust on earth, and the global public was nearly evenly split on Bojo the Clown. I don't understand why about that. He should have been down there with Trump, myself. But I guess if you've got dictators Vlad Putin and Xi Jinping beneath you, I guess it's understandable that Bojo be above that. But not really. Still, Donald Trump does have a point. Most of the president's claims about a rigged election and mass vote dumping are false and dangerous. But he's also been stewing for weeks over the date of his first debate clash with Democratic nominee Joe Biden, September 29th. The debate could be the most crucial game-changing moment left in Trump's re-election battle, and he thinks it should happen earlier, since some states, including key battlegrounds, allow in-person early voting, absentee and mail-in balloting weeks ahead of the official election date. The truth about Election Day in the United States is that it actually is an entire season, like a syndicated national series on television you watch for entertainment. Now, 7 weeks out, voters in North Carolina can already mail in their ballots, and Michigan, a crucial swing state prize, allows voting 5 days before the first debate. Of course, Trump has ulterior motives. Trailing in the race, he needs as much time as possible to slow Biden's momentum. He's also seizing on anything that makes the election seem stacked against him. Americans champing at the bit to vote early seem unlikely to be swayed either way by the first Trump-Biden onstage showdown. And no one is forcing anyone to cast an early vote. But it's undeniable that voting in the United States has been transformed over recent elections, especially amid the pandemic, as Americans use mail-in voting to avoid crowded polling stations. Now, our debate calendar was created back when everyone flocked to vote on the same day. It may well be due for an overhaul, so in that respect I stand next to Trump. Or at least back to back. Now, California's lethal wildfires, yet another historic challenge, are being driven by the undeniable, accelerating, and punishing reality of climate change. That's to quote Joe Biden. But where the Democratic nominee warns of cascading nightmares, President Donald Trump sees only success. I mean, COVID-19? The virus has so far claimed 194,000 American lives here in the states in Union alone, but Trump says America is rounding the corner. The economy? It's bouncing back, Trump says, disregarding America's 30 million unemployed workers and a historic reckoning on race. Asked whether he had ever reflected on the historic pain of black Americans, Trump accused veteran reporter Bob Woodward of drinking the Kool-Aid. So how else would he respond to the flames ravaging America's West Coast? Trump flew Air Force One through the Golden State smoke-polluted skies on Monday to be briefed on the fires, and when a local official bluntly told him it was time to extract heads from the sand and accept that global burning is exacerbating blazes, Trump retreated into his own personal political bubble. It'll start getting cooler! You just watch! That's what the climate change denier-in-chief replied. The official of my Golden State gamely countered, I wish science agreed with you. To which Trump said, I don't think science knows, actually. Could this be the approach to problem solving that America wants? Biden is wagering that the country actually wants someone in the Oval Office to lead it out of a dark time and to use the government to solve big problems. Trump, offering cultural warfare and the memory of a once-purring economy, has made the opposite bet, that more Americans will gel emotionally with a rabble-rouser who horrifies elites for fun and doesn't care what science knows. But wildfires don't map neatly onto polarized political narratives. Despite the scale of the damage, the images of the Portland riots are far more likely to dominate the public debate in Oregon itself and beyond. The disastrous West Coast fires may influence the political debate far less than images of violence amid protests in Portland, Oregon will. In Trump's virtual world, real catastrophes simply do not compute. Oregon is on fire. Throughout the state, tens of thousands of people have been forced to take refuge. They are sleeping in their cars, in a convention center, on the floors of packed prisons. Several towns have been destroyed. Entire cities have been evacuated. Hundreds of homes have burned. The suburbs of Portland are threatened, and the situation will only get worse. Unusually strong, dry winds and very high temperatures make the wildfires extraordinarily difficult to fight, sometimes impossible, as across much of the West Coast, the skies are an apocalyptic orange, the color of Trump's face, At least when they're not darkened by black smoke and ashes. That would be like Trump in blackface. More houses will burn, and people will die while that face laughs. 12 months ago, Oregon was on fire, but mostly metaphorically. Angry protesters filled the streets of Portland, Oregon. Or, rather, angry protesters filled a few streets in Portland. On those few streets, armed men in camouflage, sent in by the Trump administration itself, battled those demonstrators, even sweeping some of them away into unmarked vans to destinations unknown and fates unaccounted for. Federal law enforcement agents' presence escalated the violence rather than calming it, as was Trump's intent. Some demonstrators even tried to set the federal courthouse on fire. Across the internet, social media feeds lit up with, yes, apocalyptic scenes of masked men locked in battle, as if in a video game or a Hollywood movie. A month later, real tragedy followed. Attracted by the chaos, the Edomite cultists of Donald Trump arrived, brandishing paintball guns and pepper spray. A self-described Antifa supporter shot one of them to death. Same state, same year, separate disasters that present a contrast and a puzzle. The wildfires up and down the West Coast are a real-world catastrophe on an unprecedented scale, with untold costs. Those who are living through them have had to make terrible decisions about when to leave their homes and what to take with them. By contrast, the conflagration in the streets was, even for the overwhelming majority of Oregonians, a virtual catastrophe. Most of them experienced the fighting in Portland the same way as other Americans did, on a television set or a smartphone screen. Whatever they saw was filtered through other people's cameras. They watched the violence, and then they switched it off to mow the lawn, not to run for their lives. And yet, even though the forest fires have already harmed more people and caused more physical damage, the images of the Portland riots are far more likely to dominate the public debate in Oregon and beyond. Why? Because the forest fires do not fit neatly into the polarized tribal narratives that will dominate all political conversation from now until November, and from thence till the next civil war, which be upon us now. On the contrary, responsibility for the West Coast fires is diffuse. Perhaps climate change is at fault. Perhaps overdevelopment is at fault. But if so, then the culprits include us all of us who drive cars, fly planes, and consume energy. Not only America, or in America, but the world over, which is burning beside us, burning around us. The solutions require international cooperation, scientific innovation, mass behavioral change. That means social engineering and long-term planning. By contrast, the Portland riots, exacerbated by Trump's decision to deploy federal security officers into a city that did not want them, contributed to much simpler narratives. Some people saw dictatorial police beating up on peaceful demonstrators. Others saw legitimate agents of the state fighting left-wing extremists. In the 30-second video clips that were circulating on Facebook, all nuance disappeared. That made it easy to know what to think, what to do, and whom to fear. Just depended on which political bubble you were echoing in. The forest fires are also of lesser political consequence than the riots because the tools that we use for understanding the world effectively shrink them. A blaze covering hundreds of acres will not seem, to anyone watching it on a tiny iPhone screen, any larger or more significant than a confrontation between a policeman and a protester on a random city block. The new information world has no hierarchies. There'll be no way to tell, in the constant stream of incoming information. Ads for hairspray, messages from your cousin, reports of genocide in Myanmar. Which piece of news is more important than the next? Nor is there any way to tell whether the act of violence that has been caught on video is a single incident or part of a mass movement, or whether the burning house is one of a dozen or one of 10,000. Even people who can smell the smoke have trouble gauging relative dangers. In the town of Molalla, Oregon, an hour south of Portland, some residents were so afraid of Antifa and the far left, members of which they have never met, but whom they have seen and heard about on television and online, that they refused to leave their houses, even when authorities called for evacuation. One resident told the New York Times, "We're staying put and watching for people who aren't supposed to be here." He defined that category as crowds of looters out of Portland. And there we have it. Mythical, non-existent looters and mythical, fantastical, notional anarchists are now more frightening to the stupidest among us, which is the majority, than any actual forest fire that will burn them alive. The president himself knows all this to be true, which is why he and his campaign have spoken repeatedly about violent protest, and until now, only rarely about fire. After weeks of silence, Trump belatedly announced plans during this weekend last to visit my golden California and tweet it in support of first responders, though not in support of victims, whom he believes to be blue liberal progressives who would never vote for him. His latest task is to twist the story of the fires into some version of the tribal narrative. Good firefighters versus bad Democrats, perhaps. And away from the climate change that he so denies. Above all, he needs to channel outrage against someone, anyone. Compassion for fellow citizens who have lost their homes simply does not fuel social media traffic as much as hatred for fellow citizens who are on the other side of the political divide. And Trump needs that social media traffic to win. More precisely, he needs that social media traffic in order to create a virtual fantasy world so powerful, so emotive, so engaging, that it will be more compelling than the real world burning down around us. To win re-election, he needs to convince Americans that their country, with more coronavirus deaths than any other on earth, has somehow defeated the plague. That an economic crash was an economic success. That the climate change they can see and feel and smell the smoke from is not happening. And of course, that they should worry more about mythical looters and mystical anarchists than the lethal threat outside their doors. The triumph of these fantastical fictional narratives will have consequences. Before Americans can fix our very real problems, after all, before we can prevent forest fires or stop the spread of a deadly virus, we need to agree that they exist. We need to analyze reality before we can come up with proposals for change. We won't do any of that if, staring at our screens, we be transfixed by the flickering lights of a fantasy world created in the mind of a madman and spread by the cult of the kings of Edom, the Russo collaborationist insurgency upon our shores, bringing the unreal world of Vladimir Putin into all of our lives for his useful idiot installed in the seat of ultimate power. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron-Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmidt Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book yet to be published and scenes from the films he's been working on as documentaries. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. That would be Tucson, spelled as Tucson, Tucson, with the word "the" in front of it. The word, well, the link would come out as theTucsonMurders.com, but you can telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520//323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. And don't forget, the Baron Ben Estenius has his own YouTube channel, The Man of the Soil, which you can find by entering those very words in your YouTube search bar. Check out his wonderful aerial drone footage of the landscape architecture, which he's been working on for others that could include yourself if you employ him within generally, preferably, his own state's borders, and therefore avail yourself of his services to make your immediate world outside your window a better place to look at, live in, play in, barbecue in, hot tub in, or whatever else people do down there in Arizona. Shoot each other, I suppose. Now, Holly Coditis Kiefer says, thank you, honey. Love you dearly, honey. Really need to bring you on air with us. I'm going to start seeking her out to do so. Must have her Skype number. Send me your phone number again, honey, in the private messages, okay? That's to Holly Coditis Kiefer out there. Alright, let me take a short look at the live chat. Happy birthday, Maria. It's Maria's birthday? Oh, shit. I gotta get her a card. An e-card. Anyhow. Ms. Zalim says goodnight. Maria Grigorich says, oh my god. Honey, happy birthday, Maria. Mwah! I've got to get your card. Is it your birthday? I had no idea. Let me, why didn't I get a notification of that? Okay, let me look up Maria on Facebook, see what I get here. Maria. I did what I did for Maria. You remember that song? Of course, that's tragic because Maria's killed in that song, right? Actually, she's dead before the song is sung. Alright, so let me check. It would be on her About. There we are. About. Where's her birthday? Tomorrow is her birthday. Oh, thank God it's tomorrow. Okay. Well, I'll try and do something tomorrow. Yes, she's separated. That's right. gives a chance out there for all of us. All right. If the wildfires in California seem worse every year, it's not your imagination. It is the worst fire season ever. Again, hotter temperatures, bigger fires, atrocious air quality. Fire season in California looks different these days. In recent years, it feels worse than anything anyone can remember. To see whether that's true, the Los Angeles Times analyzed decades of data tracking California wildfires and the destruction they've wrought. The analysis found that wildfires and their compounding effects have intensified in recent years, and there's little sign things will improve on their own. Record-breaking wildfires are occurring more often. 8 of the 10 largest fires in California history have burned in the past decade alone. On September 9th, the massive August Complex fire became the largest fire in this state's history. Indeed, this year has shattered records for millions of acres burned. And according to the National Weather Service, plumes of smoke from the deadly and record-breaking fires are being caught in the atmospheric jet stream and carried across these United States to the East Coast and into Europe. And 2 disasters are exponentially worse than 1, because my fellow Californians face an impossible choice between virus safety and fire safety. 11,000 lightning strikes, 370 wildfires, a pandemic, a heat wave, and rolling blackouts. California has endured a lot these last few weeks, as I have personally. Hundreds of thousands of acres have burned, and tens of thousands of people have had to evacuate. The largest of the blazes, the LNU Lightning Complex fires, which alone spanned Napa, Sonoma, Solano, and Lake counties, was only 7% contained when last I checked. 1 disaster is bad, 2 are worse, but the damage doesn't just double. This confluence of circumstances can seem like a series of independent misfortunes, when in fact it be a tangle of loose contingencies. A single high-pressure system rolling in from the southwest initiated the heat wave and the thunderstorms, which together created the conditions for the fires, which will likely both exacerbate and be exacerbated by the pandemic, which has diminished firefighting resources and, along with the heat wave, contributed to the blackouts by keeping people at home with their air conditioning on full blast. These overlapping disasters compound each the other. Susan Cutter, a disaster researcher at the University of South Carolina, has noted it's more than +1. To her knowledge, no one has ever quantified this synergy exactly, but by her observation, it certainly affects the response, almost certainly in exponential ways. California is witnessing this exponential relationship firsthand. Smoke now blankets much of my state. On Wednesday of last week, this day today, a week ago, air quality in the Bay Area was the worst in the world. But N95 masks, essential for going outside in such conditions, have proved almost impossible to acquire since COVID-19 emerged. That shortage, in turn, worsens the pandemic, since studies have proven that breathing polluted air leaves the lungs more vulnerable to coronavirus. Firefighting forces, which in California rely heavily on prison inmate labor, have been depleted by both COVID-19 outbreaks in prisons and the early release policies instituted to prevent them. Mark Abkovitz, a civil and environmental engineering professor at Vanderbilt University, has noted that you only have a certain amount of emergency management capacity in the way of people and equipment and supplies. If you think of that as a kind of reservoir, and you're having to draw on it for multiple purposes simultaneously, it leads to situations much more difficult in terms of getting the right amount of resources to the locations where they be needed most. Now, these dynamics also play out at an individual psychological level. Mental health researchers have repeatedly found that a victim's risk of post-disaster psychological trauma depends in large part on their history of mental health problems. With each successive trauma, the risk heightens and the burden accumulates. Joe Ruzek, a longtime PTSD researcher at Stanford University and Palo Alto University in my own golden state of California, told myself that you can think of coping resources in part as a fixed entity, like a muscle. You have a certain amount of energy to deploy, and at some point, the amount required exceeds the amount available. That, at least in theory, is when resilience reaches its limit. For many people, especially healthcare workers, COVID-19 patients, and those who have lost loved ones, the past 6 months have steadily depleted those energy stores. As a result, people may have more trouble than usual coping with the wildfires, which leave deep psychological scars even in ordinary years. Stephen Taylor, a psychiatry professor at the University of British Columbia, who but yesteryear published a book on the psychology of pandemics, has gone on record to say, you've got this background level of anxiety due to COVID-19, and then you add wildfires on top of that. That's going to boost people's level of distress. What makes the wildfire pandemic combination uniquely devastating at both a societal and a personal level is that the trois disasters demand opposite responses. A pandemic, as Americans have learned, requires people to stay home and practice social distancing. A wildfire, by contrast, requires them to evacuate and congregate. The director of California's Office of Emergency Services has acknowledged the need for an evacuation plan tailored to the pandemic, and the state's new rules provide for prepackaged meals, health screenings, and the conversion of hotels, campgrounds, and college dorms into shelters. Still, for most people, following one safety protocol will mean compromising all the others. Hence, the Californian's dilemma. Those who flee risk infection. Those who stay risk incineration. Something has to give. Taylor has worried about what this will mean for those torn between staying and standing fast or fleeing and fighting by flight. Persuading people to leave behind their homes and possessions can be tricky even in ordinary times. Now imagine someone who has spent the pandemic adhering religiously to social distancing guidelines. Imagine that he or she be immunocompromised. Maybe a loved one has died of COVID-19. It is nighttime when the evacuation order arrives. The wind is blowing, and the fire is advancing, and there be nowhere to go but a shelter. That could paralyze some people behaviorally, not knowing what to do. It will be very bad for some people, and already has been. especially in the nature of the legacy of Michael Aquino. Yes, he does factor into this. Michael Aquino called upon the anti-gods, one of which was the entropic entity Cthulhu, the anti-god of the extra dimensions on the planar, astral planar planes of flame and fire from outside this universe. The Flamma vampire, or fire vampires of this entity, his servitors, are evident in action now. Residents in portions of Arcadia and Sierra Madre were told to evacuate Sunday as the Bobcat fire in the Angeles National Forest posed new dangers. More than a week after the Bobcat fire ignited the rugged terrain of the Angeles National Forest, it has emerged as what firefighters classify a quote-unquote unusual menace that has evaded fire crews like a living animal and terrorized local communities, despite burning no homes and causing no injuries. And after crossing all containment lines, like a sentient entity of its own, because it is, the Bobcat fire moved within striking distance of the Mount Wilson Observatory, which I confirmed with the United States Forest Service yesterday, with firefighters mounting an aggressive defense from the air and on the ground, literally bombarding it with fire retardant and setting up what barricades, fire traps, we would call them tank pits in warfare or anti-tank ditches. So it won't destroy that eye to the sky. Now, why is this sentient fire so fixated that it evades human residences and human beings to head towards a telescope? Because when you look into the inner world to fight disease, to fight coronavirus, the pandemic, to fight COVID-19, you look through a microscope. That's our key to beating the plague. What we see in the microverse. A telescope is a macroscope. It's how we see the macroverse. When you have an eye that is thousands of times, tens of thousands of times the power of our naked eye. Indeed, at this point, I'm not even doing it justice. Hundreds of thousands of times our ability to see the night sky is telescoped through Mount Wilson. It is there that we can ultimately find some of the secrets to fight the entropic diseases, the planetary cancers, the extra-cosmic entities Aquino and the cultists of the kings of Edom worship as the anti-gods. So when the sentient fire let loose by Aquino's cultists evades the living and their domiciles, their shelters, to head specifically towards a macroscope that could discover the secrets that would bring about the key to its own expulsion from our universe. The sentient intent behind it becomes all too clear. If you don't take my word for it, if you think what I say is the stuff of laughter, look up the Bobcat Fire and see for yourself how it defies all physical norms. For the other superstorm fires rampaging across the Golden State. And just what makes California's current major wildfires so unusual? In the first, all of them, in one way or another, on par with the Bobcat Fire. Dry lightning, extreme heat, and COVID-19 are all shaping California's efforts to contain massive, deadly blazes. Wildfires continue burning throughout my Golden State nation, with unhealthy air from smoke still cloaking some parts of the state. Combined with the COVID-19 pandemic, the fires are compounding risks that have been brewing for years. Fire officials have grouped some of the smaller fires in an area into complexes to coordinate their response. The largest of these is the SCU Lightning Complex. It had burned for, more than 365,000 acres. As of this day, yesterday, crossed parts of southern San Francisco's Bay Area, including Santa Clara and Alameda counties. The SCU Lightning Complex was but 25% contained as of Wednesday morning last week. To the north, LNU Lightning Complex near Napa has burned more than 350,000 acres and destroyed or damaged nigh 1,000 structures, 937 last time they took count. Thousands were forced to evacuate. The fire was 33% contained as of Wednesday morning, and officials anticipate the flames could spread further. At least 650 wildfires have raged across the Golden State, burning more than 1.25 million acres since the Ides of August, the 15th of yesterday last month, leaving at least over a score, by now a quarter of 100 people dead, according to CAL FIRE at this time. Many of the blazes were ignited by a massive dry lightning storm the week before yesterday, concentrated in my own Golden Gated San Francisco Bay Area. Bryce Bennett, a spokesperson for the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, acronymous as CAL FIRE. You can hear their response through my microphone. The sirens outside. Has gone official to say we had close to 11,000 strikes in a matter of 72 hours. 11,000 strikes of lightning hit San Francisco over 3 days. A supernatural concentration of bolts from the sky. With an already warm weather pattern and very, very dry conditions here in California, with those sheet lightning strikes coming through. Over 367 new fires were started. And they're approaching my residence now. Smoke, soot, and ash from these fires has shrouded Northern California in the dirtiest air in the world at several points these last weeks. Wildfires are nothing new for us Californians, who have grown warily accustomed to the destruction, the smoke, and the evacuations in recent years. But this summer's blazes stand out for their scale, their timing, their locations and intensity, even among recent record-breaking fire seasons. And as David Wallace Wells wrote for New York's Intelligencer, what is most remarkable about the fires of 2020 is that these complexes are burning without the aid of any dramatic wind, which is typically, even more than the tinder of dry scrub and forest, what really fuels California fire. The wind has died, but oxygen deprived. The fires march on and feed as if they were undead. And just as the undead don't need to breathe the air, these wildfires don't need the winds to feed themselves. And the wildfires are just one of several disasters afflicting California right now. My state has been in a 2-decade mega drought and was scorched by a record-breaking heat wave in early August, with several days in a row of temperatures reaching triple digits in some places, even at night. Temperatures in Death Valley topped 130 degrees Fahrenheit. That heat led to rolling blackouts as utilities struggled to meet cooling demand. All the while, the COVID-19 pandemic is still a threat, making the already difficult task of controlling wildfires nigh impossible. If I were to list but some of the factors that have fueled the recent fires and are now complicating our efforts to control them: extreme heat, what they call strange storms, and climate change have triunely set the stage for California's fires. The lightning storm around the San Francisco Bay Area that sparked many of the current California fires was more than a rare event. Some say it was physically impossible. The last time we had something even near approaching it like this was over a decade agone, actually. The fact that lightning started these fires is also noteworthy in and of itself. The vast majority of wildfires in California are ignited from human sources: power lines, arson. Hear the sirens behind me. Neglected campfires, and so on. The reason Smokey Bear gives his ire to humanity. But the fires wouldn't have been so bad were it not also for the extreme heat that's been baking my state for weeks. Daniel Swain, the climate scientist at the University of Los Angeles, UCLA, and a researcher at the National Center for Atmospheric Research, was the man I sourced who went on record to say this is a big, prolonged heat wave, characterized not only by hot daytime temperatures, but also record warm overnight temperatures and an unusual amount of humidity. It turns out increased humidity plays a role in why there are so many fires right now. A decaying tropical storm earlier this month in the eastern Pacific Ocean sent a plume of moisture over California. Amid the scorching heat, the moisture formed clouds that generated immense amounts of wind, thunder, and lightning, but very little rain. The humidity was high enough to produce these thunderstorms, but not nearly high enough to produce significant flooding rainfall that would have mitigated fire risk. Much of California's vegetation was also parched and primed to burn, and concerns that this would be an exceptionally bad fire year started to emerge in February as the state emerged from one of its driest winters on record. This was then followed by an abnormally hot spring, with Swain saying there were a number of unusually significant early season heat waves this spring, both in northern and in southern California. And California is now experiencing the impacts of catastrophic climate change, which is manifesting in firestorms. The weather in California is becoming more volatile. Temperatures are also rising, which is causing the state's forests, grasslands, and chaparral to dry out even more. My state already has millions of dead trees, stemming from years of drought and pests, invasive plagues like the pine beetles. More heat will stress these ecosystems even further into eco-collapse. Swain himself has concluded that it's not just how hot these heat waves be, it's how hot it is the rest of the time. What really matters is the sustained warming and drying over seasons and years. Another factor be that some of California's current fires are in areas that don't regularly burn at all. It's important to remember that fires are a normal part of the ecology in California, from the coniferous forests in the Sierra Nevada to the chaparral shrubland in the south. Periodic blazes clear out decaying vegetation, restore nutrients in the soil, and help plants germinate. Humans, however, continue to make California's wildfires worse at every step. By suppressing naturally occurring fires, fuel has accumulated in forests and shrublands, increasing the danger when fires do ignite. People are also developing, that is, building closer to areas that be prone to burn. That increases the likelihood of starting fires and raises the blaze's damage toll. People have also introduced invasive plant species like eucalyptus trees, which have spread throughout California and readily ignite. And burning fossil fuels emits greenhouse gases that are warming the entire planet, increasing the amount of vegetation that can burn. Even with this backdrop, some of the fires in California stand out, because they are raging in places that don't burn very often. Crystal Colden, an assistant professores of fire science at the University of California, Merced, has gone on record to attest, I think what's key to understand is that different parts of California have very different normal fire seasons. And that's in part because California is such a big state. It has really variable topography and different vegetation or ecosystems across the state. Because the coastal forests are now under the influence of marine weather systems, they are much cooler and retain more moisture than the pine forests of the Sierra Nevada and other inland areas. The coastal forests do burn periodically and are home to many species that have adapted to fire, but they rarely ignite during the summer. That some portions of them have burned is remarkable, a product of high atmospheric pressure over the area that allowed heat to accumulate and overwhelm the cooling effect of the ocean itself. Those coastal areas are incredibly dry, incredibly hot relative to normal, and that arid and hot condition had this potential to have really explosive fires. To the point where the trees did explode. And COVID-19, Hystiliek, the anti-god of plague, is manifest in adding a wallop to California's fires. The anti-gods run rampant, and they magnify each other's damage, all in service of entropy and chaos. The COVID-19 pandemic has rattled every part of society, and firefighting efforts are not immune. It definitely has affected fire response, primarily in their inmate fire crews. There's no prisoners left to fight the fires. They're either sick or released in freedom. California often relies on prison labor to bolster its firefighting efforts, with almost 200 inmate fire crews. Inmates are paid between $2 United States to $5 United States a day, plus $1 US per hour when fighting a fire. But with severe COVID-19 prison outbreaks in the state, some inmates were released to relieve overcrowding. Others were hampered by infections and remain, well, all too many remain under quarantine. The number of available inmate fire crews has been nearly halved. Anticipating a severe fire season, state officials did line up an additional 800 seasonal firefighters, but they have to take additional precautions. Fire crews are essentially staying in small bubbles, where they live and work with just each other to help limit coronavirus transmission. At base camps where fire crews rest and refuel, officials have designated more space for workers to maintain social distance. The state is also facing a budget crunch with the economic slowdown because of the pandemic. That's led some fire prevention maintenance measures like clearing dry grass away from roads and buildings to languish. As for the Californians fleeing the fires, COVID-19 has made it harder to coordinate evacuations and sheltering efforts. The declining air quality from the wildfires is also a threat to people with COVID-19, since exposure to air pollution can damage airways and make its people even more susceptible to respiratory infection. Extreme heat also worsens the public health impact of COVID-19 as people spend more time in enclosed spaces together to avoid the heat. And the current round of blazes may take us weeks to extinguish, raising the concern that stiff autumn winds, the Santa Ana winds in the south, and the Diablo or devil winds in the north will spread the flames again. And it's not just the West. The world is on fire. Extreme temperatures and more severe droughts, the result of human-caused climate change, have created a world that's ready to burn. Wildfires are devastating the American West, yay, but the United States isn't the only place on Earth that's burning. This year, other countries have also experienced their worst wildfires in decades, if not all of recorded human history. In each case, the contributing factors are different, but an underlying theme runs through the story. Hotter, drier seasons, driven by the burning of fossil fuels, have made the world more prone to erupt in flames. Stephen J. Pine, an emeritus professor at Arizona State University, who has taken the Benestenia's tour, studies wildfires and their history. He's gone on record to say we don't have a fire problem, we have many fire problems. One, obviously, is a deep one. It has to do with fossil fuels and climate. If I try to take you on a world tour, a brief round-the-world tour, just to look at some of the worst recent blazes and how humans played a role in them, we would start at the top of the world, the Arctic and Siberia. The Arctic as a whole is experiencing warming at more than twice the pace of the rest of the world. Record low snow cover, high temperatures and dry soils, almost certainly a result of human-caused climate change, have all contributed to the fires. This summer, portions of the Arctic shattered wildfire records set just last year, which at the time was the worst fire season in 60 years. The Russian town of Verkhoyansk became the first place above the Arctic Circle to experience temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or just about 38 Celsius, in metric measure, in June. Record heat also thawed combustible, but usually frozen, peatland, which fed wildfires that burned an area roughly the size of Belgium. While no lives were lost, smoke smothered the Russian countryside and the burned land emitted a surge of planet-warming carbon dioxide, about as much as the entire nation-state of Norway emits annually. In the humid tropics of Indonesia, climatic conditions play a smaller role in wildfire. There, clearing and burning land for agriculture is the primary cause of megafires. In July, Central Kalimantan province on Borneo Island declared a state of emergency as fires burned out of control. That followed severe fires in Indonesia yesteryear, and in 2015, the year of a drought, in the largest archipelago on Earth, united under a single country, that was linked to El Niño, the periodic warming of the tropical Pacific Ocean that can affect weather worldwide. Even without dry conditions, of course, agricultural practices played a crucial role in the fires. Ruth DeFries, a professoress of sustainable development at Columbia University, observed that it's very, very rare to see these fires naturally. When we see fires in the humid tropics, there is a human ignition source behind it. Without the land use, you could have dry conditions associated with El Niño and never have fires. If from there we go across the Pacific to Brazil, where the worst fires on record are burning now in the Pantanal wetlands in the country's south. Farther north in the Amazon rainforest, tens of thousands of fires are still burning after a summer of blazes. In June, Brazilian officials called the Amazon fires the worst in 13 years. As in Indonesia, deforestation for agriculture be the primary culprit. Farmers and ranchers cut down trees on the edge of the rainforest and set them on fire to clear the land for crops or grazing. But climate change is a force multiplier. During droughts like the current one in country, those fires penetrate farther into forests, burning more trees and causing more damage. Jennifer Balch, an associate professoress of geography at the University of Colorado Boulder and directress of the university's Earth Lab, has noted that Unlike the wildfires in California, which burn tree canopies, fires in the Amazon often creep along the forest floor, essentially no higher than, as she said, my knee. And they can go for a very long period of time. In Argentina, fires are raging now across grasslands in the Piranha Delta and around farmland in central Argentina, where farmers and ranchers have been burning fields for a century to improve their soil. This year, the fires got out of control. Virginia Iglesias, a research scientist at the Earth Lab at the University of Colorado Boulder, who lived in Argentina most of her life, has gone on record to say it's easy for fires to leave the perimeters of someone's property and just burn huge areas. It's the end of winter, and it's been a really, really dry winter. These exceptionally dry conditions in central Argentina and in many other areas of the country create conditions that be perfect for fires once you have fuel. That takes us back across the Pacific to Australia. At the beginning of this year, Australia was just emerging from its worst wildfire season on record. Thousands of homes were lost and millions of acres burned. At least 30 people died. Estimates of the number of animals killed have concluded at well over 1 billion. Researchers found that human-caused climate change played a significant role in these fires, making the high-risk conditions that led to widespread burning at least 30% more likely than in a world without global burning. Now, as the southern hemisphere heads into spring, Australians are bracing themselves for a new season of blazes. Officials say they doubt this year's fires will be as severe because there is simply nothing left to burn. But homeowners are still hastening to clear what shrubs and weeds have arisen and complete prescribed burns. In preemption, in the short term, we can mitigate fire risks by designing more fire-safe communities, creating better evacuation plans, and improving fire management on wildlands. Prescribed fire is clearly going to be a part of that. If you think of fire as a contagion, which in many ways it is, prescribed burning is part of herd immunity. When it comes to human causes of climate change, we need to take action, but that will take a long time. We are going to be living with an enhanced fire world for decades to come at the least. And that's why a mental health crisis is burning across the American West. California has long had a propensity to burn. Its record of fire begins underwater, at the bottom of forest-fringed lakes, where ancient blazes left their stories in charcoal deposits. Tens of thousands of years later, the record continues in the logbooks of the Spanish. The conquistadors of that race saw many smokes rising above the coastal treetops when they sailed into San Pedro Bay on a Sunday morning in October of 1542. Bay de los Fumos, they christened the waters, the Bay of Smoke. Even by California's standards, however, recent years have been extraordinary. 9 of the 10 most destructive fires in my state's recorded history have occurred in the 21st century. 6 of them in the past 4 years alone. In October of 2017, the Tubbs Fire destroyed more than 5,600 buildings in Napa and Sonoma counties, making it the state's most destructive fire on record. But a single year later, the Camp Fire supplanted it, razing the entire town of Paradise and killing 86 people. Just last fall, the Kincaid Fire torched nearly 80,000 acres more. Wildfires tend to leave a common signature: the black earth and white ash, the jagged trees and bleak chimneys. Americans have come to know these well, but the physical ruin is only part of the aftermath. According to Patricia Watson, a psychologist at the National Center for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, 30% of wildfire survivors develop diagnosable mental health conditions, including PTSD and depression. Another 0.5% may suffer from serious subclinical effects that fade with time. Studies have proven that substance abuse and domestic violence rise after every natural disaster. And while most fire survivors make a full recovery, many require formal treatment. The trauma is sustained and amplified by a distinctive characteristic of California's wildfires. They recur, all too oftentimes in quick succession. A number of the survivors I myself spracketh with described feeling haunted and disturbed by subsequent fires, as irrational as they knew it was intellectually. They knew deep down in their heart of hearts the fires were consciously stalking them. And that's on the medical records from the survivors. The fires are alive, and they're burning for us. Now there be the coronavirus pandemic, a new disaster layered atop an already many layered mental health crisis. And while the virus will subside with time, the fires will not. According to all reliable predictions, they will only worsen in the coming years. A 2016 study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences concluded that as long as there remains fuel to burn, anthropogenic climate change will continue to chronically enhance the potential for western United States forest fire activity. All the while, it will grow harder for survivors in vulnerable areas to maintain any sense of hope. And all of California is a vulnerable area. Psychologists sometimes say that trauma gets burned into the mind, like the imprint of a branding iron. And in a way it does. In truth, however, trauma is not so much a scorch mark as a flame itself, flaring up and dying down, inconstant. It burns in the mind. And just as some materials burn more readily than others, so too do some minds. Part of this is genetic. Another part be cognitive. But a growing body of research has also linked vulnerability with prior exposure. The Alaska Network on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault has gone on record to officially state that when traumas accumulate over time, they may be associated with more severe and complex psychological reactions. For an alcoholic or a battered partner or a victim of sexual abuse, this means a heightened risk of serious mental health problems. And if another disaster strikes, say it's a pandemic, the risk rises higher still. After a wildfire, the particular nature of the resulting trauma depends on the particular experience of the affected survivor. For some, trauma derives from the panic of a narrow escape. Studies have repeatedly linked fear for one's life with PTSD, which is part of the reason firefighting takes such a heavy psychological toll. A 2016 International Association of Firefighters report found that firefighters experience PTSD at rates comparable to those of combat veterans, like myself. They are also about 40% more likely to take their own life, these firefighters, than the general population. That would include the prisoners forced into firefighting labor. In 2017 alone, 103 firefighters died by suicide. 10 more than ever did in the line of duty. But even then, perhaps especially then, the ambient stress of the recovery process hangs in the air, and that be reason enough. After a wildfire, obstacles abound. The scramble for shelter, the competition for builders, the toil of the insurance process. Studies have proven that these ongoing personal, logistical, and financial difficulties all too oftentimes lead to depression. Joe Ruzek, a PTSD researcher at Stanford and Palo Alto universities in my own Golden State Nation, told myself, somebody goes through a trauma, if they're going to then face a whole lot of continuing obstacles, then that maintains the stress. It becomes more difficult to put the trauma behind. These long-term challenges can even elicit PTSD symptoms in survivors who do not initially manifest them. A year after Hurricane Katrina, researchers found that more than 40% of survivors with PTSD had not developed symptoms until after the 6-month anniversary. This is how it goes for many fire survivors. The panic of disaster resolves into the numbness of shock. The numbness of shock into the pain of trauma. Cobb Mountain had yacht as a shelter. Cobb Mountain shelter that I investigated had not yet reopened when a family friend called to tell the Chapman family, a special case that stood out for myself, that their house was gone. This standout case that struck me, the Chapmans. They were living out of their Ford Explorer at the time. A big car, but a small home. So that is where they cried. Fortwin later, 14 nights and on, 2 weeks into the future, when the National Guard escorted Ellie Chapman back to the property in a Humvee, the matron of the family, to look for the pets she'd left behind. She hardly recognized what she found. The meadow out front where the yellow-flowered mullein used to grow was stone smooth and charcoal black. All that remained of their home was a scorched chimney. The animals were gone. Amid the wreckage, she spotted the metal handles of her great-grandfather's handmade roll-top desk, which she had treasured above all other possessions. The officers told her as she approached it, "Don't take anything that doesn't have a heartbeat." And so she left the handles in the dust. At around that time, before Allison was binging and purging in the condition I found her, before she was cutting herself, before she drew the knife from the knife drawer that I had to knock out of her hands, her daughter Ellie began in earnest to seek mental health treatment for her family. In a nearby town, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Authority, and the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services had set up a disaster recovery center. Ellie went from one folding table to the next, asking representatives from federal, state, and local organizations where she could find help. She told myself that over the next 3 years, she tried more than half a dozen organizations and government agencies. At the plant nursery where she worked, she asked almost every customer who came in for advice about where to go. Some people referred Ellie to crisis hotlines. But her daughter Liam and the girls wouldn't talk to a stranger on the phone. What little in-person care she found came mostly in the form of group sessions. And she wasn't going to talk about her marital problems. She had caught her husband cheating. And she caught all her daughters self-harming in the settings where they found themselves. So what she told me was that her world was but a small community. They all kind of know each other. Refugees from the fire vampires. They didn't want to go public, and yet she didn't know what to do. And on the morning of May 16th, the year before yesteryear, she texted a friend. I'll read from her text here. I think it says more than I can. These are her words. I tried to contact Lake Family Services recently to inquire about counseling, as my husband and I just separated Mother's Day weekend. But they rather callously offer nothing. I can't stop wondering if I had any luck these last 2 years finding any accessible mental health support at all. This may have been avoided. It has really just all been too much to sort out myself. We so desperately are in need of help. I am completely lost at this point. When you picture Northern California's wine country, Lake County is not what comes to mind. It is among the poorest counties in California, with a median household income of just over 40,000 United States dollars a year and a poverty rate just under 20%. It ranks among the top counties statewide in annual opioid deaths. It lags in internet and computer accessibility, and nearly 14% of its residents have a disability, more than twice the state average. Fire, of course, does not discriminate on the basis of race or class or ability, but that does not mean survivors bear an equal burden. A 2018 study by researchers at the University of Washington and the Nature Conservancy found that wildfires hit low-income communities harder than they do their wealthier counterparts, and it's easy to see why. Some wealthy Californians have hired private firefighting mercenary brigades, men who, like myself, would be welding a machine gun in Africa, weld a fire hose back here at home, all to defend the personal estates of the wealthy, like the man my son was lucky enough to marry, with his own private firefighting force on the grounds, whereas many poorer families lack the financial resources to take even basic preventative measures, such as trimming trees or clearing brush. When their homes burn, their insurance is less likely to cover the costs, if they have insurance at all. In the words of one of my friends from Legal Aid, recovery is not equal, nor is its impact on mental health. A 2017 report by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration concluded that less wealthy, less educated survivors are more likely to suffer from depression or post-traumatic stress in the aftermath of disaster. In communities that already lack resources, the psychological fallout can be devastating. California as a whole faces a shortage of mental health professionals, which the governor's office has predicted will worsen in the coming years. And that was before the pandemic. In rural areas, it be especially pronounced. Janet Kaufman, a health policy professor at UC San Francisco, the University of California at San Francisco, where I was educated for over a decade in medical journalism, says wildfires are putting additional strain on the behavioral health system in places that were already struggling to meet needs, and such be the case in Lake County. According to a 2015 Medical Board of California survey, the county does not have a single psychiatrist who provide his patient care for at least 20 hours a week. And while it does have psychologists, it does not have enough. In a remote community like Cobb, accessible and escapable only by steep mountain roads with nauseatingly sharp switchbacks, finding mental health professionals can be impossible. A burn scar in fire science is the land of wildfire claims. For a long time, this was something of a misnomer. A scar recalls the wound that made it. It is a matter of memory. But fire was just the opposite. In the same way that the mind lets go of the extraneous to make its way for the essential. Flames erased excess foliage to make a space for new growth. The forest burned, but in time it healed. Now it really does scar. The most fearsome modern wildfires, those of the Flammavator, of the anti-god Cthulhu, don't just burn overgrowth and excess. They incinerate entire ecosystems. And sometimes those ecosystems do not regenerate on their own. Such be the essence of the true anti-gods of entropy. And fire, once a natural mechanism of forgetting, in this time of Edom triumphant, has become an unnatural mechanism of remembering. And that brings us to coronavirus. The coronavirus may have been lurking in these United States as early as December, according to a new study. That's a full month earlier than believed by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The study I'm citing found a significant increase in hospital visits at that time by patients who reported respiratory illnesses. And now we may be living under the shadow of COVID-19 for another year or more. The chief science officer at the World Health Organization said it will be 2022 before the world can even begin thinking about returning to pre-COVID life. A quick coronavirus vaccine check will tell you that the National Institutes of Health has expressed concern over a potential side effect in drug maker AstraZeneca's vaccine trial after a participant suffered spinal cord damage, which you never want. The FDA is weighing whether to resume the trial in these United States at all. And even our own Dr. Fauci says the United States will not return to normal till 2021. The United States won't even begin to plan for normality until the end of next year. Fauci is cautiously optimistic the United States will have a vaccine by the end of this one. But even he has gone on record to say it's not going to be turning a switch off and turning the switch on. It's going to be gradual, and I think it's going to take several months before we even get to the point where we can even feel something that approximates how it was normally before COVID-19. There's also the issue of how many doses of the vaccine will be available and how long it takes us to distribute it. Fauci himself saying it's going to take several months to get the country safe and vaccinated. Nearly 30 states in union are reporting downward trends in COVID-19 cases, but the pandemic will likely worsen again. Fauci going on record to say we need to hunker down and get through this fall and winter because it's not going to be easy. Classic understatement of all time. Because experts, including the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Director, have warned the months ahead will be challenging. The United States continues to see about 36,000 new cases each and every single day, which is better than August, but still far too high. With Fauci saying, I keep looking at that curve and I get more depressed, and more depressed about the fact that we never really get down to the baseline that I'd like. And as the weather gets colder, Americans will move indoors where the virus spreads more easily. The coming flu season will complicate diagnoses. The strains on the healthcare system will make us for one of the, well, in the words of CDC Director Robert Redfield himself, one of the most difficult times that we experienced in American public health. Which brings us to where we stand now. The actual number of infections could be far greater. Many may have had COVID-19 without knowing, as the CDC projects about 40% of people who are infected don't manifest any symptoms. Others could have been sick, but never got tested. A new study proves the United States greatly undercounted COVID-19 cases at the start of the pandemic, missing 90% of them. Basically, all of them. Mostly due to a complete lack in testing. Across these states in union, across these United States, 28 states in union are reporting downward trends, including Florida and my own California compared to the previous week, and 14 are steady. But experts know a surge could come weeks after our latest Labor Day celebrations. Like cases soared after the 4th of July. Those who gathered for the holiday barbecues will be manifesting the payoff, or paying the price, themselves. An ensemble forecast from the CDC now projects that between 205,000 and 217,000 people in these United States will die by October 3rd. Medical experts also worry about the upcoming flu season, with Fauci telling CNN Friday into last weekend that the CDC recommended people are getting their flu vaccines by Halloween, All Hallows Eve on the 31st of October. Fauci going on record to say, what we're hoping for, and I hope this happens, is that a combination of people getting vaccinated against the flu and the fact that the very public health measures that they implement to avoid coronavirus will actually help them avoid influenza. And of course, Fauci recommends everybody hunker down for the fall and winter. Of course, he insists that doesn't mean shutting down the country all over again, covering his ass by saying, we don't need to shut down. We can do this if we pull together and abide by relatively simple and understandable public health measures. And he's added that the measures include social distancing, wearing masks, and avoiding crowds. What you should know without thought by now. Now, data proves non-symptomatic children can transmit virus. Even children with mild or no symptoms can transmit COVID-19. That's according to contact tracing data from 3 Utah child care facilities released Friday into the Labor Day weekend, with researchers citing the fact that a dozen children got COVID-19 in a child care location and transmitted it to at least 12 people outside, including household members. They analyzed contact tracing data from 184 people with links to 3 child care centers in Salt Lake County from this April to July. And they found at least 2 children who had no symptoms not only had caught the virus but passed it to other people, including one mother who was hospitalized. One 8-month-old child. 8 months, mind you. This baby spread the virus to both their parents. The researchers concluding that 2 of the facility outbreaks began with staff members who had household contacts with the virus, and that overall, children accounted for 13 of the 31 confirmed COVID-19 cases linked to the facility, and all of the children had mild or no symptoms at all. So infected college students should not be sent home. Colleges across the country have made face masks a requirement, hoping to keep COVID-19 cases down. But just weeks into the first semester, campuses from all 50 states and union have reported infections. The University of Texas at Austin announced this week 3 confirmed clusters on campus, which collectively account for about 100 cases. San Diego State University in my own California confirmed almost 400 infections among students after announcing a halt on in-person instruction. And more than 1,300 Arizona State University students have tested positive since August 1st. Colleges and universities should try to isolate infected students instead of sending them home. Even Dr. Fauci has observed that you send them back to their community, you will in essence be reseeding with individuals who are capable of transmitting infection. Many communities throughout the country. So it's much, much better to have the capability to put them in a place where they could comfortably recover. Well, how do we all recover from this shit? Psychologically, since we can't do anything physically, obviously. Well, COVID-19 and the 9/11 terrorist attack, or conspiracy, however you see it. Regardless, they both be 2 mass trauma events with different recovery challenges. Now, Kate Colbert was first diagnosed with COVID-19 in late March, and she's been fighting both physical symptoms and emotional trauma ever since. Calling a radiology department to follow up on her doctor's order to get an emergency angiogram in May, she started sobbing when the receptionist said she could not schedule the procedure until she tested negative for COVID. Now, Kate Colbert is a marketing consultant and a business book authoress in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And she related that, well, she said, I broke down in tears and pleaded, I don't deserve to die at home just because you don't have a protocol. I've never felt so abandoned. People won't visit her home. Now, Colbert herself, who is recovering but still suffering lingering effects of the virus, has attested, I'm 170 days out from contracting COVID and people still treat me like I have the plague. Since March, only my mom, my friend Sarah, and 1 repairman have come inside my home. Now, the coronavirus pandemic may be the most significant mass trauma event of the decade, and it's drawing parallels with another significant trauma, the September 11th, 2001 attacks, so recently commemorated in their 19th anniversary. as we went over in, which episode was it? If I look upon it, that would be, it was, let me see, was it 9/11? My God, that was only the episode before last, wasn't it? Holy shit. September 13th was the last one. The one before that was September 9th. Okay, so it happened in between the two episodes preceding tonight's. So I sprackathon it on the episode before the last. The episode before the one preceding tonight's transmission, which would be dated, last Wednesday. Same night as tonight, but a week agone. September 9th. 9/9/2020. Now, the events of 9/11 have much to teach us about the impact of trauma. Does trauma impact us in the same way regardless of its source? Will our recovery journey be the same? What causes some trauma to forge human connection, while other trauma destroys it? Okay, I'm getting an incoming message. What does that say, honey? Routine number? Routing number! Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I'll make certain not to read it aloud. Thank you, honey. Not quite sure what I do with that. That's a good thing, right? I have no idea how to use these things. I'm not a competent adult. That's why I've got adult supervision. Anyhow, let's try and reflect on what 9/11 can teach us about our current challenges. Mass trauma can create a prolonged state of chronic threat response, the continued state of being in a hyper-aroused survival mode. About 20% of those in the World Trade Center Health Registry reported new symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder 5 to 6 years after 9/11. Trauma's impact can also persist for many years, even decades. 15 years out, in a sample of 36,897 exposed rescue/recovery workers and community members in the WTC, or World Trade Center Health Registry, 14.2% of rescue workers and 15.3% of community members reported post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. Now, Jonathan Morris, who's now 62 years of age, but a United States Army Staff Sergeant at the time, was the non-commissioned officer in charge of the emergency department at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, during 9/11. He lost 2 colleagues in the Pentagon attacks, Army Lieutenant General Timothy Mout and Army Lieutenant Colonel Karen Wagner, who was killed on her first day of work at the Pentagon. Morris has said, "It's been nearly 20 years, and I still think about the friends and colleagues I've lost every day." So the impact of trauma oftentimes ebbs and flows over time, and help is not always there when needed. Over 1/4 of those with PTSD or depression reported unmet needs for mental health care in the preceding year. So Morris himself is taking a proactive approach. He's so saying, "Since this time of year is especially hard for all of us, I have been reaching out and doing buddy checks on others who were impacted like I was by 9/11. I don't want to lose any more friends to suicide." You see, people lose friends after exposure to trauma. The period just after traumatic loss is painful, overwhelming, tumultuous. In the wake of a tragedy, many survivors discover that family and friends are not nearly as supportive as they'd hoped, or more likely not supportive at all. Sometimes people are okay. More likely they're not. Trauma creates ambiguity that can make recovery challenging. People want to tie things up in a neat little row. Are you sick or are you not sick? Do I send you a card or can I take you off my prayer list now? The aftermath of trauma clarifies who is in your tribe, and this clarity can bring additional grief. If you contract COVID, your most enduring challenge may be loneliness. And the recovery course for two different trauma events can be very different in and of themselves. As different as the source events, the source traumas. It can be harder to do nothing than to do something really hard. With both 9/11 and the London bombings, that also comes to mind. Carrying on was a form of healthy defiance. During the London bombings, morale was highest in some of the most badly hit parts of London. In contrast, COVID silently and ruthlessly divides and conquers, sowing helplessness, mutual distrust, and crippling fear. Prolonged social isolation may be as dangerous as the virus for some Americans. And PTSD is likely to have a widespread, lasting impact as we come out of COVID, just as it has for some of those impacted by the 9/11 attacks. Not everyone can ever get over COVID, or get over a scary escape from the Twin Towers. You might dream about them collapsing on you every night. And while people weren't afraid that they could catch 9/11, fear of contagion is a unique challenge for those who contract COVID-19. So, reactions to her illness remind the Lady Colbert of the personal blame and social rejection that was leveled at those who contracted HIV, the human immunodeficiency virus, and AIDS, the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome during the HIV/AIDS epidemic. Certain traumas can take us from feeling that we are part of the human community to a place of profound isolation, where our trust in the goodness of others is deeply damaged. As I learned from the Madame Colbert, she said, "These days, I cannot tell friend from foe. The kindest people feel sorry for me. The fearful ones are cruel, and the indifferent ones have forgotten all about me. But I'm still me, and I'm still here, and I am not okay." So how can we cope? Even if your family has been lucky enough to have been spared the cruel impact of the novel coronavirus, be it your health, your finances, or work-related, knowest that we be wired to act in response to threat. There be ways we can cope with this time of unknowns. First, identify 3 things you can do and take action. Moving with purpose on our values is how we find meaning in the middle of chaos. Identifying 3 things we can take action on without endangering others, and acting on these things, can help us reclaim our fighting spirit. Secondly, instead of focusing on social distancing, let's all connect from a distance. Take a moment to think about your personal pit crew, the people in your inner circle that you deeply trust. Put a reminder in your phone to contact one of these special people each and every single day on a rotating basis, so you don't outwear your welcome. so you don't overuse someone. Being intentional about connecting with our tribe provides an anchor during a perfect storm of stress. Thirdly, advances in trauma treatment are cause for new hope. There be a variety of promising new treatment options that target both the biological and psychological symptoms of trauma. Exempla gratiae, stellate ganglion block. Stellate ganglion block is an injection that helps to calm an overactive fight or flight system. Our own system, our nervous system is fight or flight. And stellate ganglion block is something I found out about that helps neutralize that immediate fight or flight reflexive response. And ketamine infusions. Ketamine infusions are another emerging treatment option. Now, SGB, that's the stellate ganglion block, is offered by the Stella Center in Oak Brook, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. Derek Talley's home territory, at no personal cost for qualified people enrolled in the World Trade Center Health Program. I found out about that. So, post-traumatic stress does not have to be a life sentence. So ask for help and don't give up. That's been my struggle. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to my struggle, which is the struggle. That means it's your struggle. It's all our struggle. At DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube channel, his maggot channel, at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also be Team TRÄCK's, Dietrich's Our Dragons, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That's spelled tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS. Again, donate to the Maggot Man, alias John Warrington, by searching on Facebook for Maggot Millions, and look for the building under construction post. If anyone deserve his financial aid aside myself, it be he, because he, of his own initiative, downloaded the majority of what I had produced on YouTube into his own personal hard drives, so that we could reconstruct my legacy thrice over when it was scrubbed completely from the internet, all of my records, no less than 3 different times. And each time we recovered because John Warrington, the Maggot Man, as they say in the Celtic slang, for one who's an attention seeker at parties and what, took it upon himself to lay himself down as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the material world, enabling my electronic persona interacting with yourselves right now to reemerge, reanimate, be reborn in cyberspace. So in terms of the data matrix, John Warrington be my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Whether it be myself and my legacy,
or all life on this planet. The oblivion, or rather the obliteration, the annihilation of which be sought by the nihilists of the cult of the kings of Vietnam. Counter them by spreading the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on mine biosire, which givest the meaning of my biological father's name on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can ascertain the meaning of my biological father's name, what made the man, and takest it upon thyself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well, and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at DouglasDietrich.com and encourage all others to do so. For people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma ab Mesa Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedo-patho-phylacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. Ye can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com, where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. But not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TAIPBÉE space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his former lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. And his third video is trailered on his channel, is entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich is son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's. Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russell sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones. In my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large, your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. But finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com, where sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Final check into the live dashboard. Yes. There we are. Oh my God. Maria Grigorich has mentioned how she's had a gun pointed at her twice in her life. Holy shit. Yes, and Jameson Reese emphasizes those lightning strikes were intense as fuck, with no rain at that, before the initial blaze, something out of a Stephen King movie. And holy shit, the smoke to move that far. He's talking about all across the North American continent, across the Atlantic, and into Europe. Aye. All my love to those who support myself. Perhaps next transmission I can emphasize the betrayal that has impacted myself as but another psychological attack at a time where it was felt I could be driven into suicide. Such as not succeeded. I'll be speaking to my psychologist tomorrow. And all of you who feel such pains, make certain to assess your own. Ms. Alim says good night. Hey, honey. Good night to Maria Grigorich. Good night to Seraph909. I don't know their gender. And good night, of course, to Daniel Arola, if he's still there. Miscellaneous Music says, curiosity can also be dangerous. Arietis of Rigor Mortis was with us tonight. Sorry I missed them. As for now, we cease transmission. Blessed be, and join us this coming Sunday.